Hello everyone and welcome to the Game Room / Gaming Basement Tour 2023. This video has been in the making for 2 years. Why 2 years? Why has it taken 2 years to update? A lot has happened since the last Game Room tour for the channel has happened. A lot has happened. I'm DweeBro, aka Zach, aka one of the DweeBros on this channel. We do podcasts, we do reactions, all that fun stuff, but I also have a collection of a lot of video game, action figure, memorabilia, whatever you want to call it. And I put out a video a couple years ago that people seem to really love, and it was my small kind of humble gaming room. Well, it is no longer humble, because I moved and finally got my dream gaming collection setup. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk through the new game room / game basement. I don't know I guess it's game room. It's a big giant game room, but a lot has happened. So I moved from that previous location. You can watch that video. I probably already linked it here. For you guys, you can check that out. But I moved from that old house to this house, and I was able to use this whole basement area. My wife said, hey, I'm taking the whole upstairs for fun decorating her stuff, or all her decorating stuff. You can have all the basement for fun stuff. I don't care, whatever. Just leave it downstairs. I said, deal, you got it. And that is what I did. I have transformed this basement to a fun paradise full of action figures, video games, all that stuff. So a lot of this stuff has not been seen. I would say a half of it has not been seen from the other video, because I have a lot more room, a lot more action figures, a lot more of my gaming memorabilia you have not seen. So if you've seen that old video, you just saw, ooh, just a speck of it. So strap in. It's going to be a long video. The last one was long, but I love watching these videos to begin with. I got a lot of compliments on that. People were saying, hey, I just watched the whole thing. Or comments, I should say, not compliments. Comments, and I'm the same way. So I hope you guys enjoy. Strap in. It's going to be a long video. A lot to talk about. And another thing I want to preface before we get into this is that I would say 75% of this is stuff from my childhood or bought when the stuff came out, or from birthdays or Christmases when I was a kid. I kept all this stuff. The other 25% is stuff that I wanted as a kid and was never able to get, and I bought on eBay, at video game stores, all that kind of stuff, to kind of make a lot of the stuff complete, or get these consoles that I didn't have that I always wanted. But a lot of this stuff, everything you see on here, is because I want it on my shelf. I want it to take up space down here, because as big as this space is, it is still limited. You still have a limited amount of space you want to use. But we'll start at the beginning, walking into this basement. There's a couple things to talk about there, and then we'll get into the goods. So if you don't care about any part of this, or like, hey, I don't care about freaking Nintendo, you can skip over the other sections, the newer consoles, all that other stuff on there. So with that said, with that preface, let's get into it. This is the entry to the game basement, game room. I don't know what I'm going to call it for this video yet. You'll see it in the title. But we'll just start right here. You come down this staircase. Still needs to get stained. Don't judge me. But we've got this Majora's Mask. This is the actual... there was a promo you could get from Best Buy. They had Nintendo, this was back in 2014, I believe, when Majora's Mask, the 3DS came out, and that actually is, you can see where you can punch the holes through there, and I just put this into a, yeah, you can see right here, you can punch the holes through. It's kind of, I don't know if it shows up well on camera, but you can, or they had that as a promo they gave away at this event at Best Buy, and it was really hard to, because it was just a piece of very thin cardboard, but I kept it as good as I could and put it in this frame. But behind that, you can actually wear it. It came with one of those like kind of stretchy little strings, and you can wear that. but I chose not to. I chose to respect it and put it on the wall there. Got a popcorn machine. Every basement has to have a popcorn machine, but me and my wife are too lazy to make the popcorn, so most of the time this just goes into, or we just microwave popcorn. But we're gonna learn this year. We're gonna learn because we did use it once and it was really good. And then we have all these candies down here. So we have friends over. They come over. You know, you don't even have to put a quarter in. Maybe I should change that and start making some money on this. Start monetizing it. You know, we'll see. Just kidding. But yeah. Once you get these, you just know that it is more upkeep than a microwave bowl. But that's that. Got the Majora's Mask over top here. Right here, I'm going to do a future update, but something cool is going to go here, game related. I'm not even going to tell you yet what that is, but it will be there someday. But for now, we just have a keyboard that I found in the dumpster, and that's what's right there. Next up is this pool table, this vintage pool table. This was here when we moved here. This is one of the only original things we kept in this basement. And this thing is 8 gajillion pounds. And it took 3 men to lift this up and move this when we were putting in this new flooring here. But this was, I'll put pictures in here maybe towards the end. I don't know if people care about that, but this whole entire space does not look like it did when we moved in at all. Next up, and I think a lot of people might be interested in this. It's this Nagel poster. No, I'm just kidding. But that is Nagel. I found this at a Goodwill. And I had this actually in the old game room. Some of these stories I might double up on. Found it at a Goodwill. Thought that was cool. Walked out, went and did some stuff for my job and forgot about it. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I came back and got it because these are kind of more rare. They're kind of harder. They're very harder to find. But I just love that design. I just loved the look of this poster. But that was at a Goodwill. Got that at. Still in that same frame too. But that was the old game room. We got to see a whole wall posters there. Here's what people are saying. Hey, shut up. Let me see this. This is a Mario statue, an official Nintendo Mario statue. And you can look up some things online. Over the years, I've found more information. People have put out more information on these, but they only made, I think, I want to say 500. I could be way off in that number. It could be 4,000, maybe it's more towards that. But they were limited and they were put into game stores. I think some of them made into like PC stores. I don't know, like places that are long gone now. And the story behind this, so this is actually the most, right out the bat from this whole game room, I think the #1 most rare thing in this entire basement. But he greets you when you come in. But my mom, this was back in 2010, called me. She was at a yard sale. And she said, hey, there's a giant Mario statue and there's a giant Spider-Man like promotional statue. So I get there. The Spider-Man was so, like the webbing was so messed up on him that I was like, and I don't really care about that. And I forget what we paid for this. I want to say $50, maybe $75. But like I drove out there to go see the thing and we got it, took it home. And at that time I was living with my parents. And you can kind of see that in the original game room tour when I was living with my parents still. That's on the channel. You don't see this, but you get to see how small of a space I had. And that was in that garage at that location because I couldn't fit it anywhere. But I knew one day my dream and hope was like, hey, one day I'll have a house with a basement and I can display this proudly. This thing took, we moved in 2021. So it took a full 11 years for that dream to come true. And I am so happy with it. Now, one thing people will be looking at is like, hey, he's looking a little faded. He doesn't really have a red hat and stuff. So this is how he was when I bought him. We didn't leave him out in the sun or whatever when we got him. Kept him in that garage. Sun wasn't hitting him. These just became sun faded because some of them did. I would say a lot of them did because they were at the front of game stores, and that sun going through the window is going to fade out that red color. That's why the blue is like fine over here, and that beige and this other blue on his eyes. But yeah, I need to find someone to paint this, that original red color. So I'm trying to find a professional to do that. I'll do that maybe, you know, in the next update for the game room stuff. Hopefully I have this thing painted, but in the end, it's just really cool that I have this thing. Got super lucky. I wish back then I would have got more information, like how did you get this? How were you able to acquire this thing? But I didn't even know the rarity of that back then. I just thought it was a cool kind of store display. But yeah, this is the most rare thing in the collection. Next up is this back wall. So once I moved in, I thought, man, it would be very cool to have, you know, movie posters that are just very just in your face and bold of some of my favorite things. So I actually show on this wall my favorite video game, which is Majora's Mask, this my favorite TV show, Lost, favorite anime, Evangelion, and over here, I should get closer, is Mulholland Drive, my favorite movie of all time. And this poster, it's hard to find posters that are this big. So this Mulholland Drive, I think I had to ship from the UK. It was a whole ordeal. No, I think the Lost one had to come from UK. That's what it was. But I think the Mulholland Drive it kind of took a while to get here too. But it's just hard to find. I think it's like 40 inches by something, 28. I could be wrong. But those are just really, really big sizes for posters. And you can see this Lost one, I just have to keep the size the same as the posters I love, because I already had that Majora's Mask one. I already liked the size of the Mulholland Drive one. These two are smaller on this side, but they're still symmetrical because I'm very big about symmetry. Can't do stuff uneven here, but I actually had to purchase this online and then print it myself at a local print shop. And that was a whole ordeal because that was even a big size. that was pretty big size for the print shop in itself. So yeah, that kind of takes up this wall. And right here, I won't talk too much about and I will put the link right now in the corner. I did a whole video on this, and this is my entire childhood Pokemon card collection. I did have to fill it out. I probably was 3/4 of the way through, maybe a little less, and I had to buy the other 1/4%. The past year, 2 years, it took me to kind of acquire the other ones, but I already had Blastoise, Charizard, Venusaur, like the rare ones. Some of the more rare cards I already owned here, and I got those graded over COVID. People started grading cards. I was like, hey, I want to just protect these. I don't even care the grades, whatever. But you can kind of see those real quick. Let me get a good picture. Again, you can watch that video for a more, I go more into detail even over these 3 cards because they were the first 3 I graded, and over the poster itself and that whole ordeal of getting this made by myself. And then right here, the only difference, I got these packs. This was a pretty interesting thing, whole story on its own, but I got these Amazon plastic protectors to go over these so they can sit in here better. And this looks a whole lot better than when you saw it on that last video where I talk about the Pokemon trading card collection frame thing. Another dream. This was another dream along with the basement. So we're knocking out dreams left and right. Dreams are getting happened. That's what's happening. But yeah, very, very happy. People love to see this thing. They like to send pictures to people that are into Pokemon. Very happy to have this in the collection. Next up, I think I might have had this at the old game room, but it's back. And this is just straight from Amazon. I'm going to talk about these items. If you think it sucks, you can just skip on through the video. But got it from Amazon, and this thing kind of just sits under your cushion on your couch, but for mine, it's not. This is such a big cushion and side of this couch that it wasn't long enough, so I actually had to bobby pin it to the side. But I love this thing. It keeps all my controllers in here. Got Xbox, PlayStation, Switch all there. This goes to my HDMI switcher, which I'll show off in a second. And then again from Amazon, just this thing kind of sits over and it molds onto the shape of your couch ridge. Very useful. Set a drink there so you don't have to sit it down, sit it on the table, whatever. It's always right here where you need it. This couch is very comfy. Shout out the other DweeBro. Travis sold this to me, and this is the best napping spot in the world. It gets so dark in this basement. This couch is super comfy. Shout out Travis. Thank you. Right here is my wireless keyboard, and this thing connects pretty well. If I pull it all the way back, that couch kind of blocks where the connection is, and it's over there. You're gonna see it in a second. By I mean probably hours. But over there is the connection to my PC. And I'm about to go into how all this is wired, but this is, that connects to that, has a little trackpad on it, pretty nice. These are coasters. These are not actual NES games I'm using as coasters, don't worry. Shout out to Zach, he's been on the channel a couple times. Got me these for, I believe, Christmas one year, but these get a lot of use. Let's bounce back over here and back to the popcorn machine side. So you come over here to this side, and we have the music section, you could say. That is on the top there is my dad's record player that he had when I was growing up. And he was getting rid of it. He said, hey, do you want this for your new house? He held on to it forever for me. And it still works great, still works wonderful. What's in there? I don't know what's going on in there. Fleetwood Mac is on the spinner, as they say. And these are from Amazon. Everything's from Amazon, or IKEA in this basement. These just mount to the wall, and you can just stick and move out the different records that you have. And I think that's just awesome. Instead of having like a decoration, I can always just quickly swap these out, like what I'm listening to, what I feel like displaying. So these are just some of the albums I wanted to display at first. So I got, and these have been here a while, I need to switch them out, but got some Gorillaz, Waxahachie, a Final Fantasy X vinyl they came out with. I think some of these, like especially that Final Fantasy X vinyl, I think that Gorillaz is the first record I ever purchased. I did not even have a record player. I didn't have this record player yet at the time. I was still living at home. But got this vinyl, got all this stuff, finally able to display it. This is a receiver I got from a yard sale. I think I paid 20 bucks. I think I paid 20 bucks, if that, for it. And then down here are the rest of my records. And then those are my old CDs. And if you look at my old game room tour, I kind of talk about those a little bit more. But old CDs over here on the side. And these speakers are also from when I was growing up. This was what I played old Nintendo games on, and this was hooked into my dad's system. Then he had a receiver, all that stuff, growing up in our family room. And these are the speakers that I actually got to play on. I wanted them over in this retro corner I'm going to show you guys more of, but it just didn't fit. And I think it's more for playing records and stuff. It's better here, better suited here. So this was not a dream thing, but once I saw how big this space was and was trying to work out space stuff, and I knew that record and whatever, we wanted to have a better record display, I was like, let's just put that in the basement and let's just make it its own like grid thing here where we can, you know, have our records playing, all this fun stuff. But it sounds great, very happy to have it. And then here's my guitar, nothing too special. It's an Alvarez, I want to say, yeah. Yeah, Alvarez. I'm about to lose my mind, but yep, given to me by my dad. Next up, and if you saw it, you gotta quickly forget about it, that you ever seen it. I actually had a cable going through here, but just ignore that you ever saw that. But this is the main setup where my main consoles, this is where I spend, I would say 80% of the time down here. And that is in front of this big wall with an LG C1 4K OLED TV. When we first moved in here, I had in the past game room, that TV that was on, that we had in that past game room. And I set that back here on the same setup. This is an IKEA, it's on I forgot what the name of it was. I can't remember. But I had that sitting on there, this old Vizio TV with a TV stand. And man, it just seemed so puny. And I was like, I think I want one, whatever. And then my wife came down here and she was like, yeah, the TV is like not fitting with this space. So we made a deal. She wanted stuff with the house. I wanted this. So we shook hands and we both got what we wanted. This is a 77-inch And what I did, and you can go online, just Google it, what it is. But if you put in like TV distance calculator, you'll find it pretty quickly. I could have put a freaking 100 inches, thing on here. But where you're sitting at versus where the wall's at, that is what makes the difference. And I believe the perfect distance to this wall, to where it's, at, from where your face is at, was about 79 or 81 or something like that. But I kind of moved it away from the wall just a tad because it kind of has to with this mount, which is its own story. And now when people sit here, it just totally envelops you. It doesn't seem like it's too big. It's not too small. I'm not raising my head up. And with this mount, you can also, like we've been over and played pool or whatever, you can kind of tilt this to the side and still watch the TV. I absolutely love this thing. It is the only high-end television I've ever owned. I've only owned budget televisions like those Vizios, which I used to really like. I don't really like them that much with the newer models. I've heard a lot of complaints on those, but it took me forever to mount this because the way this was behind the wall here, the studs are not I think it's 16 inches. I could be wrong. Don't hurt me, but it just was not even because there is a main support for the house behind here, a beam and stuff. So the wall studs were really off. And with these mounts, the person that was living here before, I had to actually take out their old mounts. They were mounting just into the wall, which is a huge no. Oh my gosh. They were mounting just straight into a drywall, what's it called? Like a molly is what I've heard it called. Like, if you don't have a stud to support it. But I found a way, and they gave you different sliding kind of options and stuff, different holes and stuff. I kind of have this off. This is not centered with, and I kind of want it centered with this to the other end, not the whole wall. And that is what I did. It was kind of hard to do that, but I had to mount that kind of uneven, the main base, and then move this all the way over and then kind of slide it over. And that's what you see here. Also, what I've done, and I love this look, and that's why I was like, hey, don't remember what I did earlier because I had another cable going here temporarily. I've got a clean look from all my consoles. You don't see any wires, and that's because all of the wires go back here, and all this is hidden even back here in the utility room. All these wires go into this opening. I don't know if you can see that. And then there's also ports for my Ethernet, all the internet for the consoles. Everything is hardwired, and this goes behind the wall, and it comes back right here, and then it goes through. I got kind of lucky to where this was and where it mounted, and I was able to put it right there pretty close and go in. Another thing, you can see where this still needs painted. Some people were like, oh, I thought it was a shadow. But that was up there at the beginning, and I wanted that hidden, so I had to move that electrical port down a little bit. And you can kind of see, also you can get those from Amazon. I'm just going to say you can get them online from now on. I'm going to sound like a Jeff Bezos parrot if I keep talking this way, but get some name tags on there and you can kind of see where stuff's at. I think I ran out and need to get some more, and you can even see down there, I have some. That looks terrible, but you can just see the tags, but PS5 and all that stuff on them, but you can see where stuff goes. But yeah, love that management. Also just love this TV. Super thin, super great picture. Very happy with the TV there. But let's go into what is down here, because even though I had this at the last game room tour, I have changed what systems are here. Things look a little different. So let's talk about those. I'm going to have to get on the ground here, maybe. No, I can just sit on this table. Well, first up, let's just talk what's on the top. This is a Logitech speaker system that I have had since 2003. And there's the sub down there. I do want a sound bar. I think those are really good. Oh, you can see me if you look. Oh no, I'm still hidden. I'm secret. I do want a sound bar here. I think that's good for the space. I've heard some newer sound bars at a friend's house, a new sound bar, and it just sounds incredible. And that's what I do want here. But after this TV, and after renovating this entire space, it was like, we just can't swing it. So I got the TV, I got what I love, and this speaker doesn't sound bad. at all. And sometimes I use my headphones, but right here is where I want to put the sound bar when eventually there is money to do that. Next, down here we got the PS5, the original disc-based system. And as you can see, when I first got this, I wasn't really thinking ahead. I would have loved to have kept the doors and hid all this. I didn't do that. So I think I'm going to have to actually rebuy this. Sometimes you can get spare parts, but there's so much that I lost here. And they've made new models of this at IKEA that I think I'm just going to have to buy a new, because I love how long this thing is and how many you can fit in here. But it's not too bad. It doesn't look too bad, but I wish I would have kept the doors, because the doors go on either side and then you have an open middle, which would have been cool. But that PS5 has a cable going to it, and that has my PSVR. I might change this and put the PSVR possibly on top if there's enough room between the stand and where the TV is at. Or I might put it in one of these baskets down here to kind of hide it. Because right now just the wires, put it right here. But it's easy access. I can grab PSVR 2 right there. I'll talk about this part last, the top middle. But right here I have a charging base for these VR controllers. Right here, let me turn this light up here a little bit. The base is kind of wonky, but dang, it looks cool. And that's kind of how I feel about the PS5 too. People are like, oh, it's kind of wonky, it's kind of weird. And I was like, yeah, but dang, it looks like alien technology. Very cool. I think they both look incredible. But it's kind of hard to get the controllers into these charging ports. They're kind of right here at this base right here. And those go in. You can see me struggling here. But those just lock in. But once they're locked in, they're good. But that's that. And then I have the Tears of the Kingdom Switch OLED. I love, and I did this with the 3DS special editions as well. I wasn't buying the systems when they were first coming out. And with the Switch OLED, I didn't buy that when it came out. But when there's a special edition of a Zelda game, and they have the new console and, the games coming out the same day, like that's when I get it. So I've continued the tradition of doing that with the Switch OLED. I really, really, really like that a lot. Over here is my Xbox One, or what I will call the Xbox backwards compatible machine / the Skate 3 machine. I mostly play Skate 3 on this thing when I'm feeling like it, or it is a great backwards compatible system. What did I say? It's Xbox One X. There's so many names I frick up and mess up. This is the Xbox One X. Sorry. I do not own a Series X. I am more of a PlayStation guy. I have tried to give Xbox the benefit of the doubt, but I like the first party for PlayStation better, so that's why I still just have an Xbox One X, but which I didn't even own until recently. Right here's the PS3 that's not plugged in because I ran out of room on the stuff I'm going to be showing later, and this just kind of sits here because I didn't want to have like an empty spot right here. Last is the big thing that people might want to know about. Maybe they'll skip this part. But first up here is this is the on deck kind of games. I buy a lot of physical. I don't buy digital unless it's like an indie game, and I'm not really worried about it. So right here, playing Armored Core, Gran Turismo 7 when I get a chance. So anything that's on deck or whatever, I switch out. I'm watching a movie, Blu-rays and stuff. This all sits right here in the side. But back here is the big enchilada that powers a lot of this entire game room. Right here on the left is a HDMI switcher that I purchased from Amazon. And this thing is awesome, like the remote I showed on the side of the couch works this thing. And I have everything hooked up into this one spot. So I've got my PS5, my Switch, the Xbox One X, all hooked up into here. And then what it can do as well is when I turn on the TV, I turn on the system, it immediately switches to whatever HDMI is active. So whatever video input it can activate. Not only do I have those hooked up, but I have the PC hooked up as well. And what I'm doing with the PC is two things. So I stream, and what I have done here, and this this device, you have to actually power it as well. But I have the output of this plugged into this splitter, this HDMI splitter. And from the splitter, one goes straight to the TV. So it takes everything that I have, and then it's only going to choose one of these things. It can get kind of confusing. This goes to the TV, and then the second split out signal goes all the way up in these drop ceilings. Or actually, I'm an idiot. Disregard that. I have the splitter going over to this. So, another warning. This is another, please God, just listen to me or you're going to get into a nightmare like I did. I first split this signal, right, to go all the way over to my TV or PC to stream. And then I had another HDMI, a very long HDMI, going all the way over so I could play my PC games on the couch, which is how I prefer to play them. I prefer to play PC games on my couch. I've got that keyboard I showed you earlier, wireless, and I can just play and sit on the couch. It's just how I prefer to play. Now, warning, do not do this, do not do this, do not do this. What you have to do, I still have the HDMI coming out of here, right? That splits the signal. And this is outputting all the way to PC. But do not do it with an extra long HDMI. I don't know why they even sell them. HDMI cannot take the signal that far, and I found out the hard way. I wired all this. It took hours upon hours and days upon days to get all this stuff kind of wired, hooked up. Then my drop ceiling goes all the way down that wall and into my PC. But the issue was it was showing up black, and then I started looking up like, hey, why is my signal whatever? And they're like, yeah, you have to use Ethernet. HDMI does not like to travel more than, I would even say like 15 feet, and I think that's even pushing it from what I've read online. So what you have to do, let me move these over. These go, I have 2 transmitters, and these were pretty pricey, but they're so worth it. And they run pretty hot. They will scold you. One of these outputs, so my output for my systems goes to the, there's a transmitter and a receiver. And one of them has to be powered. It doesn't matter which one, but you have to have power into one of them. So what I've chose to do, I think, I power them over there. Both of them are powered over there. And I don't have another power thing going here. This transmits all my gameplay over here, so when I'm streaming, I can just sit over there and have my camera set up, my microphone set up over there, and my controllers are connected here and playing all my console games, and it goes all the way over there. Perfect. Everything works flawless. So that transmits over there, and then we have a second one. Why do I have a second one? Because you also need that HDMI, that cable coming all the way over from the PC, so I can play my PC games, to here, and then that outputs, and that output goes to the switcher. I don't know if that's like incredibly confusing or if that makes sense, but if you're watching this kind of looking for ideals for your room, please God, get the transmitter. So what this does is that box, the HDMI goes to the box, and I have a Ethernet cord that's 8 gajillion feet long, and that goes all the way over there, and vice versa, goes to the box, and then it converts it to the HDMI, which is a short 3-foot cord, if even that, and that goes to this, it goes to my PC and all that. Right here is the couch that you might have seen in the last game room tour. It's not exactly the same as this couch, but still got the PlayStation pillows. I got those from Etsy on there. And then also in this corner, got this from a yard sale. I think I paid $10 for it. Somebody had one of these old iMacs, and I got those, or I had this in my 5th grade classroom. I'll never forget. They just stood out to me. They were very cool looking. At the time, everything was very beige. All these computers were beige. They had the same beige, shell to them, towers to them, sorry. But this was an all-in-one, and it looked so cool with the translucent. But yeah, I got that as kind of like a display piece. I need to put something else here that better fits, but for now, that's what I have. And then have an air purifier back there. And down here are all of the action figures you're about to see. They're accessories for those action figures. So I keep all that stuff like a weird pack rat. And they go in these little containers, and they kind of stack on top of each other. So they just all kind of fit right there. But those are all my Play Arts Kai. If you've seen those videos, those are all the Play Arts Kai accessories. I kept all that crap because I'm crazy. This is a my weird trading card kind of corner. And these are like old Yu-Gi-Oh cards. There's some Pokemon cards in here. The thing that sucks, I always get mad when I look at this though, because I had a Blue Eyes White Dragon. I had some like of the cool like original starter deck kind of stuff, and a kid I knew back then stole that. I didn't really know until I saw that, and I always get mad when I see this. Because I'll go back every couple of years and forget that and keep checking and go, oh yeah, it got stolen. I lost my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Right here are some Pokemon cards. This is the Celebration stuff. I don't really collect the newer stuff outside of that, but there's some Celebration stuff in there. Or actually, I bought that from a yard sale. That's what it was. I bought that from a yard sale, and haven't like really got time to go through a lot of that stuff. This is my original kind of where I kept all these Pokemon cards before they went on the wall. You can see that in the video I had put before, or also on the channel. But what I have here are kind of like doubles that I have from that. So I have like some of the non-holographics in here. And then some just extras. I had like a ton of like duplicates and just bulk cards that I put back. So maybe I'll make the entire collection again. No, these are just here to show all that. But I also have all these old Beanie Baby cards. I was really into Beanie Babies. So maybe some of these, if I get graded, $3,000, you think? Who knows? And I think these are the old, these were in some type of, I'm trying to think, some magazine, and I think you tore these out and found these. Or these could be Burger King cards. I think these are Burger King cards, actually. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm not going for a complete set of the Burger King cards. Not happening. But yeah, there's all that. There's some extra, Japanese cards that I found. Like back in elementary school, some kids had these Japanese cards or flea markets. I don't know how I got these or acquired some of these weirder cards, but those are in here, and that's what that is. I think these I bought from a yard sale. I have to go through. They were just some I just picked apart and picked one. I put it in the set, and then back here are some newer cards, which I don't know anything about them, so I don't really care to show them. I had a little phase where I was kind of buying them or doing card pack openings for our streams, which were fun. But that's this weird corner. I'm going to call this weird corner. Now is what everyone is looking for. They might have skipped the video to find this part, but this is the retro corner. So there is a ton to talk about here. A ton of stuff is new that was not in the old video. And I'm so excited to actually be able to show all this stuff finally. Let's just start here and go around, make our way around. This is very new. I just added this the other day, but we had an extra shelf, and I was like, oh, I'll find something for it. And I put all my old VHSs in it. These are from my childhood. These I kind of picked up at a yard sale. This is not sealed, by the way. This is just a cover. It's partially sealed, I guess you could say. Someone opened it but kept the sleeve on. I found these at a yard sale, the old Star Wars tapes, VHSs right here, but everything else is from my childhood. But these old Darkwing Ducks I used to watch all the time. All these big shell like Casper, this Donkey Kong, Legend of the Crystal Coconut. Oh, great CGI, can't beat that there. But all these big shell stuff I used to watch as a kid, and this is in my whole collection here, but this is a lot of it. This right here, the most rarest thing. A water line. Yeah, that's where my water line's at. That is what's on each side of this. It was kind of unfortunate, but I worked around it. I even tried to move these things. It was a whole ordeal, but that is the water line, and that is my gas line. They actually have the gas meter inside. It's a whole thing, but if I was to pay to get that rid of, which was going to be a whole thing, that would have been uneven. I would have that just sitting out. So I was like, well, I'll just keep it symmetrical. Remember, got to keep it symmetrical. Right here is the setup that I have for accessories. So you got all these controllers, you have all the power cables, AV connectors, extra little accessories for consoles or handhelds, all that kind of stuff. What I did, and I had these in the last game room in a closet, and I think I made a separate video. I was so happy with the setup. But you get these kind of deeper kind of shelves, and they can roll around too if you need to. And what I've done is I've put, I wish I would have cleaned this before. It's, oh my gosh, it's just, oh, I'm sorry about that. But everything else I cleaned, I did dust before this video. What I did is I got Gamecube. This kind of looks messy because I've using this for a catch-all for a little bit. But other than that, I've got my N64 controllers, my, I think there's a Gamecube stuff. Yeah, Gamecube's up here. I just bought this for my N64. Very happy with this, EverDrive X7. Kind of expensive, but you can put all your games on one cart and just play it, not have to switch out carts. Love that. And I went kind of crazy with Tears of the Kingdom. I loved it so much, I wanted to kind of complete this collection. So this will have a spot someday, but there is this one you got from Walmart pre-order. They're starting to do these rare pre-orders for like Walmart. Recently was Mario Wonder with these cards and stuff, but I got that. This is a pre-order. I think Walmart, after those sold out, they started doing these Blackwell scrolls versus the gold ones. They have, it's kind of cool to show somebody these now, but this arm sleeve, I think that is the coolest freaking promo item ever. The sleeve looks like you're fricked up like Link is. And then they had this, which I had to pre-order on GameStop. When I got the collector's edition, I had to go in and show them my receipt from that, and only came in to get this when everybody was coming in to get their game, and they were not really happy. They were like, I wish they wouldn't have done that. And I was like, okay, well, they did. They wanted only physical people that pre-ordered in there coming in, I guess, but sorry, I'm online. These are extra things I used to use. You're about to see how I used to hold my controller. If you look at the old game room tour, you can see I used a ton of these. I had found something better, but I still kept these because these are cool to hold stuff, to hold cards, video games, controllers, whatever else may come. I'm keeping these. And these are the old, I had to buy, I recently, and you're going to see that, I squared out my Game Boy collection, and some of them had beat up or no inserts. And the thing is, I'm already paying freaking $150 for these boxes because I'm dumb. I would never suggest anybody do that, but I'm just so crazy. But I did buy on eBay. You can buy these. They look exactly the same as the original inserts in the Game Boy, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to get those and put those in there and stick those in. So I did that instead. There's some extra plastic protectors for the boxed games I have. Old power stuff, that's what's in here. I don't have to go, that's kind of the newer stuff. I won't have to go through these if you watch the old game room tour, but Sega Dreamcast, Xbox controllers down in here. Yeah, Dreamcast, Xbox, Sega Genesis. Actually, that might be 32X. I don't know what this is. This controller, this is always something that's evaded me. It might be Saturn. That might be a Saturn controller that I have. I don't know actually what I have right there. But I have one of those that I've kept from childhood. Old 360 accessories. On the bottom here, we've got, I've organized the NES. So this looks a little bit better as you go down. NES, Super Nintendo. Down here, a cleaning kit for the Game Boy. This old holder that I used to use, I put my old Game Boy Color in here, and I would put my Pokemon games or games I was playing in the sleeve. There's little pockets in there and stuff for inside it. Or you could zip it up inside. But Lugia, however you want to say it, whatever side of the pond you're on. And then right here is my old NES manuals. So these are manuals. My parents actually had these games, a lot of these games growing up. They used to play video games, and they threw the box away, but they kept the manuals and they had the cart. But they threw the boxes away, which a lot of people did back then. That is why, and we'll go into a little bit more, these are so ungodly rare. A lot of people just threw the cardboard boxes. It seems more disposable. Versus, if you look back here at this EverDrive, which is a Sega Genesis-like cart, or box, who's throwing that away? You know what I mean? That's plastic. It's like a DVD case or or it seems more, or the clamshell case. People weren't throwing those away and just keeping the VHS cassette. They kept those to protect them. This seems more protective, whereas the cardboard, and people are like, oh, I'll just keep the cards. I don't blame people. So, Super Nintendo, some of this is the SNES Classic setup. So that's the SNES Classic, SNES Classic. Just thought I'd put in the same thing. And we'll go back over here before we go into the consoles. Oh my gosh, my leg fell asleep. But right here is another catch-all kind of thing here. So this is Google put out a cardboard VR. I thought that was really cool. I think it was like free, or you just had to pay for shipping. It was a weird thing. So I got that. Also in here is a Retron. So I used that at my old game room because it went straight to my TV HDMI. But the thing is, that is not the best way to play these retro games. So I've got that kind of housed away at the moment here, but it's a very cool setup, and it has save states on it, and I beat a lot of games using the Retron back in the day, so I do really like the Retron. There's a whole controversy, but we're not talking about the Retron controversy. But the PSVR connectors, I kept all the PSVR connectors here. There's some extra HDMI, and just kind of a catch-all for my PC components, I think, back here. I don't know what this is. Yeah, Retron 5 cables and stuff. So, and there's just some extra HDMI. I need them. Also down here is sorry if I showed this before, if you've seen this before. This is for the Wii U. There is some 3DS stuff in here. I try to keep it generational, or as best as I could. Down here, there is, let's see, Wii stuff, and then right here are I love this. I need to get this out and play with this more with my dogs because they go absolutely ballistic. But this is for the Mario Kart Live, I think it's called, for the Switch, with the little Mario that is radio controlled. But you set these up and create your own course. But that's here as well. I think this is the base that came with the 3DS. Like, just different accessories, nothing really crazy. That's a cover my parents got me one year for the Wii U dust cover kind of thing there. But yeah. Yeah, not much to show here because a lot of stuff is being displayed now, and some controllers and stuff. But old Wii controllers, the Wii Classic controller down here, played with that a lot. And there's the start of the Switch stuff. There's the Switch accessories starting there. And then last is the absolute motherlode of, oh my gosh, if I can get this open, PlayStation accessories. This is PS1, PS2. There's the PS1 memory card, or there actually is memory cards. Oh no, it's just PS1, the Vita, or not the Vita. I think it's the Vita. There are memory stick duos for PSP or PS Vita down here, and actually, there's no way I have a Vita memory card, so this has to be PSP, I think. Yep, this is PSP memory cards I have here. PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, and then this Lara Croft. I loved this memory card. How cool is that? Memory card for the PS1. But there is a ton of controllers down here spanning from the PS1, PS2, PS3, and PS4 are all down here. I think you can see a PS4 right here as well. Yep, there's the PS4 controller right there. But you have PS3, PS4 hookups. Any hookups you need, I got the hookup. I'm your man. I'm your man with a plan. Next, let's talk about the retro console TV kind of setup here. I've always thought it was cool once people started showing these CRT differences versus the HDMI that had on the Retron. I was like, you know what? Those do have a specific look to them on the CRT. When you play these 6th gen and under consoles on them, they do look spectacular. They have a certain nostalgic feel to them that it's the way they're meant to be played. So I set out once I got this basement, I was like, well, let's build this thing. Let's build back these consoles and let's play in the way they were meant to be played. But I'll start from the top and go to the bottom. I had these at the old game room. If you looked at that old game room video, everything was kind of squished together. There was no breathing room to display the stuff I had. And there was so much I hadn't been able to show you guys. And up at the top here, we got these IKEA cubes. And in them, I'll kind of walk through what I've got. These are first 4 figures, and first 4 either puts out $800 figures or they put out like $50 really reasonable, cool looking stuff. These are the $50 reasonable cool looking stuff. And this is Spyro the Dragon and Crash Bandicoot, first 4 figures here. I think they look immaculate. I had this actually in my old game room, setting up on one of my shelves, but behind that is my PlayStation 1. So some of these consoles you guys have seen before, but never, in this way. And that is on top of these acrylic little bases. You'll see a ton of these. I bought a gajillion. It's probably hard to see because they're supposed to not be seen, but you can see between his legs there. What is the PS1 sitting on? It's this acrylic kind of transparent base. And they are everywhere. They're awesome to kind of, because I could put these behind there, but the PS1 would be really even more hidden. So I love that these are all over the place to make stuff look better. But some of these stories I want to repeat because they're really cool. Some of this stuff I can't remember if I even told at the time, but this PS1, that sticker, I was on a job. I do work in video, and I was shooting a place that did printing. And towards the end of the shoot, they brought out this big book, and they're like, "Hey, can you just flip through this and get this in the video? It's all our past work." And in that was this sticker, and I got the thing, and I went and saw the guy, and was like, "Hey, when I was a little kid, I got that from the magazine, and I slapped that on my PS1. I remember this sticker. That was you guys? You made this?" And they were like, "Yeah." And they're like, "If we find more, we'll give them." I never heard back from them or whatever, but it was cool to meet the people that actually made that sticker that I looked at so many years as a kid. And for some reason, that's just a kid thing to do. You put it on top of your console. You know what I mean? And normally, I don't like stickers on my console, and I don't like that to this day. But as a kid, and I think that I didn't want to take it off. I could take it off and make it look better, but it's memories. You know what I mean? So I thought that was really cool. Over here is a PS2 Slim that I picked up recently. I never owned a PS2 Slim. I'm trying to get some of these Slim consoles that I missed out on, and one of those was the PS2, and that fit perfectly here because it's freaking small. And then I decided to put what I think is one of the only cool-looking Soras that they've put out. The other ones just don't get the face right, but this is from Dream Drop Distance, and then I have Ratchet and Clank here, and I can't remember if it was the last video, if I still had these, but I sold a lot of the other Ratchet and Clank figures. I only wanted to keep the stuff, again, that I want on my shelf. That's what I'm going to stress to you guys. I'm not trying to go for 100% complete on these consoles, all this other stuff. It's stuff that really matters to me, is how I like to collect personally. Now, I say that, and I like to go watch people's complete collections that they have on YouTube, but for me personally, for physical space and what I like looking at, it's stuff that brings back the memories. So, got Ratchet and Clank here, and Quark. I thought these figures were immaculate. I thought they were really, really well done, especially Quark there. Just looks perfect with this, the little monkey guy, the Cyclops monkey, and Clank there. But yeah, these just kind of open. You can just put whatever you want in them, but I like those wall shelves from IKEA. We have an IKEA shelf. Oh, we've lost, I forgot what this guy's name is, Buzzrat or something. But right here is this shelf it's kind of a recent development. I'm kind of working on it. Do not judge me. Please don't judge me in the comments. Judge me for everything else except this. I just got a Sega CD the other day. It was one of the last things on my list. I bit the bullet and got this thing. It was very hard on me to pay as much as I did, but it was one of the last consoles I wanted. I'm not going after 100% completion to get all these consoles throughout the years, but the Sega CD does have a special place in my heart. I sold it years ago. I haven't made many stupid, selling video games mistakes in my past, as a lot of people, you might have your own, oh my gosh, I sold a complete in-box X or Y game, and it's worth millions of dollars now. Well, Sega CD I had, and I got rid of it. But I got it back the other day. Wanted to put it back on one of these shelves. I had a whole kind of setup for it down here. We'll get to in a second. Didn't fit. With how my collection is, didn't fit. And I was like, oh my gosh, the box for it is not going to fit. What am I going to do? So I put it in front of these other figures that didn't have anything behind them at first. And this Xbox one, I kind of moved over to kind of give symmetry in this spot. So Xbox is here too, the original Xbox. So I was like, well, let's, these boxes are so big, let's give them, a lot of room to sit. So right here on the side, a lot of action figures are new. A ton that you guys have not seen, but these are all from my childhood except for I want to say that guy. Yeah, I had these two, and then once I was like setting up, I was like, I started seeing like online, I was looking up like, did I have a lot of these, or that's what I was looking up, like people's names, like what are the names of these biker mice from Mars? I knew that name, sorry. I just didn't know the names of the characters. And I think I bought that from eBay for like $8 or something. $8, not 80. But yeah, these are my figures from my childhood. I played with these. I loved these figures. My dad, I was at, if you watched, I have another video on my channel. I'm going to put that up here now. We went to a mall in the area, and they had a place called Biggs inside. If you're around, I don't know if they had those everywhere, but that was kind of a big grocery store. I was in a cart. My dad was not watching me. I was very young. I would say 3. I would maybe say 3, maybe 4. I fell out of the cart, climbing around being a goofball. I fell, busted my head, cried, whole ordeal, and my grandparents bought me this action figure to cheer me up. I do remember that. It's all the bad stuff in your life. You kind of really stick. I'll never forget that till I'm like dead that I got that. But over here, right here in the center, is my favorite. Growing up, I loved Darkwing Duck. I watched this 8 gajillion times. I'm not even kidding. I loved Darkwing Duck. This figure right here is this kind of bigger scale. I loved this. Has this cloth cape to it. I think this still looks good. For a figure made in the 90s, this is still a pretty solid figure. We have some new techniques, but it has the ripples in the shirt for the 90s. Guys, you gotta, please, if you're wearing a hat, take off your hat and salute the figure makers in the 90s, because this is just incredible for the 90s. Amazing, amazing, immaculate work there. But yeah, this was on Disney. They played this on Disney. I have these tapes over here that I watched on repeat a gajillion times, along with on Disney Channel. Or actually, we did not have Disney Channel growing up. Too expensive. But I did watch those, or when stuff would come on. I remember catching it somehow. Some other ones we watched, but here's all the figures here. I think, what's this one named? Lightfoot or something? I forget the names. This is a newer figure. I forget who made this. I want to say Funko did it. Who made you? Who made you? But this is a newer figure, kind of a remake of that, and I had to get that. I think they remade him as well, but I did not get that one. Just got that one. And that's the original. I think I'm missing the cape. It's somewhere. But his head pops off, or his hat pops off here. Oh yeah, there's a button that like spins his hat. Sorry. These, very funny story behind these. These, I have another one right here, and then this one. They were all inside of cereal boxes. Sorry about the focus here. But they were in cereal boxes. Oh my gosh, let me focus. I think you actually had to mail in, or they would come in with something, you bought something or whatever, you had to send it in to get these. I think that's how it was. I don't think these were actually in Kellogg's like kind of cereals. I think they were a mail-in thing. The reason I remember it might have been a mail-in thing is because I would get these. And I am like 3, I don't even know if I could talk yet, or if I was, it was barely. Like I wasn't really that old. And I would turn these around and I would look at them and I would inspect them as a little kid. And then I would throw it, and I would get crazy because what I was doing is it would have like a mark on the bill or whatever. So then my parents would order another one, and I literally had like 15 of these, and I think I still have them. I kept all of them because they just were really funny. But I had all of these. I had probably 10 of them because my parents had to keep getting them because I wanted the perfect one. I wanted one without any blemishes on it and stuff. So my parents always still talk about it, and that's how I still am to this day, of like perfection, not perfection, but like quality. I'm a recovering perfectionist is what I should say, but that was from childhood. Like I still just wanted things to look right. I wanted things to be right. I didn't want blemishes. I didn't want crap all over my figures. I took care of my stuff. I didn't play with stuff or whatever, but like, yeah, I didn't destroy stuff. You know what I mean? Like I kept good care of my stuff, and that was a quality I've that's worked well for me to even have this collection, because a lot of this stuff is original stuff from my childhood that I took care of, and I kept it. And I'm very happy I did that. That's worked out to a point where it's like I can enjoy this stuff and look back on it now. And I didn't have to go out and race and rebuy my whole entire childhood collection, just part of it. Back here is from Bucky O'Hare, which is a cartoon as well. And then we have Real Angry Monsters from Nickelodeon. These figures are some of the coolest. There's a lot of great 90s figures, but some you just look back and they're like, oh my gosh, these were great. Like this, his eye comes out, he's just holding it. This presses down, or he kind of pulls up. I forgot the freaking names. What was his name? I forgot the freaking names of the Aura monsters. But, and this has hair on the armpit. Just great freaking figures. All these little effects, and these are kind of rubber and whatever. Like they just were so fun. So fun. But this is my original Xbox box that I got. I got this very late in the console's life cycle. I got the PS2 first, the GameCube second, and then the freaking year that the 360 was coming out, I got this at the very beginning. I think I got it for Christmas '04 or something like that, or I think it might even be summer, because I was wanting to get through Halo before we came back for Halo 2. And I was like, well, I better like, or no, that's what it was. I wanted to play Halo 2. So I got this, and it's like, okay, let's get this. So we got the Xbox, and then quickly after that in '05 was when the 360 came out. So I was very, very late to that console. Right here is the actual setup and what consoles I have down here. First is this TV. This television was in my parents' house in that original game room tour. It wasn't in that game room tour, but that was the room it was in. And I got this TV in '03. Yeah, '03. And it's a flat screen CRTV. So back then it was like, oh shoot, this is a flat screen. And this has a bit of a better picture. I think the rounded ones are more nostalgic and are cool. I don't know if anybody wants to fight me in the comments like what is better, flat or the CRT, but I thought it was like futuristic back then. I was very happy with it, but I really, really liked this TV, and it went on a journey. It did go on a journey. I got my first HD television in '07, and I gave this television to my grandpa, and my grandpa has had it in his garage since then. So I got this back about a year, 2 years ago, and put this here. So this actually was in his garage for 20 years. And I don't know if something screwed up with it on the side. The image is kind of, it's cropped. I don't know if there's something I can do. I've tried to change settings or whatever, but it might have been just from 20 years being in a garage that gets really cold and really hot throughout the year. But it was cool to just get that back and just put that back to use. So shout out RCA, not really a big one for you get to see in quality, and we're talking about Sony or all these other ones, but yeah, I was happy to get that back. Right here is a security camera. It is recording us. This is a weird stuff that we'll talk about here in a second. Is this stuff jumped in ungodly value over COVID? The value of all this stuff was not like that in 2018 when I first was getting these cases and stuff, and just had these games set up and all these games out. But now that things have changed, like this basement holds a lot of valuables, so I had to get some type of security stuff down here. So that is what that is on the left. That is not the new PlayStation, don't worry. But to the right of it is the PlayStation 2. Vertical here on the top, because you'll see I didn't have enough room below. There is some stuff I could do where stuff could go, but I liked kind of the aesthetics of how I got it set up. To the right of it is something I got online, Amazon. Sorry, Jeff Bezos. I'll keep helping you out. This is a switcher for AV cords. So now that we're on the original, we're not on this. We're not on HDMI. This is an an 8 input. Yeah, an 8 input thing I got. I think that's the highest it even went online, but this holds all my consoles into it perfectly. It works perfect. It's great, 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 great. Highly suggest it if you have an old setup. But I know people are probably going to be in the comments like, oh, if you want the best image, you got to get this and it goes through a receiver. Probably, but again, I'm just kind of playing for nostalgic purposes. I do like the look on the CRT TV, and I know there's some other stuff I could do. Maybe put down some recommendations of stuff I could do to get an even better image. Maybe S-Video, I don't know, which is the one kind of port. I don't know what's better, but that is what I did for everything to get the visuals I'm getting. Over here on the right is the Wii, which I think, yeah, that was just in a shelf before in the old gaming video. And it's just sitting there at the top on the right. Let's go down into the left. Now, here is the TV stand I got, which was not what I was planning. I was planning to get something very similar to what I had over there on the right. Not on the right, whatever in the main setup, more simplistic, minimalistic. But if you look at, and we haven't gone over this, but there is a fireplace down here. This kind of aesthetic, rustic kind of look. I was sitting here, you know, kind of looking through what shelves I could do. Like I was sitting right here and I was like, wow, like that kind of looks like the freaking, the cover, the grilled cover to the fireplace. So I ended up going with that. My wife even freaking loved this in her decoration stuff. She was like, yeah, that was the right choice. It just has a rustic, retro kind of look to it anyways. I was almost even going to get an old shelving thing, but this actually kind of fit my needs perfectly. And also, it keeps dust out. So you'll see that's a big thing for me. I'm keeping those in there. I'm keeping my consoles inside of this. There is some air, you know, that can get through there. However, it's less so with these doors that can get in dust-wise. So at the top, and all of these systems are plugged in, and all of these systems are playable. They're all in that 8 input stuff, and you can just hook it up and play at any time. So right here is my NES. Don't mind this. This is just extra cord management stuff here on the side to the right. But that is my NES. From childhood, that was my parents that they played with before I was born, and then I inherited it. I was able to take it with me, but that is my parents' NES original. It's my Sega Genesis that I sold the Genesis and the Sega CD at a yard sale. I do remember doing that at the time. Wasn't a good idea. Well, I did it, and I had to buy that again at a flea market, and I got my Genesis, and then just weeks ago, I got the Sega CD hooked up, and I'm still wanting to play some more in that that I recently have purchased for the Sega CD. So that's it down there. In the middle here, we have my childhood SNES. Below that is the Sega Dreamcast hooked up. Some of these, I think before, were just sitting on the shelf, but these are actually in use now. They are all plugged in the way they were meant to be enjoyed. And right here is my Nintendo 64 with a very new, just purchased EverDrive. And I love this thing. I think I've been able to play games that I have not played and just sit here and just relax and enjoy those. And what's nice too is these cardboard boxes. When you take stuff out and you're opening them constantly and putting them back in, you're damaging the box. And that's something you just didn't think of as a kid, but now you're older and you're going to preserve that stuff. And I want to see this stuff on a shelf. It's like, oh, dang, I don't want to keep taking those in and out. Get yourself an EverDrive. There is some knockoffs, but just do it right. Just pay the money for the EverDrive. Get the games you played and remember on there and play them on there. Like that is just such a great way to enjoy these games. And I'm very impressed with it so far. So really enjoying it. And then lastly is the original Xbox, as I was saying earlier. That was my last I got for the 6th gen of consoles back then. And they are all hooked up and they are all ready to go there. And when I'm actually playing and I have the cord, you know, the cables and stuff, this door just kind of stays open, and then I just run the controller over and just play that way. And then right here is just a IKEA. This thing kind of sucks because it always rides up on the bottom here. It's a very cheap whatever, but yeah, like you can't even pull it all the way over. It's kind of jacked up, but It's kind of a, what do you call it, ottoman kind of thing. Pull at the top, and in here I've got whatever controllers I'm like immediately using all the time right here. So right now I actually bought this little extra or redesigned N64 controller, which I really like. It's kind of small for my hands. I don't even have that large of hands. It's kind of small side, but I love this a lot more. It's a lot more. It has the Z buttons and it just has that same Z button on each side, so it's more like a traditional controller. Still has the port back there for the memory cards and all that. Love this thing, and it's way better. The N64 controller just makes no sense. So there's other ones on the market that are redesigned, even probably better than this, but I enjoy playing with this. This one, got the Sega Genesis. I'm playing that Sega CD. This I bought on eBay. It's probably going to blow up one day, but it's this from China, if you can't tell. But it plugs in, and I was having so much issues with the CRTV where it's kind of cutting off that bottom line I was telling you guys about, that this actually, you plug this in and it has an ungodly strong magnet, and you just kind of wave it over the TV and it kind of warps the image and kind of straightens the image out if there's any problems in there. So keep this in here just in case for that. And then right here is my Switch. This is my main Switch case, and I have a bunch of games in here, controller stuff. I bring this when I go fly, all that stuff on vacation. And then down here are 2 Donkey Konga controllers. Loved Donkey Konga growing up, and me and my cousin used to play that all the time. Loved that. This is a strap for the Wii, or not the Wii, the oh my gosh, I forgot the name of it. The Switch game, the fitness thing. Shoot, I forget it. But here's the big band. But I work out every day, and this right here about killed me. This is unbelievably hard, like as you go in that game, which I can't freaking forget the name of it. So I feel really bad. But yeah, that's all that's in here. What the heck is this? I don't know. Oh, this is a multi-tap for the PS2. I don't know why that's in here, but that's in here as well. It's kind of weird. But yeah, you can just hide some stuff in here, but it's I would not recommend this. I'd recommend another ottoman that's kind of bigger. I'll probably have to get one eventually that works better. But that is the retro playable area. And the next thing that we're going to get to is the actual games, the figures, all this extra good stuff that you've been waiting for, the dinner. You've just had the appetizer so far. This first section here is very, very close to me. These are the first game systems I've played. If you look here, I don't have Atari. I was not close with the Atari. I was not close with the first gen. I was not close with the second gen. I started with the third gen of gaming consoles, and that included Nintendo Entertainment System up here in the corner. And this goes all the way to the 5th gen. So we're going to talk at length here what these games are, a couple memories with certain games right here, how I acquired some of this stuff. And then right here in the middle is my book, my strategy guide, kind of art book and Blu-ray collection that I got. So we'll talk through all of that. So coming over here, opening these up. Again, these are Billy bookcases with these glass doors you can get for them. They have since changed the design. You'll see over here they're white all around with this white base. I think it looks better on there, but I still have this silver one here and it worked out. I just kept the silver over here in this corner. But we'll start up here at the top. Now, last time that you saw some of this stuff, I did not have the room to be doing this stuff, to be showing the front of the boxes and showing figures, but I'm so happy. And a big rule and a big thing, I tried my best. It's not perfect, but one thing that I used to do in my very first, you can go back and watch that video at my parents' house, the very first game room tour, is I had a lot of figures sitting in front of these game systems that or console spines at the time. And that just, you're hiding the artwork of the front of them, or you're hiding the artwork on the spine, and I didn't really like that. So what I try to do the best on is I try to, even Earthworm Jim over here is as corner as he can. Donkey Kong's not in front of the box. I try to not block the box. So see, there's very small Sonic figures are right here. They're not, the big one's not taking up a whole lot of space in front of it. I just try to, that's kind of my design philosophy. But The other philosophy was if you looked at that old collection, it was a bunch of spines in the Billy bookcase from that last video. And I have all these fun figures, and the front design is so beautiful on these old retro boxes that's like, man, I have to show this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I have got to show people how cool these look. So that is what I went for. So a design philosophy was kind of, let's show the spines, let's get the collection in there, but, you know, let's show the front cover. Let's put figures from that era or figures from games from that console. And I also, and this took weeks and weeks, it's unbelievable. It might seem silly to even say it, but it took me weeks to actually put all this together once I had all the, well, not only the bookcases together, and forming them and getting everything kind of right and situated exactly where I wanted it. But the other thing was, this flows in order from the very beginning of when I first played a video game all the way to modern day current systems. So I wanted that to, I didn't want PS5 over here right after in Nintendo. I didn't want whatever. I could have probably fit in you know, combined some stuff. I could have had multiple shelves with multiple like system games on it. I could have done that, but I didn't want to do that, and that's why it's so spread out right now, is because I wanted to give each system like a display, and it looks cool, and it's not crunched together, and it just is pleasing to the eye. So that's kind of the design philosophy. Let's get into it. I know I'm speaking a lot right now, but let's start with the NES here. At the top, we got the light gun. Again, this is all the original stuff my parents had. And what you'll see, that the rest of my collection is complete in box. All of these are complete in box games that I kept as a kid. These aren't loose, except for the NES. And my reasoning behind that was because back then when I'm a kid, all we had was like kind of an NES kind of storage, you know, little box. And my parents, again, they kept the cartridge and they kept the manual, but they threw the box away. Okay, quick update. After filming this video and explaining, hey, these boxes are long gone, I'm only collecting loose, you know, we don't have any of my childhood boxes. My parents' house, they had an issue with a leak coming in from the roof, so they had to get up in the attic. And while they were up there, my dad was up there checking it out. He decided to open one of the boxes. This sounds crazy because all this is going on right now with this game room. Open up the box, and here are my old childhood boxes to my video games that I did not know existed. I thought they might have just bought these from flea markets. I didn't know where they came from or threw away the boxes. I don't remember ever seeing an NES box as a kid, but this is literally, I mean, when I'm under the age of 3. And I just don't remember these, and they kept them. And these are the Moffat Conspiracy, this Rolling Thunder box, are kind of rough. But the Punisher, they kept the shrink wrapped on. It's not new, it's not sealed, but they kept that on as a cover. The Super C is extremely minty. Moffat Conspiracy, like I said, kind of been up here. Batman is super minty, and they have the styrofoam in them. They have the registration cards in them. I about passed out when I got a message saying, hey, I found some empty boxes. I didn't know what she meant at first, and then she sent me this picture, and I almost passed out. I'm actually going to go back and see if there's even more, and that'll be edited in. But for now, I've got a new issue. How am I going to fit these in here? But I love having this problem because I just thought these were gone forever. It's really special to see all this. So I continued that. I said, why do I need to get the boxes? I'll get to these in a second. I was like, why do I need to get the boxes again? I'm not rebuying these. I'm not going out and searching for the box for frickin' Dragon Warrior here or Goonies 2. I'm just not going to do that. My parents never had it. They had the manuals. We still got those. I'm just doing that. And that was my like decision. Right here is the very first video game I ever played when I think I was 3. I'm pretty sure I was 3, but it was Batman on the NES. So I have that front displaying there. And this is NECA did a series. I think they did this for Predator as well, and maybe Friday the 13th. They did this too. But this is a figure. I might have displayed it at the old Game Room tour, but now I put it with the NES, and the colorway on this is what this looked like in the Batman game, is what they made it look like. I think that is so cool. Moving down here is the boxed NES. So I said, hey, what the heck? I thought you just said it. Yeah, well, I'm a hypocrite. There were certain games that I said, you know what, let's go the extra mile and let's get complete in box, because they are the most classic of the classics. So that's what I did. When did I do this? Back in 2013, I started getting adult money. I had a way better job than I even have now, paying wise. I'm much happier now, but I had an incredible paying job at the time, living at home, and I just went on a shopping spree because I was living at home and I wasn't paying rent. And I took all that money and I went back and was like, okay, what do I want to hit up before, I get married, get all this stuff going on with life. And I went back and I got it out of my system, and I wanted all these old games I didn't have, or consoles or whatever. So that was 2013 to 2015-ish. 2 years of just buying stuff, saving up or whatever, and getting this stuff. And part of that was getting these original Mario games. And this one is really cool. I'll show it someday, but this is, so all these came off eBay. I bought all these. I wasn't going to find these at a local supermarket. But this has the original price, which was $24, I think $99 or something, that's on there on the side. And normally I wouldn't like stickers, I wouldn't like this stuff, but this shows it was played with. It showed it has some history to it. And also in here is the original receipt. And I thought that was so amazing when I got that and opened it up when I got home. But pretty fair condition, but with the age and stuff. But I'm very happy to get this, and I think this will only go up in price. And these also, all my boxed games have these protective covers you can get off eBay, and I highly suggest, if you're going to collect boxed, to do that. These boxes are just, they're not strong. People threw them away for a reason, and I put plastic covers on all of them to keep them protected. And then these recently, when COVID hit and these collections ballooned, or all these, the gaming market just absolutely exploded, I actually had to really go online and look at these two, because I had purchased these, like I said, in 2013, 2014-ish. I had to go back because these copies are ultra clean, and I was like, oh, I got a repro. But now the market is kind of, there's a parasite in the market with these kind of reproduction. People kind of rip people off, so I got kind of spooked but I bought these in 2013 when that was less kind of prevalent. These were still, I had to pay up. Now when I say pay up, it was funny back then. I think I paid like $50 for these. I think 60. Back in that time, I could be off a little bit, but these have definitely gone up in price. I think they're maybe 100 now-ish. I could be wrong. But I had to look these up, and be careful if you're collecting that these can actually be repros now. But this is such a clean copy, I thought it was a repro, and I looked it up, it's not, but I got spooked for a second. Metroid, I wanted to get all the Metroid games. I think I'm missing the Metroid Prime, the Federation Force on 3DS, because it's like I don't really want to own that, and I don't have the Metroid Pinball, which I used to have and I sold it. But yeah, I think it's a classic. I wanted to have that for my collection here. And then you got to get all the Zelda games. I wanted to have those complete in box, and that's what you see here too. And then to go with it, I love that they did these. These were so cool. They put out these amiibos that are the 8-bit amiibos, and those go perfect with this shelf. Just kind of fleshes it out. You got the Mario here, and you got Zelda here, and you got a stray Metroid. They didn't make a Metroid amiibo, but it's just chilling there too. And this is the NES Classic console that I have sitting there, just chilling. So that was the NES. Let's get to the SNES. Now, I have a controversial opinion about the SNES. I think this is when games became games. I think this was like the beta. I think we were at beta stage right here with the NES. I got fond memories. I'm with you. I played this growing up. This was very close to me. This was where stuff got real. Like they had, the Donkey Kong soundtrack is the best soundtrack of all time to this day. You just had amazing gameplay, amazing graphics. We started getting a design philosophy with the like solid on this era. So I have a real soft spot for the fourth generation of video games. You'll see here soon. I got 2 consoles from that area there. But this is my Super Nintendo. So that was the NES. I don't know if I said that from my parents had bought, and they kept the box. That was the thing that I thought was cool too. They kept this box, and we had it in our garage forever. Same thing with this. This was, and I have pictures from, like, I had this for my 5th birthday, I think. My parents got this for me, and it came with Donkey Kong Country loose. There was a loose copy of it included in this kind of bundle. Under that is this Super Nintendo Classic with a actual Super Nintendo controller back there, as you can see. We got Earthworm Jim. This was another NECA. I love that look. I think they just put out a new one, but I was pretty happy with that. I think I'm just going to stick with that, but loved Earthworm Jim on the Super Nintendo. So just try to keep with the theme, like what game, you know, an action figure for that console, from that era. I love looking at these, and just when I look at them, I'm just looking back through time. You know what I mean? So, and right here, and I had this in the old game room, and I actually had somebody ask me in the last game room tour video about this Donkey Kong. Come to find out, it's pretty freaking rare. This was a Toys R Us exclusive that my parents got for my 21st birthday, I think, and I love this thing. This thing is just modeled great, but it's pretty big. But yeah, that was a Toys R Us exclusive, so that thing is pretty rare now, and I did not know until that person asked, and I kind of looked into it, and I was like, oh, I don't know how to find this thing, or it's kind of harder to find, more expensive, but love the look of that Donkey Kong. And he was kind of a chore when I had him out and not in the shelving. So that's another thing with these Billy bookcases. This keeps out a lot of dust, because you're going to get dust. This helps, this air purifier over here. Again, another, I'm giving hot tips all day long. If you guys want them, cool. If you don't, sorry. This air purifier does help with dust, but also what helps with dust is just shutting these doors and keeping these things behind doors. You can still see it through the glass, but you don't have to worry as dusting as much. It does get dusty still, but it takes a long time. It takes a much longer time in these cases. But this was such a chore because they have ridges. He has these ridges of the fur, and to dust it was kind of a chore. But glad I don't have to do that as much now. Under that, and you'll see why this took weeks for me to kind of get these all set up, is because this middle shelf, this is a support shelf, and it is fixed in here on the side. This is screwed in to the actual unit of the shelf. It's screwed in. All these other ones, you can move these pegs and move them however you want, which I did 8 million times to figure out how I wanted it. But because it's that way, you can't move that. So you're restricted from the bottom half to the top half. You have to make sure it lines up with this. That if you want something to fit, and you'll see throughout all this other stuff, you'll see the puzzle I solved. It took weeks. You can't move this. So you have to work within those confines of the systems and the consoles you're putting in. So here's my Super Nintendo collection. It's kind of squished because I wanted to show that Donkey Kong is so big, and because of how my collection is. And that's the other thing too, like, that's why I'm not stressing for people, or I'm not like, hey, people, like, don't collect complete if you really, really don't want to, because my collection is going to look a lot different. Everyone's going to have a unique collection, so mine looks a lot different. Somebody could have 300 of these Super Nintendo games, cool. Like, those mean something to them or whatever, but these are the games that mean something to me. So there is Donkey Kong, and when I was collecting in 2013, 2014, there was an arcade, shout out Arcade Legacy. We featured them on the channel before. I went there and did a podcast and shot some stuff before for a podcast there, but great guys. But back in the day when collection hadn't jumped up, they had this copy of Donkey Kong Country that came in, mint, super clean. So what I started doing there back in that era, the early 2010s, is in the mid 2010s, I wanted to, again, like, complete my collection games I never had. I never had Donkey Kong Country 3, my aunt did. So what I did is I went back and got, you know, Donkey Kong Country 3. I had Earthworm Jim 1 or 2, but I never had 1 complete in box. So I went back and got some of these, and then this I cleared out. I helped my parents clear out. They used to sell at the flea market, and they had an old storage that they still were paying on for years, and I helped them clean it out. And in that storage thing, I found this. I thought I had forgot. I thought it was like sold or gotten rid of years ago, but I remember this. This is my old copy of Star Wars, Super Star Wars. And on the back you can see, and it doesn't matter to me because it just adds to the memories, I, for some reason, was trying to get a pen to work. I was trying to draw something, so I used this as the, to get, the scribbles and stuff working. So I need to get a plastic cover for it. I think I ran out. I used all of them, so I got to buy probably a 5-pack just for one, but all these other ones are complete. But here is the issue I ran into with Super Nintendo. Even back in 2013, back when I was making that much money, it was still too much. And now it is astronomical. Out of all the systems, Super Nintendo is unbelievably the most expensive for stuff that I care about. Some people might go, oh, Neo Geo, like they're $1,000 a cart. Yeah, you're right. But for what I'm into, a lot of the mainstream is into with Super Nintendo, like it started getting insane. So I bought a couple of these I really cared about. I resold the carts. Like I had some of these like loose carts still, and I resold the carts. I resold the manuals if I had the manuals with them. I did that, and I kept the box, and I made a complete copy. This Zelda is complete with the map in it. I just found out I have to turn this around. You could put these in, and I accidentally put them in backwards, so you see that flap in there. I gotta fix that. Ignore that. But that is a complete box copy of Zelda. And then this, I want to show you how much things have changed. When I was buying, I had a rule. I said, 2013 to 2015, I said, I'm not going to buy, my most expensive game is going to be $100. I cannot pay more than $100 for a game. That is unbelievable. So I paid $100 on the dot for Super Metroid, and I cringed through it. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. I played it during the Wii Virtual Console when that came out for the first time, and I was just amazed by Super Metroid. Super atmospheric, great gameplay, and for a 4th-gen game, that's why I say games kind of awakened in this era. There is just mood, there is just music, there's the stuff that like the 3rd-gen did not have. And I adore this period. I think this is people that say this is their favorite gen. I get it. Like this is an incredible generation of games. So bought that for $100 back then, and then I bought that I don't know 75, 80 at the time possibly, but very clean copies. The Super Metroid has a little damage to the box, but I'm just very happy to have that at all, especially now with prices ballooning as much as they did. So that is my Super Nintendo. You'll see here in a second, this Toy Story has a funny story that you'll just remember. Toy Story. Remember Woody's face here. You're gonna want to remember that. But yeah, I did the same thing with Donkey Kong when I bought that and resold the cart that was in there and kept my original cart from my childhood, and from that wanted a complete copy there. So that's the way I like to collect. I like to have a complete box. I like to see the box, to look at the manual, and to have that whole thing sitting on my shelf. I think they look really cool. Next is Sega Genesis. I did sell my console, but because my box was kind of up in the garage where my parents would just keep all this stuff, like big consoles, big like purchases, they kept the box to all that stuff. And that rubbed off on me. I did that to a lot of stuff. But we weren't like big pack rats, but we kept that stuff in the top of our garage and kind of hid it away. And you can see here, this was bought at the mall that I talked about in my the mall video there, and that's Biggs, and for $119. And on the, I think inside, I don't think it's on the box, I can't remember, there is they used to do something, I'm pretty sure they don't do it anymore, but back in the 90s and prior, I don't even think they did, they might have done it into the 2000s a little bit, was called layaway. And for the young people that are watching this, layaway was something where you could, I think, pay as you go until you were able to actually afford it. So they would hold it. You could basically pay to hold that item if it was kind of a hot item, which the Genesis was, and that's what they did. They kind of held it away for me, and my parents paid on it as time went on, and they paid it off, and they got it for my birthday. So very appreciative of my parents for the stuff that they bought. Birthdays and Christmases were always great. I couldn't have asked for more. There wasn't a period where I looked back and went, well, I really, didn't have a good childhood. They really helped me out. So it's cool on that. I can see they went and purchased it on my birthday and brought it home. and you can still see that date. I think it was 94 or 93 or something like that. I think it was 94. But there is this, I forgot who made this, but this is I love this old style Sonic. It looks like the old box art Sonic there. These came from Big Lots back in the day. They made these series of these bendable figures, and they don't look the best now, but I really liked them. And I've talked about this in previous videos that gaming merchandise or figures were so sparse from the mid 2000s and before. And then after that, we got in the 2010s. Yeah, you're getting like some cool stuff made, and video game the industry really changed, and really cool figures started getting made. But I think that was I think that was right around the time this came out. So this was a mid kind of 2010, early 2010s figure. I think it looks great. Looks like his original look in the Sonic games, original Sonic games. But yeah, these are not the best quality of a figure, but you know what? I enjoy it. If it'll focus. There it goes. Yeah, that was Sega, and in the story here too, that's my original, or no, it's not my original controller. I got that when I bought it again at the flea market. These games, so I sold off. I kept that box. It was the only thing that remained, and I rebought. This was some of the first stuff I started filling back up on when I got that job, because I had sold all these in the yard sale to buy other stuff. I don't know what I was thinking, but I purchased this stuff first. The Sega Genesis. I wanted to get back on the Genesis train. And that's exactly what I did. I went and got Aladdin at the flea market. I got Sonic 2. I think I have a picture of the first day. It's like, hey, I'm getting back into collecting. And I love that I took that picture, because it reminds me of just like this journey that I went on for years of like seeking this stuff out. So there is the 3 Sonic games I had as a kid. I basically repurchased everything as I had as a kid. None of this stuff was like new. This was all stuff I remembered as a kid owning for sure. And the only I take that back, 2 things survived along with the box. Out in the garage, looking in drawers and stuff, I found my copy of Sonic and Knuckles and X-Men 2. And I just love these games that I have here. Lion King is hard as hell. Oh my gosh, it's the hardest thing on planet Earth. But I loved that. I got that back. Aladdin was so fun playing. And some people will fight and say, hey, the Aladdin on Super Nintendo is a lot better, and Earthworm Jim's way better on Genesis than Super Nintendo or whatever. Because I had such nostalgia for playing Earthworm Jim on Super Nintendo, I'm going to play it on that. I think I've even heard people say the Sega CD version is kind of better for Earthworm Jim, but I went back and bought the versions I remembered as a kid that meant something to me as a kid. And I just got all my games back, all the Sonic games. And like I said, like not a huge library of Genesis games, but that's what I owned. And back then, games were way more expensive. It was birthdays and Christmases is when I got this stuff. It was a lot different world. There was a lot less, I think a lot less games coming out than now. There's just so much content coming out now that's just hard to keep up with between movies and games and stuff. But yeah, and I love the X-Men games. These are classic. I recently bought, and I'm trying to find a place here in this retro area to put it, but there is a poster, and I purchased that off eBay. I was waiting and found somebody that put that up separately, that poster on eBay for the X-Men, because I had that on my door growing up, and I want to get those original posters that I remember growing up too in this corner. That'd be really cool. But love that X-Men, and especially the X-Men 2 game. Both of those are just classics. And down here is probably the newest section that I have, and that is the Sega CD section. And what I had before was this. I was slowly, all I had down here was this Lethal Enforcers. That is my original from when I was a kid that I had. It has the gun still, has all that stuff. It's complete in box and has the game in it. And me and my dad used to play that a lot. This is such a weird system, and we sold that along with the Genesis back in the day for me to get some other games or whatever I got. But I had fond memories of the Sega CD as I got older. I was like, man, I remember there was a handful of great games, and that included all that you see here. That's really was my full collection of Sega CD games, along with, I think Sewer Sark is in the back here. It's hiding back there because had a loose copy that came with the Sega CD. For the past year, 2 years, I've bought these when I get them, when I was able to get them some good deals on them. But these prices, man, they just jumped up. So some of this stuff is post-COVID I'm collecting. This stuff was pre-COVID, got it, and I was happy. And then I was like, crap, you know what? I really remember these Sega CD games and really enjoying these games a lot. You can see I haven't removed the sticker from that, buying it on eBay, that white sticker. But yeah, I'm happy to get these back. It took a while. It was pretty expensive, but that Mickey Mania is another one, along with that X-Men, that had a poster, and I had to get this with the poster again, and I want to hang it again in this area. I want to bring back that childhood bedroom kind of feel to this area, this little safe area. This is my safe space, I guess you could say. But yeah, these are all the games I owned. I'm trying to remember if I had any more, but again, games were expensive. It was hard to get these games, and these are the ones I really enjoyed playing back then and had memories with. Yeah, that's that. And then back here, you might have seen, I might have showed this last time. And let me know what you guys think. I bought this from eBay, which I'm fine with. They had a plastic sleeve on this. These are kind of easier to break, these tops, the stuff that kind of opens this hinge. But I'm not getting, you can buy plastic boxes for this box, but these boxes are sturdy as hell. You know what I mean? Like these black plastic, like kind of bulky cases. I don't feel like they need the plastic case. Let me know what you guys think. And they have a sleeve over them that's protecting the art inside of it. These do. Like anything with a cardboard box up to GBA, all that stuff, put that in a plastic container, plastic sleeve, whatever, please. But I never felt that. Like I kept this on because it was on it, but I was like, I don't think I need this for PS1 or any of these harder case stuff. I could see that these break and PS1 games would break, so I could see the argument for that. I do get the argument for that. There's Lethal Enforcers, and then my friend, I talked about this last time, it's just sitting back here. My only Sega Saturn game I have, he brought an Evangelion Sega Saturn. I'm going to focus that better. Evangelion Sega Saturn game that he brought back from Japan. He went and visited Japan. I think it was so cheap. Oh my gosh, it was so cheap, but there it is. But that's my only Sega Saturn game I own. I do not own a Sega Saturn. I don't have any memories that was Sega Saturn. Not planning on buying Sega Saturn. I'll play it emulated, but it's not worth me purchasing. But that concludes this first section, and this also concludes Gen 4 of consoles and the games that I own. The 5th gen of video games takes up this entire shelf right here. And also included is the handhelds of this time, all the way to the bottom. And I just want to let this be known, the 5th gen of gaming is my favorite generation of video games. I absolutely love every console that came out at this time. The PS1 is actually my favorite, but I have the most fond memories of this time because it was so experimental. It was so experimental at this time. Developers were trying to figure out 3D, and this is just, I loved, and this is my childhood. Everything on here just is so memorable. At the top here, we have got the Dreamcast section. This is a very funny part of my collection because as you can see, I think people are squinting. They're putting their face close to the monitor going, okay, where's all the games? Here's where I'm at with the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast is the wackiest, weirdest system. And I really wanted one as a kid, but I didn't have an N64 yet. I only had a PlayStation 1. And I did ask my parents, I asked for Christmas or whatever, and they just didn't have the money to get it. And I really wanted to play Sonic, but I never was super bummed out I never got a Dreamcast. I played it at friends' houses, and I played it at like Walmart kiosk, and I thought they were cool, but never was able to get it. And I really had so much to play on the PS1, it never really bothered me. I saw people at school that had one. I had people that were talking about the Sonic Adventure. game, and I was like, oh, I really want that, but it never happened, never came to fruition. There's more of the Big Lots Sonic figures there. There's Amy and Big Cat, or just Big, I think it's just Big, the cat. And then these are also Big Lots figures, and these, again, are not the best modeled, but they were cool at the time. They were like the best figures you could have. I'm really happy to own those. And there's my copy of Sonic Adventure, which I purchased in that 2010s era. Almost all the stuff except for my Dreamcast console that I showed. And this is another weird kind of just an interesting fact about my collection. That Dreamcast was the very first thing I ever purchased on eBay. I used my dad's account, we set it up, and this was back in 05, I think, and we bought Sonic Adventure, or we bought that Dreamcast, and I bought Shenmue. So this is back in 04, 05, and that's when I was finally able to play it. So I actually take that back. Not everything was bought way later. So I had that at that point. So it had been 5 years, 6 years since the Dreamcast came out, and I was like, you know what, I want to finally play it. And I got Shenmue, and I got the strategy guide for Shenmue, and started playing through that way. And then during the collection phase stuff, I was like, oh, I want to get some of these cool games. I missed out on these consoles. And I ended up in doing that, sold back a lot of that because I had to come back to my original. I came back to a different philosophy. Came back to a different philosophy of fill these shelves with stuff that either you have nostalgia for, that you grew up with, that you sold, or stuff that you kept that you really love. And I was buying all these extra games. Like I think I bought the Grandia game, not the Grandia. I bought Skies of Arcadia. That's what I was, and I really wanted to try that out. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, I have no memories of this game. I have no connection with this game. Why is it on my shelf? And it was so expensive. So I sold that bag, got money, and bought the stuff that mattered to me. You know what I mean? But Seaman was one that I played and loved and laughed. And you have to, you know what I mean? You get that experience of playing it with that mic and all that stuff that it created such funny new memories. I was like, I'm keeping that. And Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. So Sonic Adventure 1 I'd never played, but 2 I played on the Gamecube, and that was my first time getting to play the Sonic Adventure series. And I really liked that Sonic Adventure 2 on Gamecube. And I was like, well, I got to get the original on Dreamcast. And I was like, I really want the original Sonic Adventure 2, so that's why that's there. So small Dreamcast collection. Sorry, Dreamcast hardcore, if you watch this video, you're like, this sucks. This is the worst Dreamcast collection. But again, this is my collection. If you want to look into my weird experience I had with this console, look no further. I'm not against kind of filling up this with more games, but again, I'm very picky about what goes on here. Has to be really cool, has to be really worthwhile. But at the same time, it's like a lot of this collection is complete in its own, quote unquote, because I don't see myself buying more N64 games. I don't see myself buying any more Dreamcast. This is just cool sitting on a shelf, and I'm happy where it's at. I'm not going for a complete N64 whatever collection. But that's Dreamcast. Next up is my N64 collection, and that is it takes up several big spots here, and that's what creates some issues as we go along, or I had to figure out. But this collection here is not big at all as well. And I think this is going to be a controversial opinion, maybe to some, to others, you're going to agree with me. N64 library sucks, but the highs are the highest, I think, of almost all the systems. The highs are extremely ungodly high, but the lows are all over the place on average. What you're also looking at here is these, a lot of these, except for, I will say, Paper Mario and GoldenEye, and Banjo-Kazooie. These three I bought in that 2010s era, the GoldenEye, the Donkey Kong, and the Paper Mario. That was when I was trying to go like, oh, I want to get the big hitters on the console. I want to get the big hitters. And I kept that Paper Mario even though I hadn't played it as a kid. It was during the Wii generation I finally played it and really liked it. But I was like, man, I got to have that. So that was the first, another thing, this was the first game I got when I got into collecting. I've collected my whole life. You can see all these games, but like going back and purchasing these games again and getting them again, Paper Mario was the first, and then I got Ocarina of Time quickly after that, and I never owned that physical before. It was only, I played that on the GameCube collection. So up here was the first game. Super Mario 64 was the first game that I remember playing and seeing. I saw it at my friend's house, or at a cousin's house. I went out to his house and saw the N64 being played, and I had already had a PlayStation, but seeing Mario jump around, I was like, this is unbelievable, because I just remember Mario, 2D. And I begged my parents to get me something for Christmas, and they did. They ended up getting me that gray console, and I still have the box, but I'm not displaying it because I just don't have enough room. But it's the Star Wars bundle box is what they got me, and it came with. You'll see in a second. I'll explain it, but it came with the Episode 1 Racer game. So that is my original copy of Super Mario 64. It is the Player's Choice version, because again, I got this a little bit later. I didn't get the systems right when I didn't get the N64 right when it launched, but soon after. And these are plushes. Now, I was crazy for plushes, to the point where I had my parents, like before these came out, I do remember making my mom take me to Kmart, and we made a custom Diddy Kong, like plush, Donkey Kong plush. I wanted a plush so bad. And we were just thirsty back then for video game merch. And when these came out, I had to have these. And I can't remember where I got these. It might have been the flea market. Pretty sure it's the flea market. But I think Bowser lost his tag. But even as a kid, I kept the freaking tags on them. I didn't take the tags off. But I love the look of this, the flying Mario here. And he's just got a spot right here on top of the other N64 games I have. Same with Bowser. Just looks great there. But Banjo-Kazooie. Now, I had a funny standoff with these games. So I had Banjo-Kazooie and Ocarina of Time. I could have bought one or two at the flea market, and my parents were like, you can only have one. And I bought the cart. I decided on the cart for Banjo-Kazooie instead. And Banjo-Kazooie, I absolutely adore. It's an incredible platformer, but some people might be like, oh my gosh, that's blasphemy. You chose that over Ocarina of Time. So that's why it took so long to get Ocarina of Time. But Banjo-Kazooie, again, I got the box, complete in box version of that, and I sold the cart that was in it, and then put my cart back in it that I had from childhood that I was close to. Banjo-Tooie, I kept all these boxes protected throughout the years somehow. My original copy of Donkey Kong 64, all this stuff right here. And GoldenEye was something I played with so much with a friend in the early 2000s. I would go over to his house, and I loved having that game. I loved playing that game with him. So I was like, you know what, that has a lot of memories for me. Even though I didn't own it, like I want to own it on the N64. So that's why that's there. This Pokemon Stadium game is the first, what came out? This or, no, I think it's this. I'm trying to think through it. Spyro 3 and this were the first games I bought with my own money, like doing chores. And I think this was the first one because my parents had a long talk with me. This game was $50, I think, $60 or $50 when I got it. Back when it came out, I think this was 99, I think, I want to say, or 2000. This came out, and my parents, I got a long talk with me, and it just always stuck with me. They're like, hey, you're using your money to get this. Like, you know that, right? Like, you've saved up, you've done this, like, this is what you really want. I was like, yeah, I really, really want this really bad. It's like, okay, like, you've saved your money, and you spend your money how you want to. You know what I mean? Like, but this is your money, and it's not our money. Like, we're not paying for it, for this one. You know what I mean? At this point. Because when it wasn't birthdays or Christmases, it was like, we're not like buying games all the time. You know what I mean? But that always stuck with me. Like that's another thing. That's the stuff's on the shelf, and I'm like looking back at memories. I'm looking back at things that touched me at the time. When I look at these games, it just like, I have emotions. I have like life lessons. I remember soundtracks to albums that I listened to playing some of these games. I remember where I was in life and being a kid, and I'm just really fortunate that I was able to keep a lot of this stuff. I had to rebuy some of it, but like I said, 75% got kept and taken care of. I know you've been looking at this going, why the heck did you steal this from Blockbuster? But then you look down here, me as a kid with a very tiny label that doesn't cover it up, Star Wars. So, Blockbuster at times would sell their they would have games for sale as well. Like if they were just making room for newer games coming on, and that's what happened with Toy Story. That's what's covering up back there. So what they did is that Toy Story down there is the original box they had. That's why I told you to remember it, the original box. And they gave you the original box, but they also just gave you, for some reason, when they had this is the box that you could rent, and this is the one that people rented and actually took home with them. But at the time, it's always been funny throughout the years. But now that it's been over 30 years or whatever since this came out, it's like, oh, that's really cool to have that, to have a Blockbuster Video cart, or box. So this is something people always ask about when they see the collection. So and inside here, if you really want to see, it could be cool. All that's in here is my episode 1 loose copy. So I never bought a box for this. I think stuff was just getting so expensive and I didn't really care about it, but that's my loose copy that came with the N64 bundle, the episode 1 bundle. In there. So I literally just put it and used it as a case for my episode 1 bundle, and that's why that's there to this day. I don't know. I like it so much, I might not ever get a box for that. I might just keep it in that. It's just a weird setup. Over here is my displays for, I think, the best games on the system, Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask being my favorite game of all time. This came with the Majora's Mask for the 3DS when that came out, the collector's edition of that game. This almost could have been an amiibo. I'm glad they didn't make an amiibo. It was the last one they kind of didn't do that because Ganondorf came out soon after on the Wind Waker remake, and he was an amiibo, I think. No, I think I'm wrong. It was the Twilight Princess one. Sorry, Twilight Princess, the Midna and the Midna and Link was an amiibo, but this was not. And I like that this is just a regular figure. Stands on a base, but I think it looks awesome. I think it looks great. And that is the Majora's Mask Link. That's not the Smash Brothers amiibo. That's just the regular, just one on there. And that is the Ocarina of Time Link amiibo. So I tried to space stuff out and put amiibos where stuff looked cool with the games and show the front art. So this is the collector's edition of Zelda and the collector's edition of Majora's Mask. That is my original copy of Majora's Mask. Like I said, it was mostly Christmases and birthdays, but when there was a game that a lot of people were talking about, and that was Majora's Mask, I remember going, and you can see me tour the mall and talk about this story also on the channel for Tri-County when that was shutting down. This is where I bought it. And I remember getting this game and holding the box and sitting there and I remember I had to get my hair cut really soon after, and I took the manual in with me and drew from the manual. I drew the art that they had of Link because I liked it so much, and I started drawing then because I just was obsessed with this game. It just was amazing to me at the time. But paid $54.99 pre-owned at the time for the Zelda, and I just kept the sticker on there. I think it's kind of part of the history of all of this. So. Yeah, and there's an acrylic case kind of holding these up. Again, these just really make the collection pop, I think. Standing them up so they're not on the ground, and Majora's not, not Majora, the freaking Scarecrow. Skull Kid is not covering it up as much. So that is that section, and right here, I think it was very late in that video last time I talked about this, but I'll talk about it again because I kind of added to it, and it's something I just recently added to this spot. So 2 new things was these plushes, again from these Nintendo collectibles, these beanbag plushes. Loved these. Look, $3.99 for that on Diddy Kong. Finally got my plush. I was very happy as a kid, but I kept all these, kept all the tags, and kept them for years and had them in our garage or out in the garage or in bins or whatever, and kept them to this day. But this N64 is very special to me. One of my most cherished items I own. And this is actually one of the most expensive items I own. These are very sought after, this Donkey Kong 64 set. but this is complete. This is a complete in-box console for that, and this comes from my aunt and uncle. We used to play Donkey Kong Country growing up. I have so much fond memories of them coming over and helping me as a little kid beat K-Rool and get through the hard, because that was a hard game, you know, for an adult playing, but for kids, it's just very hard. And then when Donkey Kong 64 came out, it was cool because I was able to come over and help them. So I think my mom was over there and they were cleaning out stuff in the garage and they talked about finding this, and I went, oh my gosh, like, I have wanted one of those for years. Like, they told me they had found it, or my mom had said that, and mom's like, well, she wants you to come over. And shout out to my aunt Gail and my uncle Kurt. They gave me their original. They kept the box. Everything's in pristine, like, inside condition. Everything's in there. Just as I remember as a kid, the loose copy of Donkey Kong 64 is sitting at the top in there. And this is their console they gave to me. And oh my gosh, I told him, I was like, I'm going to make a very special shelf just for this, because it means so much to me. I have so many memories of my uncle playing, and then when he would have to jump, he would actually move his entire body. We'd always laugh, me and my aunt, at him doing that. And just, I have so many fond memories. And I think my love for gaming was kind of rooted in this area with family and playing games and stuff. Like, a lot of that stuff was really deep into my memories. And this is what I wanted to talk about. Before, you might have seen this, I kind of had just this N64 controller leaning, but on Rose Colored Gaming, shouts out, they're not sponsoring this video, but I just want to tell people that are looking to build their collection and display stuff to check them out, because they make these acrylic stands. So as you can see here, I might have to focus in here just a little bit. So you can see they make these acrylic stands, and on those stands, they actually have the, oh my gosh, the logo. They have the logo there of Nintendo 64, and they have that for all of them. So if you have a GameCube or PS2 or whatever, what have you, they put, it's, sorry guys, it's very hard to show this. There it goes. That looks better. That looks nice, and then it's clear, it's acrylic. It holds the controller perfectly, and then you have it wrap up. You just kind of, it's all flat when you get it, and you kind of construct this thing pretty easily. And you wrap it around, and the port goes into there, and it perfectly hides it. There's a little hole for the console, the controller port, and that just looks amazing on a shelf. Now, I still have those little Hobby Lobby things. That's what's holding up this the game, and those still have their purposes, but I went through and really wanted to buy these for the Super Nintendo controller and whatever. It was going to raise it up and kind of cover up the box, so I didn't feel like it was, I didn't get it for everything. NES is, you know what I mean, I don't want to cover the box. It's kind of in a good spot. It looks fine. But for these other ones, it's kind of hard to display, you know, a controller that looks like this monstrosity. So I'm just really happy. Shouts out Rose Color Gaming. Love these. I bought a ton of these you're going to see throughout the rest of the video. They're all, I think from here on out, are Rose Colored Gaming bases that you see. And they really display the system very well. I'm very, very happy with these. And the next shelf right under it is something also special to me. And that is my Pokemon games, Game Boy games shelf, whatever you want to call it. The Pokemon shelf. And so many memories here, and what I was really looking forward to was displaying that beautiful, beautiful artwork on the fronts of these boxes. Everything you see here except for Pokemon Yellow and Gold, the boxes, were kept from my childhood. So, let me move this chair over here. These, this is, out of everything in my collection, this is my most beloved. It's not the most expensive, but it has to be Pokemon Blue and Red. Probably Blue, because that's my first Pokemon game, and it was an absolute transformation in my brain playing Pokemon Blue. I got it for my birthday, and I freaking adored, you can even see, and I'm even looking at it now to see if it's still there. Like when I opened the present, you can see at the top where the box kind of got ripped, where they taped the wrapping paper, the birthday wrapping paper on it. It reminded me, yeah, it was birthday, for my birthday I got this, and I brought it to school. They have the trainer's book, which is the manual for the game inside of it. And I brought it to school and just had so many memories. Pokemon was, I have not seen anything have that much of a, just, it was a phenomenon. I think the closest thing I think to recent era is of that is maybe Fortnite, possibly, of just being an absolute, like, kids getting on and playing and having so many memories and stuff. But man, I think for me and for my era, it had to be these Pokemon games. They just trading with your friends and battling and stuff. So I wanted to make sure this got the proper display. And what happened was, you could see back here, so I played those, and then Pokemon Yellow came out. And I didn't have a Game Boy Color at the time. And I really wanted one, and I was like, please give me one. So we went to Kmart. I'll never forget this. Like, we went to Kmart, and you could see, I mean, you could see the price tag on it, $99.99, which could have been $1 million back then. But pleaded with my parents, and they finally got me this, and they got me this Pokemon. Now, if you go back, I actually have I tell the full story in whole on my mall video that I have talked about, the Tri-County one, a lot, but that goes into detail towards the end of that video. But this was stolen from me, long story short. And I lost it, along with my cousin losing his car. I lost this, and I had to rebuy this kind of recently. In the past couple of years, I repurchased this Pokemon Game Boy Color. I kept the box, and if you look online, these are ungodly expensive. But even as a kid, I think I just was like, I think even my cousin was like, I'll buy that for you again. And I just kept the box for decades, hoping that would happen. And I eventually just kept it till I rebought it. I repurchased it. I cared enough to, get it. So that is the original box that I just kept as a kid, in the back of my closet. Like, maybe I'll get it again someday. In doing that, they didn't have, it includes the game pack. They didn't give you the box. That's one bad kind of thing from these bundle things. They never gave you the box. They only gave you the pack with the console. So I bought that in that 2010 era. I bought Pokemon Yellow, and it is a minty, minty fresh box. I was very particular, and that is a minty box. I loved Pokemon Yellow, so minty box on there, but was able to finally put my cart in that from getting this bundle, this Pokemon Game Boy Color. So very, very fortunate to have got that, and it's one of my crown jewels for sure of the collection. And then we have again a rose color gaming base on there that I recently just put all these on. I'm very happy the way they look. Gold was stolen. It was in that Game Boy Color when I was playing it, so I had to buy the box again. Or no, I had the box. Sorry, I lost the cartridge and I still had the box. My bad. And then I had all these. I had all these from childhood. These Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal here. Next up is more Game Boy stuff. I loved displaying, when I was doing this handheld stuff before in the old game room, they were on my Detolf, my clear case that I had, and I wanted to spread this stuff out. I wanted to show the box, and that's what you're getting a lot with this new game room in this video, is you're seeing I kept all the boxes. These boxes look freaking cool, which I have a story for. Hopefully I remember to say it. But that was something that is very special, is these boxes. And I don't have the box to the Game Boy Pocket. I still need to get that, but I have the Game Boy camera box. There's the Game Boy camera at the top. Loved the Game Boy camera. Loved that. And I remember taking that, a vivid memory of taking that to an Applebee's. And I remember sitting there, and it was my my parents, and then a friend from school and her parents and stuff, and we went out to eat. And I remember taking that and us kind of just making the faces and making faces and looking at the thing and whatever else. And looking back, like, that's what we do with Snapchat filters now. You know what I mean? Like, I was doing that back in like 98. And at that time, it was just mind-blowing. It was the worst graphics you could ever imagine on there, but it was so fun. You could put like paintings on stuff on your face and warp your face, kind of like Snapchat does now, but Nintendo was way ahead of the game in a lot of stuff that they did back then. Even the DS, going to the DS, like way ahead of the time. And even with the Switch, I mean, the Steam Deck is coming out now, and it's like, wow, that was really a cool move, like making a portable kind of system that worked that well like that. So, yeah, just really cool. That Game Boy Color box I got on eBay separately because this Game Boy Color, my dad is a mailman, and he found that on the street, just in the middle of the street, like, and he picked it up, took it home to me, and it was my other Game Boy, which I got to play once that got stolen. So I did have a backup Game Boy. Luckily, he just found in the road. But that one always stands out to me too because of that. This Game Boy, there's a site, I think it's still out, still up, called Everything But the House. It's an auction site, and they had an auction for these Game Boy games, and it was this and it was something else, and I showed up thinking like, oh, it's just going to be, you know, a beat up box or whatever. You couldn't see real well in the pictures. I get there and this thing is brand new, and I opened it up and I almost shrieked because it was an ungodly brand new Game Boy, along with the manual and the styrofoam inside. Everything is pristine. So I actually went and I got on eBay and bought the clear case to put over it, and all that stuff's still inside, but including the Game Boy. I didn't want to touch anything because I didn't realize how freaking new everything was. So very happy to have that in my collection because I loved the Game Boy, but it wasn't until this Play It Loud version came out. That's when I got the Game Boy. And it was this translucent version. This is not the version I played as a kid. I think it's still out in my garage, but I cannot find it. I think it might have got sold or lost. I think I purchased this again because it means so much to me. It's my first Game Boy. I love the look of it. It's so nostalgic for me. My aunt and uncle bought this for me. I remember they took me to Toys R Us, bought this for me on the ride home. I just couldn't see because it was dark out by that time, and I had to wait on the street lights so I could like unpause the game and play real quick. It was Tiny Toons Adventure I was playing on. I think it's right here. Yep. And that just means so much to me. I think of my aunt and uncle when I see this. And I think they got them for my Christmas, I think, or birthday, early birthday. I can't remember. And this right here is a Game Boy that I think a friend gave me. He was just getting rid of his stuff, and this was the early 2010s. And he was like, "You want all this stuff?" He was like, "I know you play games and stuff." And he gave me this and another Game Boy Advance and some other stuff. But I kept this to display because it's the original Game Boy. So there's another of those inside there, but I wanted something to display, and I like the look. I love the look of the old Game Boy. It's just very nostalgic as well. Going down here, we have Game Boy. Now, this is where it gets hard to freaking display these things because they're so thick. These boxes are so thick. And then part of what you're seeing here, so like I said, these are my original boxed Pokemon, and I kept all those. I kept all that, kept all the cards, kept the manuals. In middle school, I sat down, and one of the dumbest things I've ever done in my life to this day is I was running out of space in that small room. You could see I was kind of running out of space, and I was like, man, these carts, like I can put all these carts into one like container or like a storage thing or, you know, a travel bag, and I can have all my Game Boy games with me. And I was like, the PS2, I was trying to like mentally like think through all this. I was like, the PS2 has the cases. You don't travel with it really. Keep the cases for that all, obviously. But for my my Game Boy games, do I need all those? So I freaking threw away my Game Boy collection of boxes. And I kept the manuals and I kept the carts like a dummy. So I have spent the last 3 years, since I moved in here and my collection has grown and I had more space, I was like, I'm an idiot. Because I couldn't have done this at the old house, really. I didn't have enough room, and maybe I'd bought one or two at the old house, but I was like, let's get this settled. So I repurchased, I had to get Super Mario Land 1 and 2. I think now, I had, when I bought the Zelda series, I did get the Zelda games complete in box, and I bought that in the 2010s when I was getting complete collections for that. But I threw them all away. This took me forever. Kingdom Crusade is kind of a rare game. It's actually needs to be probably higher priced. I don't think people are just looking for it, but it's extremely rare, and it took me months and months of waiting and eBay watching and keeping watches on searches to get that. But I paid up for this cardboard. I'm talking 150, 200 bucks on some of these. But I really, really wanted them. I really think they look great on a shelf. I wanted them complete box. I had them complete in box as a kid, and the way my brain works, I couldn't live without them. So I'm very pleased to have these, especially Kirby's Dream Land. I love these games, especially the second one. These are just excellent games. And then recently this came out, and this is a Nindroid. And I love getting Nindroids for certain figures. I don't like getting them for all figures and stuff, but you can see, like this, the way this works is that it's a magnet. It's a big magnet, and you can push this around. And I thought that was the coolest design. So I made them like kind of this hopping kind of cool. And I think this is 30th anniversary, or I forget what's under the freaking thing. What anniversary is this? 30th, yeah, 30th anniversary of freaking Kirby from when he came out on the NES. But yeah, really love that figure. So that's just, again, like I want to have these boxes. You see the cover art, you see the figure, and it just kind of varies the shelf, and it looks nice on a shelf. And just celebrating this era of games. So when I threw these away, because I said earlier, I was like, I have all these Pokemon games, what happened? I'm throwing the box, I'm actively taking out the cart, taking out the manual, tossing into a big garbage bag all these freaking games. I still remember when I did it. But I think future me went back and grabbed myself by the neck, because I vividly remember holding these boxes, holding the Pokemon boxes. And I held them in my hand, and I remember thinking distinctly, vividly, I remember going, I might want these someday, and I might regret throwing these ones away. And I was right. I regret throwing these away, obviously, but I would have punched myself in the head with the cost of these paying now. So I paid up for these again, but I fortunately kept my Pokemon, and I'm happy I did that. And but yeah, I had to buy Bugs Bunny, these Looney Tune games I had loose. So I had all these loose, and I had to, it was an eBay search to get all these back. It was a big undertaking, but happy that I could sit here and just kick back now and enjoy this. And last, but definitely not least, and you're like, well, why is it on the freaking bottom shelf? Is my PlayStation, and it's because of that freaking middle bar and how stuff worked, and I wanted to have this separate N64 box and all this other stuff, and I wanted to display this massive console boxes and all these and stuff. So my favorite system of all time is the PlayStation 1. I have so many memories of it, childhood memories of it. The library was out the wazoo. Stuff that you don't even see here I played because I rented so many PS1 games growing up with my dad. We'd take home, one or two games each time we'd go rent from Blockbuster or Hollywood Video. I put so much time into this system, and a ton of it. I kept all these because I wasn't throwing away freaking the jewel cases or, to these. I wasn't, the CD cases, whatever, to all these. So this is all a lot of the original stuff. I did get, Medieval. I loved playing the demo. So you can see down here, I bought that during my collection phase in the early 2010s phase. I bought Toomba because, again, it was a demo, and I loved that so much. I was like, I'd like to just own that game. Xenogears, I'd heard so much good stuff about it, and then finally played it and loved it, adored it. Wanted that on my shelf as well, but all these are my original collection. And here's something too, let's talk about real quick. I have a lot of greatest hits. So like I said, like my parents just, we bought deals. We bought stuff from like Meijer and Walmart when stuff was on sale. It was mostly Meijer, and like the Media Center was a place in a mall that we frequented. But I mostly got whatever. And as I got into the PS2 period, maybe like towards the end of the PS2 period, I finally was like, ugh, I don't like the greatest hits. Like I want to stay away from that actively. I want to get Black Label. But I thought through in the early 2010s, I was setting up these rules like, okay, what do I want to get? What's on my list? Started making a list. But one rule I made for myself, and I'm glad I did it. I have, Player's Choice Game Gamecube. I have, greatest hits PS1. But the thing I said was, don't go and rebuy that game just to get a freaking new label. Like, if you bought it then and you already own it, just enjoy that greatest hits. You know what I mean? Like, so that was my rule. That's why it kind of, maybe some people are like grimacing at my collection because I have these green labels. But to me, it's like, this is what I bought. This is what I got, growing up. Final Fantasy 7 and 8 and all these 9s or whatever, my friend and I really got into these because we loved Final Fantasy 10. And we were like, well, let's check out the other games. And we just went through a period where in the early 2000s, this was 04, I want to say 03, 04, we actually we started going online and repurchasing these games. And buying for the first time. That's why they're all kind of greatest hits down here. And that's when I first really spent a lot of time with 7 and loved 7 and played 8 and had 9 and really liked Final Fantasy 9. That's why they're the greatest hits, because we bought them so late. And some of these could still buy new. I think some of them were new, and we just opened them brand new at that time because they still had copies of the greatest hits. Over here on the right, you might see like, okay, what's over here in these little sleeves? And these are all demo disc that I kept from magazines. Let me zoom out here. These are all demo disc. And part of me wants to collect that at some point. That might be my next thing I go after, because these were so fun. They had the jam packs is what I would go for, or interactive CD. There was only so many that they put out like every season or a couple of seasons. But that's what those were. And I kind of broke my rule right here, but I got this from a yard sale. I saw this, I couldn't pass it up. And if you have batteries in it, which I don't think I do, yeah, when you do, it makes the TNT sound effect on there and lights up. But that's from Crash Bandicoot. And the only thing people were like, oh, you were close to Tel Concerto. That's a rare freaking game. This is the one of the top rare games you can buy on the system, along with the horror games, Silent Hill, and all those other ones. But for me, I actually am connected to Tel Concerto, and it is just a rare game. My cousin had a demo disc. Maybe I brought it over. Maybe I actually own this demo disc, but they did the coolest thing back on the PS1 days. They used to put Japanese import games on these demo discs that you could play. They never came to the US, or they hadn't come to the US yet, but you could play a Japanese version of them on the demo disc. So freaking cool. So they had Tel Concerto on there, and I remember going to my cousin when he was in college, and I'm just, 8, 9, if that, or whatever. And I went over there and brought that demo disc and played this, and I was in tears laughing because this little robot cat, it just was so silly. And then you could make it look like, because the bubbles you see on the cover, you basically could make that, you could directionally point the thing. So I'd point it out of his butt, and it looked like he was farting bubbles. And I remember just couldn't breathe as a kid, along with that and the Japanese voices, not knowing what was going on as a kid. Like, what in the world is this? It's so weird. And I loved that game. Fast forward to 05, I want to say, 06. I'm trying to think. And there is a store in the mall. They have this game, $30. And I'm like, that's expensive, whatever. And I told my friend about the thing, and he's like, you should get it. And I was like, nah, and I passed it up. We go back the next week and 2 weekends later to the mall. We go in there, and I'm like, there's Tel Concerto again. It's still here. And he was like, you should buy it. And I was like, you know what? Like, that game did make me laugh. Let's play it. Like, let's get it and play it or whatever. And actually, I want to take that back. I think I played it in 09. Is when I first got it, 2010. Yeah, that's what it was, because I remember this other friend at the time I met in college or whatever, and I got this game, and we played it. We filmed ourselves playing it, because I was like, this is such a weird game. And I got it back then, and yeah, it's gone up tremendously. But that's not the reason it's displayed. It's because I have funny memories. I really love Tel Concerto, and it's a solid, fun game for the PS1. But that is my PS1 collection. I could talk all day. That's its own separate video. I go in more detail, but I thought I would just show this main stuff. That's my original PlayStation box. And again, you saw the sticker-ridden PlayStation 1. That's my original stuff. But I just love these old boxes as we get to this point of this first big section of games and game consoles. I love the looks of these retro, like look at that. They just wouldn't make something like now. It would be, you know what it is now, and not to too much rag on it, but it's the PlayStation 5 you see over there. It's simplistic. It's like a white thing with black font. Like you would get cussed out at Kmart if that was your freaking box art back then. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't grab your eye like this stuff does. I love all this retro game box art and all this world. It was so much better in that way. Not that the current gen has some good stuff about it, but we lost some of this good stuff. So that is it for the 5th gen of systems and handhelds and games. And now this middle section here between, it just kind of fit. I couldn't fit another Billy in here without blocking the access to my gas meter, which didn't want to do that. I didn't want to block that. So what we did is we put this middle shelf that you've probably seen in the last game video if you've seen that. But this is kind of under construction too. A lot of weird stuff's happening between that shelf and this shelf. I might kind of store these away, these VHSs, and put some other stuff. And it's funny because your collection, as you buy stuff and buy newer things like these 4K Blu-rays that are coming out that I want, your collection has to evolve. Like if I was to buy new Super Nintendo games, I can't display Donkey Kong, Zelda, and Super Metroid at the same time, right? So you have to leave kind of a little bit of room for stuff and let stuff grow if it needs to. I'm not going to really be buying a lot of more Sega Genesis games or this other stuff, but especially when you get to the newer era and stuff, you have to think of the future and think how you're going to move stuff around. But this is pretty locked in. But all that said, that's why we have got Walter down here, Walter White from Breaking Bad, and a lot of empty space because stuff's growing. I'm going to get some 4K Blu-rays I really want. But let's start from the top. Up here is John Locke from Lost. Love that bobblehead. He's got the orange in his mouth. Just a very meme moment from that show. Lost is my favorite show. That is the collector's edition of the Blu-ray, which is the coolest Blu-ray collection I've ever received. I don't think I'll ever get anything better than that because there is a hidden Blu-ray. You have to solve like a little puzzle in it, and it is hidden within the structure. There's a whole other epilogue. Oh, so freaking cool, so memorable. And I did an unboxing years and years ago. I think on this channel, it might be there. It might have been on my personal channel. I can't remember. But I don't think it was on this. But I have that on there, and it is awesome. I hope the video is still up, but it's me kind of discovering it too. But there's that. These are all my strategy guides. I don't collect strategy guides now, but if I had them from my childhood, I would keep them. I kept them. These I showed, I think, in the last Game Room Tour, but this has all of these stickers that I have filled out. So if you go to the Pokédex at the back, I actually put the sticker, and that was so fun having the strategy guide as a kid and like collecting, oh my gosh, I'm getting closer and closer. And that probably created a lifelong of OCD and fear of missing out. So thank you, Nintendo, for that. That was really cool. But yeah, those are all my strategy guides. I stopped with strategy guides probably around, this was probably one of my last ones, and that was the Twilight Princess. I really wanted the strategy guide to that. It looked cool. It has the cool like gold embossed. It looks just so sleek. And that was the last time I was like, I don't think we need that, because finally around that time, YouTube was really starting to take off, and it's like, oh, I could just look up my strategy guides. From there, I can just look up that stuff. But yeah, there's all of those you can see on there if you want to take a look, see any that you guys might have had. And then past here are all the game magazines, and I had buttloads, and that's one I regret and kind of cringe, but at the same time, they took up so much room that I kind of begrudgingly kind of accept that happened. My dad bugged the crap out of me. He's like, dude, get rid of these. Why are you keeping all these? Because we had a subscription to Expert Gamer, which finally became 1UP. I think there was another name it might have had at the time in between there, but I loved Expert Gamer. That was my jam. And EG, that's what it was. It was an Expert Gamer, and then it went from EGM to 1UP. I think it did. But from all that, I had tons. And he was like, get rid of them, come on. And finally I did. I broke. But I went through and kept the ones I really liked. And I'm glad I at least did that. Stuff like covers to Majora's Mask that's on here, like any of those cover issues and stuff I really was close to. And this has Crash Bandicoot 2 that I remember reading a lot. I was so excited for Crash 2, and they had this art on there to play that, so that's on there. But yeah, not a huge collection. I might go through those and kind of flip through those for a different video someday, but I only kept those and got rid of a lot of them. Oh, Game Now. I think it switched to Game Now, yeah, didn't it? Yeah, it switched to Game Now. They had so many names. Why in the heck did they keep changing names? Jeez, oh, Pizzo. Moving on. These are just kind of art books. These are the Zelda Hyrule Historia books. I love these. I did keep this sealed, the Arts and Artifacts, because I was still reading through Hyrule Historia. I did read through the Creating a Champion one, or kind of looked through that. That was that's the Breath of the Wild one, which is cool. They made a collector's edition, but I was kind of like on the outs on that when they did all this. Like, we're doing collector's editions of art books. Just give me the art book. But when Majora's Mask came out on 3DS, I was in heaven. And I bought everything you could get. Like, I mean, you've seen a lot of Majora's Mask stuff everywhere. It's my favorite game. But when they came out with the game, I was like, I need the freaking 3DS guide. I need that. And I kept it sealed. Like, more for just, I just loved that they did that. But yeah, this was a cool. This I got the collector's for. It's an NES sleeve like they had. It's the same feeling or whatever, and it's the cart to Zelda. So freaking cool to own that. Got the Skyrim book that came with the limited edition there, and just a couple other art books. I talk about this in the other video. I talked about it in the podcast too. This is, oh, I don't even know if I can show this on YouTube because the girl. Whoops, you ignore that. But this is this only came out in Japan, and somebody posted online. It's like, hey, somebody made and binded this book and sold it on another site where you can make your own books. So I bought that very quickly, and it got removed. You since cannot buy that. But somebody actually made that legit, because they've never made an English version, and somebody translated that. And you can get the PDF, but I wanted a physical version. I was like, ooh, baby, that is slick. Got some Evangelion art books here. Love Evangelion. It's my favorite anime of all time. This was, I got more recently, and this is Hideki Anno did kind of an art exhibit. Or no, this kind of talks through all of his different art and stuff. I need to still actually go through this and read this, because tons of stuff in there, tons of drawings, incredible stuff in there. Now we're moving down to why I'm trying to make room, because with getting that 4K television and with streaming and the bit rates to the movies now, and by bit rate, for those that are not aware, when you watch something through streaming, the bit rate is not as good as it is straight coming from a Blu-ray or a 4K Blu-ray. These movies look incredible. I will say that Lost, me and my wife watched that, and like anything that we really like Lost, we watched that instead of like streaming it on a Hulu or whatever it was on, because the bit rate is unbelievable. It looks incredible on a 4K television, only playing a 1080p Blu-ray. So that's what's happening to me now, is like, I talked about keeping your boxes and keeping stuff and not reselling your games. What I have done that with is movies, except for VHS, because those were just always at my parents', and they were kind of stuck in a limbo, and they're kind of cool now. But I had all these DVD collection that I built up, and then when Blu-ray came out, I sold all that stuff and repurchased some of it on Blu-ray, or just got the new stuff. I actually can just purchase new stuff on Blu-ray and just kind of stream the other stuff that I don't care about as much, or comedies or whatever else. It doesn't have to be Blu-ray quality. It doesn't have to be the best it can be. So I want to get more David Lynch. So I got Mulholland Drive on there. I got Twin Peaks, and I kind of want to get the rest of his filmography. I want to complete that collection. So that goes back to like how I collect now. I want to get stuff I really, really deeply care about, really love. And I'm not looking for complete whatever, but I do want to get complete filmography of people I care about and movies that really mean a lot to me. So That's why I'm trying to make room, because I want to get some more of these David Lynch 4K Blu-rays. But on the left here is another huge inspiration to me, to the channel, even starting the channel, doing stuff that I'm doing now with video and making. I made my first film this year, just wrapped up production, is Mega 64. These guys have been on the internet since '03, I want to say. I believe so, and I started watching them '05, and I started watching before even YouTube was kind of going. I would have to download their videos and watch them, and then when they came to YouTube, I was able to easier digest their stuff putting out. But these are it's kind of a comedy troupe. They do a podcast. They make video game skits. I know you've probably seen it. If you haven't, maybe you're too young, or I don't know what happened, to you. But they kind of dress up and they reenact some of these video game things, and then now they have a great podcast. They do like comedy tour. They do like a skit show kind of thing. Love those guys, and I love owning their physical media. And they put commentary tracks on it. They put a lot of work into it. So as you can see here, I've got their complete collection of everything that they've ever done, physical media-wise. And I'm still waiting on stuff that they're putting out now. But they start finally going to Blu-rays, so you can see the Blu-ray collection here next to it. I do have a couple DVDs, and this was for pre-ordering Tomb Raider, which me and my dad hated. This is kind of a behind the scenes of the making of that crap of a game. We have Xenosaga, and this came with the pre-order to Xenosaga 2. You got the DVD that kind of that had all the cutscenes of Xenosaga 1. I thought that was a very cool pre-order because, I mean, you had to get caught up with 8 bajillion hours of cutscenes. But there's that. I got some Evangelion. I don't like to get everything on Blu-ray unless it really is special to me or close. We got the Batman animated, the complete animated series. Now, I keep the box to everything. And if you notice, there used to be an outer box to this that had, oh, I didn't clean the dust like that. Don't look at it. Don't look at it, please. You never saw anything. It had these ugly mini Funko Pops of Joker and Batman. I think Batgirl or Catwoman, or I don't know what it was, or Robin. It looked so ugly. I threw those figures away in the outer shell. So all I have is this. I did keep these like kind of cards that were cool on it, but I need to actually sit down and go through that again because the Batman animated series holds up and it's unbelievable. And there's Twin Peaks as well. This is the other collector's edition. Man, I think this was the last collector's edition or of these box sets, collector's edition box sets for TV shows or movies like that I have. And I think this is the last cool one because they just don't do. I did see some cool stuff from Marvel fans recently, but they just don't. They have not done. They've not done stuff this is cool as Lost, and then this came out, and I thought we were just going to get like I thought it was going to be a renaissance of these, a whole golden age of these cool box sets, but there's not. But that's the barrel from Breaking Bad, and you open these up, and they're in these individual, like kind of like a spindle, and you pull these spindles out, and there's magnets over these 2 clear cases. You can look this up online. I'm not going to pull all that out to show you, but very cool collector's edition. There's 2 NECA figures. I think I lost the sunglasses, or the sunglasses fell and broke. I think that's what happened. That's why he doesn't have his sunglasses on, but I don't care. And there is him in his suit getting ready to cook. I don't know what he's going to cook. Maybe some rock candy, because that's what's to the left of it. That is not real meth. You might have been calling the police. Call them off now, because that is candy that me and my wife went on a Route 66 trip, and they had in the town, it's in Albuquerque. That is where they filmed a lot of this, of Breaking Bad. And we went on a tour that we did ourselves. We kind of just went to all the addresses that people posted online and took video and took pictures and got to walk around. And then one of the places, this candy store sold Breaking Bad candy. So we had to get, meth in a little bag. So we had to get that, and that is what is right there. Thought that was cool. I love that we're at that stage. It's like, hey, drugs. That's just, that's the action figure of that on there. And the final shelf right here is, we've got some huge art books, and that is of Metal Gear Solid 1 through 4, and The Sky, which is the Final Fantasy. I think that goes up till 12 or 13. I think 13. It goes up till 13 on there. But these are massive art books. I highly suggest adding these to a wish list, and if they go down in price or if they go to a good price for you, grab them. They're unbelievable. It's so many books and thick books. Like, this is several books. Both of them are inside of there that just contains so much interesting stuff. If you need inspiration or whatever, those are great. Right next to that is the Ultimate Edition that they put out for the original Evangelion show and the 2 movies, Death and Rebirth and End of Evangelion. And I have a video on the channel opening up and showing all the goodies inside, but I was really happy to get that. It was very expensive, but I would have given a left kidney to get a collector's edition of Blu-ray on that for this show. One bad thing that I don't like about the collection is they took out Fly Me to the Moon. They could not get that licensed, so it's a different track. So when that happens, just pull out Fly Me to the Moon, just play on YouTube while you watch it, get the full experience. But I love that collection, the Ultimate Edition, very cool. We've got Lost, some Disney art books, some Stanley Kubrick. These are great books. These are Taschen, and that's what this Disney one I need to actually go through soon. But I've went through a lot of this, and they are so freaking cool. And these books are actually, I'm trying to get it more pushed up here. These Taschen books are super high quality, very high quality books, and I highly suggest getting them. But this just shows screenshot, like almost images, still images from Stanley Kubrick's movies, and I love that book. Love that book. My dad is way into art books and getting all his art books, and I think I grabbed that from him. There's a hair of that. Like there's a pinch of salt of that within me. I'm not too much into books as he is, but I love that kind of stuff. And then right here, I just want to give a quick shout out. If you watched Hangouts, our friend Pierce on there, he put out these photography books, and you can get those from his store. I think those are still up. You can still get those, but I want to shout him out for doing that. Very cool, and his photography is amazing. If you want to support him, they're very cheap on there if you want to grab those. But yeah, that is that middle shelf. Let's go to the streaming area next. Right here is where the magic happens. If you've watched any of the stream, watched any of our live reaction videos in the past couple years, it was done right here. And this is the streaming setup. I'm very happy. It took a long time to get it looking like this. Don't mind the cords there. I don't think cord management exists because it always gets moved around. I tried my best. Don't look there. Look up here. My eyes are up here. But I, for the longest time, had a dual monitor setup, and shouts out Devin sold me this 2 monitor because I want them to be the same, and this middle one is actually different. It's not the same. It's not 3 of the same. But this middle one's a little bit bigger because I just need these side ones for when I'm streaming, when I have my streaming software set up, when I'm pulling up stuff on Google. I just needed one more screen, and now I'm in heaven when I'm streaming. It's just so much easier. But this is my setup, and what I was going to do was I was going to get something that drilled into the desk, and then I could have floated the like that screen out front and these other 2. But then I quickly thought, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a middle leg supporting this. These IKEA desks are made out of cardboard, and that's kind of what I was seeing online. People are like, yeah, you're gonna have to add another piece of wood to your IKEA thing, like a slab under where the connector is, or the clamp to clamp the monitor thing. So if you have an IKEA desk, another hot tip, don't do that. Get one that sits. So I have the middle setting, which I'm happy with, and then I've got these other 2 monitors hanging off the sides. Very, very happy with that. I'm glad I caught that, or I would have been up a creek if I tried to drill into where that middle leg's at and noticed I can't do that. I can actually just not do that. And putting that wood slat and putting it off the side, I didn't want to deal with all that, so buzz off. There's my mic. I use a Blue Yeti mic with this arm, and then the cable just runs under the desk there, so I can have a clean upper top desktop there, and this just comes out, and that's how I'm able to stream to you guys right there. But these are just Acer monitors. These are 1080p. I didn't need them to be whatever, and then too much. And then this is a HDR 4K Samsung, which I got a great deal on a couple of years ago. I think it's even went up in price. The monitor is now more than when I bought it for. I bought that back in 2020, 2020, I think, maybe 2019 or something. It was right before the pandemic hit. But yeah, and then I got a light on here. I just reach up in here. Let me get this. And that just helps when I'm streaming, have a good setup there. And this is a Sony camcorder, and that's what I actually use as a webcam. It comes out there, and I do want to get a shelf. Right now I've got this kind of weird bendy thing back here that I'm using, and that kind of clamps onto one of the arms back here of this stand. And let me turn this freaking desk off. And I want to get something a little bit better, but that kind of mounts to the back of the monitor, and it has a little shelf, and then it'll be a lot cleaner. But I did not care. I got to a great place where I'm at. I just have a regular Amazon, like big old mouse pad, and then I've got the Logitech. Shouts out Travis. I think he recommended this. It is a good mouse, wired mouse here, and some more coasters. And then this is a battery pack for when I play Xbox games here. I play a lot of PC games with a controller, and I just swap these out. I charge this right here. I just pull this out from the mouse pad, charge it, plug it back in for the mouse pad to have its little colors here, and then I just swap these, and then these are just cheap little speakers. I do not have a crazy setup. I have the only thing I can think of I have an i7, and it's a quad core. It might be an 8-core. I can't remember. And then I have I don't even know if the lights are on. Okay, there's lights on there, but I mean, it's not a crazy cool setup. And then I've got a 2070 Super. But I have learned, and you'll see me stream PC games while I'm streaming from that same PC. So I'm playing that game from the same system and streaming it, and I need to eventually get a second PC just for playing games or just for streaming. That will come in the future, but that is the stream setup. The freaking monitors would go out when I'm trying to do that, but that is where I stream. Above, I'm trying to figure out what I want there, posters, or I don't want to clutter stuff. I might have some lights going on up there and some cool stuff, but I haven't got that far yet. I think I was working on the monitors first, so I think I'm going to mount some cool stuff up there. But I didn't want to, I don't want to squish this stuff. I want it to look cool. And here's another thing. I kept these walls white. I got white bookshelves. I got a bunch of stuff, white desk. But to me, I like that because it puts focus on the colorful stuff. Because I got these colorful monitors. I got these colorful systems. I got green and different colors. And it doesn't, if I had like blue or green, it might not mesh well with everything. And it would probably become dated pretty quickly. But white on white is how I like to keep this stuff. It keeps clear. And then I don't know if anyone cares, but it's an IKEA chair right here. And that is the streaming setup. What do you think I should put there? More posters? Should I have a shelf of figures up there? I don't know. Tell me what you think, but I'm still thinking through that. But that is this retro area and the stream area we've talked about so far. Let's do a detour to this little fireplace just for a second, and then we'll get all the way over to 6th gen and on. Right here's the fireplace, which funny enough, my wife said, hey, I just want the fireplace. You can have everywhere else. And I gave her basically the stuff that was already kind of connected to us, this drawing of us. This is a Twin Peaks thing she got for my birthday one year. This X-Files thing I think she got as a gift. And then we have a Lost thing that she gave me for down here. And we got into a little frame there. And that's it. And then what happened was when I was unpacking all of these stuff and trying to find room for it, what happened was I was kind of running out of room. I was like, shoot, the way I want to show all these boxes, and I was bringing all these new boxes that hadn't been shown in the game room before or ever displayed. And I looked at her and was like, I had this dragon, and I looked at it and was like, that has to go on the fireplace. So that started me creeping up into her space, and now I have taken this completely over. Sorry to my wife, but that has to go on a freaking fireplace. You know what I mean? That's just a fireplace item. So that's the Skyrim special edition. That used to be on one of my Billy bookcases at the old house, is sitting on top of them. But as you can see, I can't do that this time because the basement ceilings are not that high. I cannot have anything that high on stuff. So I've got it sitting. I had to sit it up here. Along with that, we dressed up one year for Halloween when we were getting married. And I was like, well, we should dress up as Mario and Peach when they got married in Super Mario Odyssey. So we got these amiibos to commemorate that. Thought those were cool amiibos. And this is Guts from Berserk. These are from a company called Pop Parade. And I have recently got wind of these guys, and man, they make amazing statues. I like to pose and like to bend stuff, but these are just so cool. And for what it is, it's just an amazing figure. So that is him in his Berserk armor. But it has to be cool stuff. So like that, it's got the freaking dragon, and you got Uncharted Drake roughed up here. He's got scars on. He's taken up the mantle on that. So that is pretty much the fireplace. The fireplace does work, but we've never turned it on in the 2 years we've lived here. The gate is not where the gate's supposed to be. The gate's usually supposed to be out here decorative, kind of bent, but I have it like that because I was upstairs one day and a bird flew from the stairwell of the basement. I think there's a way they're getting in through the chimney, and the bird flew in, and this had to be where they got in at. So now I do not let birds enter into my basement. I'm done with that. I'm sick of that. And there's just some stokers and stuff. But we want to get this going at some point. But in the winter, it's not too cold down here. It actually stays pretty warm with the heat. So, but it'll be cozy. We'll get that figured out. And this is the tripod we use for the podcast, and the cable. I just keep it at all times ready to go. And that's the podcast set / where we're going next. We'll actually get to talk for the first time what's behind here and what's going on. But before we do that, you thought I was done with action figures. I'm not. You're out of your mind if you think I'm done. This is a IKEA Detolf, and I now have 2 of these. At the last game room, I had 1 of these. But I have so many figures that are actually still out in the garage. I wasn't able to fit everything. And we'll talk about more why that is, what is actually taking up the space, what I'm doing. But I had to go out and get another Detolf. And in that, I wanted to display some of my favorite childhood action figures that I own. So let's start from the top. These are all my original Power Rangers, and these, oh my gosh, these are just so formative in what I actually have created since then in my videos and what's inspired me. It's just, you can't get cooler than freaking Power Rangers. And those are some of the Megazords I had. I also have, and it just doesn't fit in my collection, I have the freaking place where Zordon, I forget where the Power Rangers headquarters or whatever, I think that's what it is. I have that where Zordon kind of stays back as a kid, and I loved that play set. Perfect play set for that. This front one is, I think this is a Revoltech. I don't know what it was. I can't remember. It might be a Figma or Figuarts. I think it's a Figuarts. That's what it is. And that he's just got. I just wanted to have him chill up here, but he probably should be down here. But I don't know if I have enough room. So, but that's all these. These are the original ones, and you can actually spin their heads. There's you press this in on the belt buckle, and you move that around, and you get Billy in the flesh. Guess what? That's not his identity has been revealed. Do not leak this. But those are my pride and joy. I love those original Power Ranger figures, and yeah, they're really cool. We'll move down here. It's probably easier if I open these up, but I'm afraid stuff's going to fall, but let's see. Whew, got lucky. Okay, I'll open that up because it's easier to look in here. Oh, it's going to move. So we got the original stuff from my childhood, but what you might not have known is they started reproducing this. So these are some of these right here of the Power Rangers. These are Figuarts. Yes. Yeah, Figuarts made these. And these were early 2010s. And I think these are the best Mighty Morphin Power Ranger figures they ever put out. These are just amazing. So I got all of these. I got all of them as they came out. This costed quite a couple. pennies. But one thing that was sucked about these, you pay as much as I did back then. I mean, for then it was like $40 a pop, 30 or 40. They didn't come with stands, and they have like the smallest feet and most slim proportions and stuff. So I bought these off eBay, like a big pack of them, and they work perfect. Like I have freaking the White Ranger just flying through the air there. And then we have Goldar. So all these new ones are Hasbro has since bought the rights to Power Ranger, to the Power Rangers. So that's what these are. And I think they did a phenomenal job on these. We got Rita, we got Zed, Lord Zed, all the monsters and stuff. And I like those as like the monsters, but I'm not rebuying the Hasbro figures because I think they already peaked at the figure art ones. I think they just peaked. And what's that in the middle? That is actually, Hasbro did a like selfie me, or what's it called? Something series where you could scan your face and pre-order, and it was like $80, I think, to get this done. But it was worth it because that is my face. I was wanting to get some sunglasses, make myself cool, like some little toy sunglasses, and stick over my head there. But yeah, you scan your face and become Power Ranger, and I did that for 6-year-old me. I think a 6-year-old me, that was for like, if I could have done that back then, I would have lost my freaking mind. So I think I look pretty cool. I got the sword. I'm in the Red Ranger stuff. Sorry, Red Ranger, I got into your closet. But yeah, I love these kind of remaking of these 90s toys. Like, look at this blue figure, and then look at the one I just showed you. Like, night and day, and I love, love, love. These are kind of geared towards adult collectors, but I don't care. They look amazing. The next setup is something I just recently got these. Back in 2016, maybe 2015, they started with these, so I was still at the other job and buying these fine. They started with Batman, and this is the Batman animated series figures. And they started with Batman, they had Joker, I wanted Robin, which I got. I got all those. And then I kind of quit. I think I only got those 3. And then I quit. I might have got Catwoman. Yeah, I might have got Catwoman. I think Catwoman was the last thing. No, you know what? I got the Phantasm figure right there. That was the other one I got because I was like, I really like that one. I come back years later and I go, you know what? Now that I have more room, I want to complete that collection because these, and you can see my original Kenner. Those are original Kenner figures standing next to them. I wanted to show the original. There's original Kenner Batman right there. Original Kenner Two-Face, which my aunt that played the freaking over there, the Donkey Kong. Little memory of this, that face used to terrify me as a kid of Two-Face. So what I would do is they would have it in a drawer, and I would kind of look at it, and they would have to put it back in the drawer. I couldn't even have it out. I was that scared of it. So then I had to get, you know what I mean, these are DC collectibles. Sorry, I'm like talking over the place. So what I did is I bought those, and then once I moved here, I was like, God, I really like kind of want those full figures. But the problem is, in the time that I stopped in 2017, like, I'm not going to get the rest of these. These have absolutely exploded in price. I'm talking, I paid $250 for one of these. It was absolutely bonkers what I had to do to get these figures. And I bid on these. I got on eBay. It took years. It took the past 2 years, along with like getting those boxes, and just when I had money and when stuff worked out, I purchased all the ones I wanted. This is not the complete DC collectible stuff because, again, it comes back to like, do I want what's his face, Ra's al Ghul? I didn't really connect or have the Ra's al Ghul figure back when I was a kid. I don't think I want that. You know what I mean? But the ones I owned, I wanted, and like I will say, like, Gordon is a classic. I love that character. It's like I got him. I didn't have him when I was younger, but the rest I got. You know, I never owned. The ones I never owned, I never cared to get. So that Scarecrow, I think, looks incredible. Like, they're just amazing figures, and even though they're expensive, they look so great on this shelf. One thing I didn't have time to in this this showing to get was I want those little LED puck lights that you can just stick on the top of these, and then I can just have more light. But didn't have time to get all that. I was literally like every time I wanted to do this game room tour video the past 2 years, I would get picky. It's like, wait till I have this on my shelf. Wait till I complete the Batman. Wait till I complete, you know, the rest of the Power Rangers that I wanted. And that's what kept happening the past 2 years, is I knew I wanted something to flesh out the final spot. So I'm finally really happy where I'm at. So this is just a mix of Kenner, mix of all this, and what's on these. So those are the acrylic cases I was talking about earlier up here. That worked better for these type of figures, but for this, these are on Amazon, and they're like these stairs, and you can kind of configure them any way you want. You can have like 2 stairs, 3 stairs, or the max, like all the way up to the top stairs. And I think for Detolf, these shelves are perfect. I think it might have been if you even put in Detolf like shelves, and that's what I got. Yeah, it looks better here. If you are just back looking at this shelf, it just fills out the space so good. So really happy with those. But awesome accessories on these. These look amazing. I'm very, very happy with these. I paid out the wazoo, but Batman Animated Series is another with Power Rangers that deeply inspired me. And I think these are excellent shows. They held up, and I'm so happy to have these. Like, I'm so happy. Like, I'm tapped out now with these, and I'm just happy these are on the shelf now. They look awesome. Down here is a mixture. I've got a mixture of Marvel stuff going on. I loved growing up Spider-Man. So it was a mix of Spider-Man, Power Rangers, and X-Men. Those were the ones that were like the key figures for me. So you can see these, I forgot who made these. Mattel, Hasbro, I don't know who kind of was in charge of these, but that is all the figures that I owned that I wanted to display. I have buku other ones of other figures that I played with, and they're all out in the garage because they could not all fit here. In this, I've read into another issue because I really want. They did another run similar to the DC Collectibles, same freaking time frame. It's like they know what we want, of the Spider-Man, these Spider-Mans from the animated show. And they have, it's called like, I think it's like Marvel Legends. And they look incredible, and they're like this. They look like the DC Collectibles, and I just have not been able to do it. I just don't have the cash to throw it around to do it, but I would really, really love just the Spider-Man was really cool. They did the Croc, but they did it in the same blister packs. Oh, it's so awesome. It's nostalgia overload with how they did those blister packs, but I was so happy with those. But recently, and I forgot what these are called. It might still be Legends, but it's X-Men 97. They redid Wolverine, and they have Gambit, they have Rogue or whatever, but I really just want Wolverine, Gambit, and Magneto. They look great, and they're more newer. I'm seeing them on Amazon and stuff, so I hope I can pick those up soon. They're only $25 a piece, and I was like, yeah, that's a great price for those. So those might be coming soon. I might have to fill some stuff out and move some stuff around, but they look really, really good. And I just love these old designs of the suits and all that stuff. I don't keep up with the movies. Like, hey, if they start doing X-Men in the movies, you might pique my interest, and I might start poking my head back out again. But I'm not a big comic guy, but I loved the animated series of X-Men and Spider-Man when I was younger. Those are just really close to me. The bottom row is another row that's kind of under construction. It's just a weird setup. I mean, anything on a bottom shelf is going to be weird to display anyways, but I do love the figures that are here. And that was like my last ones I really wanted to display out of the millions of different series and all this other stuff. But you'll see here, there is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles back there. I have a buku buttload of those, but I just can't display all those. I have, and then what are these guys on the front? I want to say, as much as I loved Batman and Power Rangers, Darkwing Duck, the ones that got the coolest figures, I think, of the 90s is without a doubt Street Sharks. Now, I don't remember the show as vividly. I heard they're doing a reboot thing for them, which I hope they do. I will probably repurchase if they look cool or whatever of these characters. These figures came in a box that had bars, like plastic bars, like they were in gel, and then they're like almost ripped apart, like the bars were kind of pulled forwards. And they just look so cool. And they're so bulky and they're so nice, like well-made figures. And they look unbelievable compared to other figures at the time. Like as cool as these are, like you get a street shark next to it and it's like, what in the world is this giant shark head on rollerblades? You know what I mean? Total 90s, totally in love with these. That in the back is a puppet that you can play with, like a hand puppet. But I had one or two more of these that got lost because I looked up like, what's the other street sharks look like? And I lost those at some point. So maybe in the future I might, if I can figure out a good place to put these street sharks, might get the rest that I lost as a kid. But those are my originals from childhood. And everything's from original from childhood. Like the only old toy I bought was that biker mice from Mars. But every other old toy is stuff I've kept, and I've kept in a container and just kept protected. The other thing when it comes to figures, the interesting point when I'm looking over here at like the complete in box games, I'm not really that way with figures with a caveat. If the action figure isn't a blister pack, it's gonzo. It's out the door. I cannot hold a blister pack for all of time. But if it's in a box, like a nice box, I'll keep it. Like all these Batman animated figures, I threw the blister packs away. And I'm not keeping them in the packs. They're cool on a shelf. They're cool to be displayed with lighting. Like it's going to be awesome. But that's my rule. I have a ton of boxes out in my garage. I have a Play Arts Kai because the boxes look cool. But I'm not keeping blister packs. All these got taken out because they were blister packs. Every single one of them got thrown out. But if I would add that freaking shark thing, I just got all these loose at some point from flea markets or wherever my parents bought them, but I would have kept that freaking shark case. Like that was just really cool, even back then. But all these are just loose figures that I really like. And yeah, Detolf, these Detolfs are very nice. And that is, oh my gosh! That's gonna suck so bad getting that up. That never happened. Cut it right here, cut. So this is the 6th gen all the way up to current gen in this corner, along with these boxes of consoles that I have right here. Don't mind that Metal Gear thing. I don't know where I'm going to put the Metal Gear Solid 2 poster. And then lastly, we have the kind of Metal Gear, Final Fantasy VII, Evangelion shelf of figures. So that's this last corner of the game room, all around here. Starting here at the top is another Game Boy shelf. And this right here has all my Game Boy Advanced systems. And these are all my originals. So this is my original Game Boy Advance, SP that I got when that came out, and then the Game Boy Micro. And I remember buying it a Black Friday with my aunt, and this was after the DS came out, and I just thought it was a weird system. And I played through a game on it, and I looked up, and I was literally blind. That screen is way too small, but it's a weird, cool system. For the time, you have to remember, cell phones were getting smaller and smaller and smaller, like they were getting microscopic. And this kind of continued that trend of this mid-2000s. This was 05, I think, when this came out. I'm pretty sure, maybe 04. But the DS was already out at this point. This is kind of another one of those like extra systems at the end, but this is kind of rarer because I think people moved on to the DS, and this is kind of tried to follow that trend of the small cell phones of that era. You can even change the faceplates. There's different faceplates that I have that came with this box. You can kind of see there in the insert of that there was different faceplates you could get. So, and it was a very weird box. It had this clear, you could see through it and see it in there. So, very weird system the Micro is. But love the SP. That's my favorite handheld of all time. These Rose Color Gaming, I want to give you guys a little a shout out. I mean, I'm giving you guys a shout out, but I want to give you maybe a helpful thing. They had one of these Rose Color Gamings for the SP, but the problem was It wanted you to have the clamshell closed, but it's like, oh, I love the look of that open. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's sleek when it's closed and open, but man, I want to display it open, like on this type of setting. So make one where I can leave it open, please. Like, have it tilted somehow. I know it's kind of a weird system because it kind of bends out with that hinge there, but I believe in you guys. Try to do that. Maybe I'm not the first to recommend that, but yeah, I love the SP and the Game Boy Advance. Too dark. So when you got this is why it's one of my favorite. You got light for the first time. And then for years they kept pushing with the DS. Here's a new version with the brighter light. Here's a version with the brighter screen. Here's a version with the brighter screen. I'm going, please, why didn't you just give that to me at first? I knew you could have done it. Then there was brighter version, like the PSP was beautifully bright, and that was '04. It's like, why did that take 30 years? I got really mad at Nintendo those years. But yeah, first time getting that light was huge for somebody growing up on Game Boy. So that was the last dark console we had to use a freaking light for. Moving on to the Game Boy Advance, very similar to the way I had the Game Boy set up, except ran into an issue. Some of these I kept, like the Pokemon, I kept the Pokemon boxes. I feel like I kept the Leaf Green and Fire Red. I kept all the Pokemon stuff because too, that kind of had that I still have all the wireless things, and I actually did trade with people using the Game Boy Advanced, what is it called? Like the wireless, Game Boy wireless adapter, yeah. But those are still in there. Those, this has also ballooned in price big time, but yeah, those are still in there. Loved Leaf Green and the Fire Red remakes. Thought those were excellent, excellent. I played those an unbelievable amount of time. So much so that I played that in school. And it was a day when they were playing a movie on screen, and they turned on all the lights, and we were in English class. I'll never forget it. I was wearing a hoodie, and my friend turned around, and he was like, "Hey, have you been playing Pokemon? Like Leaf Green, this Fire Red just came out." And I looked up because I was looking down inside of my hoodie, and I looked up at him, and I said, "I'm playing it right now." And he looked so shocked, and it was so funny. Like, we were trying not to laugh after that, but I was playing it inside of my like hoodie. I was looking downward, and I brought it to school, and I was playing it on my SP. But I loved Fire Red and Leaf Green. They were great remakes for one of my favorite games of all time. This is a Nendoroid. This is one of my first Nendoroids I ever owned. I think it is Nendoroid, and it's the first one I ever got. And it was kind of a pain to get. I think it was Japan only. I didn't know about the import sites then, or they weren't really prevalent. When I bought this was early 2010s, I think. And I think I paid someone for this, and they didn't send it. So I had to go to PayPal, and I think they gave me some money back, and I had to just buy it again from a trusted seller because it was harder to get. But very happy with this. This is Red from Pokemon, Blue and Red, or whatever his name is, whatever you want to name him, Blue or Red in that. But that's the main character in that with the starters. So thought that was a good time to show that. Maybe that should be over there. No, I don't want to block any of the Pokemon. I was going to say I could put it on the Pokemon shelf with all the other games. But had to buy all these freaking recently. The Golden Suns hurt. Oh my gosh, hurt the pockets. Final Fantasy Advance kind of hurt. Some of these got lucky because they were lower in price, but they said slight cigarette smoke. But they said slight, and I was like, huh. If it was deep, this is hard to get out of cardboard. And I bought, I think, Advance for very cheap, like 30, like 40, whatever it was way too cheap for at the time, and I bought this post-COVID. And I bought it, and if you get a dryer sheet, this is a collector's tip, buy a dryer sheet, a couple dryer sheets, and stick it in like a bag, a Ziploc bag, and put the stinkier stuff in it. So I already owned the manual, so I resold the manual after doing this, making it smell good, and stuck it in there with the box and all this stuff. But it does not smell at all. It smells excellent. Doesn't smell like way too over perfumized by doing that either. It just kind of absorbs a lot of the smell. There was another trick where you put like baking soda. I don't think that worked as well as that did not work for me as much as putting the dryer sheets. It kind of took out a lot of the smell for me. So really like that. I kept that, I think that Crash Bandicoot, I kept the CD. There's a CD that comes with that. Have that on there. Kingdom Hearts I kept for some reason. Some of these, if it was past that era, I was like, oh, maybe I should keep some of these again, like, don't throw them away. But I did not own this game. I bought this game, or I borrowed it from a friend in middle school. and I didn't own it, and I played it on my Game Boy SP, and on the last day of school, I don't think he was coming back the next year. I think that's what it was. And he was like, that week, he was like, I got to have that this week. And I was like, I will bring it. So I brought it the last day of school. I had it. And I didn't know if I was going to beat it. And I beat the last boss the period before I went and saw him. It was the last time I'm going to see him. And I gave that card to him. I was like, I literally just beat the game. Like, I was so ecstatic that that worked out. I still remember that. But excellent, excellent library on the GBA here. Ruby and Sapphire is where I didn't really dig them as much as Blue and Red and Gold and Sapphire. I know people that grew up on that are generation, kind of younger than me, that really like those games, but at this point I was a little bit weary on Pokemon at this point. And then, yeah, excellent games. That Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 shouldn't have been as good as it is, but it's excellent. It's excellent to play on a handheld. And then I got these other Zelda games. Minish Cap, I remember loving too. All these games in middle school. So when I look at the shelf, I kind of think of myself in middle school, and I kind of go back to that period. And a lot of funny times playing these games with other people at that time. Or another memory I have of, it was freaking another Superstar Saga. I was stuck on a boss forever, and my parents came and the door was locked. And my dad was like, hey, open the door. And I couldn't pause it. It was an unpausable like mini game that was taking me a million tries, and I was actually about to get it. I was like, hold on, I have to beat this. And he was screaming so mad because they had so many plants. They were at some garden place getting all these plants for the house. He was extremely mad. He cooled down once he was inside, but we always laugh about that now. But yeah, GBA, excellent library. Excellent, excellent, excellent library. Love the GBA. Next up, the DS. Very weird system. I remember getting this system, and we'll kind of look at these consoles and the games too with them. Remember getting this system, came out in 04. They did not do a midnight launch, but they did do a morning launch, meaning just get there when you get there. And I went to Game Crazy. I went to Game Crazy with my dad, and I went day one, right in the morning, and they had this right here. This is my original box and stuff of the DS with the Metroid Prime Hunters demo was included in that. And that is right here. You can see that was in there. But yeah, I remember getting that and taking that to my family and just showing a bunch of people. It's like you can actually touch the screen now. Just, I just vividly remember, like, and then people seeing this for the first time, it's like, you know what I mean? Like when it got to finally 07, we're all touching the screen. You know what I mean? Or they show the iPhone, people were touching the screen then. And then by the early 2010s, everyone has a touchscreen phone. Everyone's got one. But 04, you're getting to be on the forefront of that. I loved that stuff. I loved Nintendo for doing that. And even with the Switch, it just was a cool thing to dock your thing and have all these innovative ways to play. They've always been good about that. So let's talk through the DS. The DS, I don't own as much as I did the GBA. I think I owned a little bit more on GBA, or maybe if you count that, you're an idiot. But I mean, I had to stack these to fit all this in the system down here. But yeah, I really loved the new Super Mario Brothers that came out on that. That was just so fun to have a new Super Mario Brothers. The Partners in Time was so good. I recently, I didn't get, I had passed on Bowser's Inside Story. I think I was done at that point or whatever, but I played that more recently. And Bowser's Inside Story is, I think, the best one of those Mario and Luigi series. Those are just, that's just an excellent game. But I remember Partners in Time after coming straight off Superstar Saga, had to give that back to my friend, and I was like, oh, I want this. So freaking fun. The writing's so fun, so good. Mario Kart DS has that snaking technique that's so good and so fun. Animal Crossing Wild World. This is the first Animal Crossing outside the GameCube. I did play a little bit on the GameCube for that, but the DS is really where I really love that. But my favorite, I did play Diamond and Pearl. I had an X and stuff, and we really played that. And it's funny because after Blue and Red, I don't think I beat Gold and Silver. I didn't beat Alpha, or didn't beat Ruby and Sapphire. And we got to here, and I'm about to beat this game. I'm on the final four, about to beat them, about to find them, or the Elite Four, that's it, sorry. The Elite Four, I'm about to beat him, whatever. And my ex at the time was like, "Oh, you gotta wait for me to beat it or whatever." And I was like, "Okay, I'll put it off." I put it off, and then I never beat it. So I've never beat these games. I was so close. Black and White are so forgettable. I can't remember anything on those, and those I have very hazy memories of. I remember Nintendogs getting that, and my parents going like, "What in the world are you playing? Like, you're in middle school. Like, what's going on here?" But I had that. Professor Layton is an unbelievably good series. So you can see I actually displayed that. And in the future, I want to get, they made a Revoltech that's been kind of memeized. That's not a word. Now I sound really old. It's now a meme, this figure, because they put different, like him with a gun and him fighting and stuff, but he's literally the most peaceful character of all time. He just solves puzzles is all he does. But I want to get that Revoltech. It's a classic figure, and then also I want to display it right here because I just loved Professor Layton. I played these in college. These remind me a lot of college because I would sit when in between classes. I don't know if it's like, oh, dude, I'm in college, I'm smart. No, I liked brain teasers. I discovered through this series, I really liked brain teasers, and I was good at them, and I was learning, you know. They would try to trick you and stuff in problem solving, and I just really loved doing that. And my major at the time was software development, so that's all I was doing was problem solving, and it's just a fun challenge. So love the Layton series. And dude, this Diabolical Box one made me tear up. A handheld game made me tear up. Excellent, excellent. We got we got one of the worst Zelda games, which is Spirit Tracks. So passable of a game. That one took me a while to get to, and I was at that time not used to skipping Zelda games. I was used to like kind of getting them when they came out and having fun with them. But that friggin' Spirit Tracks is bad. Phantom Hourglass was fun, and you had to touch it, and you had to use the touch pad to make a move, which was weird. And then, but you also had to use the mic on the DS and blow like wind or whatever. So that was really cool use of the system. When I was in that collecting phase in the 2010s or whatever, I was trying to get all these Pokemon games. I didn't have Diamond, but I had Pearl. I didn't have White, but I had Black, like that kind of stuff. Like I just wanted to get the other ones. In that, I had heard so many good things about the Soul Silver and Heart Gold, which I have yet to play to this day, but I have both, and both have Pokewalkers in them. So they have ballooned also in price, so I'm happy to have those. And I do want to play that. I do want to get the Pokewalker out. Like I think this would be fun to play again. So I am actively wanting to play these because I love Silver and Gold. And as the years gone by and people are like, yeah, this is the best ones, I'm like, maybe they're right. Maybe I need to go back to those and play those. So I do have them now. Now we'll talk about the systems. Here's where I got mad at Nintendo. I get this DS system, and then this DS Lite comes out. Like maybe 2 years later, I want to say. And the Lite is better light. It's better light. And I'm like, why in the world didn't we just get that in 04? Like, why was that so hard? Like, that couldn't have been a technological thing. So and stick with me, I skipped originally this one, and this one. I only had the original DS all the way through because I had to pay for this stuff at this point. I had to pay for more stuff with my chores and whatever else. And I never asked them for Christmas. I didn't care enough. There was other systems or stuff coming out, or Xbox 360 and the PS3, all that stuff was coming out. And I was like, no, I'm done. Like, I'm not like doing these little minuscule things, updates. So I only kept this original DS all through the DS's life cycle. But I do have memories of these. My ex did have a DSi, and I would help her through Pokemon when we were playing through that and other games and stuff. So I have memories of this, and I like playing this with the camera and stuff. So I was like, you know what? Like I will get this. Like, let's complete the handheld stuff. So as you can see, I did complete kind of the handheld. I like owning the Nintendo handhelds, and that was another goal for me. So I did go back and complete and get the DS Lite. I had to get complete in box. Same with the DSi. And same with the DSi XL, so I got that as well and did not have much connection. I know it takes a lot of physical space and I'm a hypocrite, but I think these look incredible on a shelf, and just showing the history of Nintendo handhelds. Now, there are other people that get every color of every system. They get every controller style, every color and stuff. And it's like, I don't got the room for that, but I got the room for this. You know what I mean? So my thing is, I'm not trying to get every color. I'll get the one that looks coolest to me, colorways of that console. And that's where I stop. I just want every model. So that's my goal. Now we get to probably a close second. A very close second of system. It's so tough. I mean, if I really sit here long enough, I'm going to say PS2 is my favorite. But I have very fond memories of the PS2. When my cousin, he also was the first that I got to see with the PS1. I got to see Crash Bandicoot demo on that, Crash Bandicoot 2 demo. I couldn't believe my eyes what I was seeing when he got that. And same with the PS2. He had a Madden game, and he had the PS2. And I was like, oh my gosh, how do I get this extremely expensive system? And I got one for, I think I think it was an early Christmas present, but my dad was like adamant on it because he wanted the new Gran Turismo for it as well. So I do have the box. I can't find it. I know we didn't throw it out. And we do have the box with the Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec edition of the PS2 bundle. And that came, and they actually put the freaking the box in there. We got the box for the game in there too. But yeah, I love the PS2. Let's talk about first, like who's chilling around here on the sides. Final Fantasy X, and I've talked about this a ton on the channel, was life-changing for me. And I never experienced a story like that. It was so special to me. That game has its flaws, whatever else, but I think it is legitimately one of the best. It's one of the best selling, so a lot of people agree. Like, it's a very good game, and a lot of people have memories of this game. And these are my figures I have of it. Some of them are early play arts, not even Kai. These are early play arts before they changed to play arts Kai. And this Yojimbo, this one, this Yuna back here is a play arts statue. I believe it's play arts. Or Kabuko or something. It was something Kabuko. Sorry. It starts with a K. And then back here, these are play arts Kai that came out during the remaster when they made the Final Fantasy X remasters on PS3. But I just pre-ordered. They're putting out new Player Arts Kai. They're redoing these Titus and Yuna. So I wonder if they're like getting revved up for a remake eventually, more sooner than I thought. For them to be doing that. So we'll see. And then back there is kind of hidden. I know it's hiding, but it was a good place to put it. It's my PS3 copy of the collector's edition of that remaster. And then eventually came to freaking PS4 as well. And I was like, I already bought this. I'm not buying it again. It seemed pretty soon after, but I have that. Love Final Fantasy X. Could go on all night about that. But that's my figures there. And then up here is another game I played an ungodly amount of time of, and that was Dragon Quest 8. Yeah, I was going to say Dragon Warrior, but for the US, it's Dragon Quest 8. And I love these figures. Those are cool little figures. Cool, very cool game. And Final Fantasy X just put me on a path. Like, I loved Dark Cloud. I love Dark Cloud 2. I arced the ladder. I played anything I could RPG wise. Kingdom Hearts games were great on here. Ratchet and Clank 2 started adding and 3 started, and the rest of the series have added RPG element of leveling up your weapons and stuff. Couldn't get enough. The Xenosaga series. Oh, I was in heaven. I really discovered my love for RPGs, and Final Fantasy X was the match strike that set me on fire for video games. So I give all thanks to Final Fantasy X for even this channel being here, everything. It just was a huge transformation moment. This this Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence is a Japanese version that my friend that gave me that Saturn version of Evangelion got. And I thought that was the coolest souvenirs of those two games. And he didn't really pay nothing at all. They were very cheap at the time. I've heard that American collectors are kind of making that market go up, which is sad, of Japanese games, because you used to be able to get that stuff a lot cheaper, but that sucks. But everything became cheaper or expensive on the American front, and people kind of jumped to the Japanese versions of these games. But Jak and Daxter, great series. Ratchet and Clank, love all this stuff. The one I actually just had a new purchase the other day. I went to a gaming convention here in the Columbus area, and they had, I'm on a new mission of collecting, and that is to get the remaining Metal Gear Solid games that I don't own. Because Kojima's kind of done with that. He's not coming back. We don't even know what they're going to do with like this Delta remake. I don't know if it's going to be good or not. So I'm like getting all the Kojima made Metal Gear games. And I'm like, let's get the rest that I have because I had all of them. But there were special editions. There's the Metal Gear Solid 2 documents thing. There's the Subsistence, which I remember that coming out and kicking myself because I could have got the limited edition. I almost wanted to, but didn't because I really liked that game a lot. But yeah, I want the limited edition of that. But I bought this at that expo, this Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence. And you'll see another one here in a second I got at the expo as well. So I want to round out the rest of my Metal Gear games. And you'll see them if you haven't seen them, like, actually, there's some missing. You haven't seen them all. Yeah. So hold on. Hold your horses. But yeah, love the PS2. I could talk hours upon hours upon hours upon hours. Kingdom Hearts on there. Oh my gosh, we didn't even talk about that. Like, classic games. Next up is the GameCube. So this is a GameCube I got a little bit later. I did not get at launch when it came out. I believe it came out, I believe I got it in 03. And I think it came out in 01, end of 01. I got the bundle. My parents got me the bundle, the black GameCube that came with the collector's edition, the Legend of Zelda. All it's called is the Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition. And I loved the GameCube. I was like, wow, why did it take me so long? I think I just was getting older or getting it. I'm in middle school and stuff. And I'm like, I really like these kind of like, I'm getting kind of these Metal Gear games and these more, you know, adult games. And it's like, I don't know if I want a GameCube or whatever. Mario Sunshine, he's like, has a hose and he's blowing water everywhere. Like, it was kind of weird to me and it wasn't really appealing. And especially Wind Waker was not appealing. That cell shading thing turned a lot of people off, me included, but I did get the game along with the Four Swords of Adventure, and I think they got me Super Mario Sunshine also, and I got all that for Christmas. And after playing Wind Waker, I was like, wow, this is actually really, really fun. Like, I had a great time with it. That controller, when they got all that for Christmas for me, in my like accessories over there, I'm not going to show that again, but I have a Wavebird. And they got me the Wavebird day one. So this controller came with the console. This controller is brand new. I actually didn't even fold it the way you're supposed to with that because the zip tie and everything is still on it. I think Melee players are kind of drooling at this probably so they could just have a fresh new GameCube controller. But yeah, this GameCube controller is absolutely brand new. I never used it once because I had that Wavebird controller. And I wanted a wireless, like I had heard, like that was an official licensed controller, and I was like, oh, this is going to be, this will be, you know, if it's an official wireless controller, let's just use that. And I never used that. And I had like friends bring their own GameCube controllers. It's like I don't really want to use my brand new one, so it's never been used. It's cool to display. The other stuff, I had a lot of these Zelda games. I collected. I think I bought this from a friend, the Four Swords Adventures finally. I bought the Twilight Princess from him. He was selling his games and stuff back in the day, and I just got all the stuff. Then I think when I was rebuying stuff, the only thing I didn't have, I might have bought Melee from him. Shoot, I don't think I bought anything. Yeah, I had kind of was happy. I think I bought, Ocarina of Time. I think I bought that. I didn't have the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, or I might have bought that from a friend too. The same friend that was getting rid of this collection. So, yeah, and I'm glad of Metal Gear Twin Snakes. That went up in price. But GameCube, very interesting console. I really, really enjoyed it. Tales of Symphonia was so fun. It's on everything now. It's on PC and stuff ported, but I love Tales of Symphonia. Great RPG for the system. And there weren't many RPGs. There was Baten Kaitos and stuff on there that's being remade now. Prince of Persia, that was a third-party game that was on PS2 and Xbox, but I played it on there. Beyond Good and Evil, I played it on here. Love Beyond Good and Evil. So freaking excellent. Donkey Konga. Luigi's Mansion, which has gone into a great franchise. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is getting a remake this year. Love that. Gonna play the heck out of that. Because that is a 10 out of 10 game, just so well paced. But yeah, solid, and then a ton of Zelda ports and weird stuff, and Yeah, Master Quest, Ocarina of Time, just collection. That's my first time playing through Ocarina fully. I'd played it as a kid and was intimidated by it. The open world, I just didn't feel like I could beat it. So intimidating. So on GameCube, I played a lot of these for the first time. That old Zelda and stuff I played on there for the first time. And I got this, we were talking about like working for your stuff. I was recently out of high school and they came out with this Figma of, and I love Figma. I think they make some of the best looking smaller figures, not like these tall Player Sky that are up here. I remember I painted my family, like my grandparents and my aunt and uncles, like fences and like their houses to afford this because I didn't have really a lot of money coming out of college. I was I think I was in college. That's what it was. Had next to no money. And I worked my butt off and bought this with the money. I bought with a portion of the money. I bought this Metroid and really enjoyed Metroid Prime. I think that is a 10 out of 10. Excellent, excellent game. Up there with Ocarina and of a classic of a system, a must play. And that is GameCube. And the last on this shelf, we are coming out of the sixth gen, and we're going into the seventh with the Wii. The Wii is a weird system. We're about to go into a generation that I actually despise. This generation of systems has I have some great memories, I have some good times, there's some fun, whatever, but I started to feel things change in the industry. You look at E3 of '08. I mean, it's a laughing stock. That's when you get the Wii Music and you get Kinect and all this weird stuff was happening. And it just sucked. It just was a lot of casual gaming stuff, which I like more people playing games, don't get me wrong, but so many tutorials around this time, like Skyward Sword, as much as I'm displaying it here, I hate this game. But I think it looks like a cool box art, and you gotta respect Zelda. You gotta respect Zelda. There's another Figma around this time came out. Excellent looking Figma, even though it's not my favorite game of Zelda. But a lot of tutorials in these games. They don't let you discover a lot of stuff, and yeah, it's kind of a drag. And I have some bad memories around this time, but there's some good ones like Super Mario Galaxy. Like that is excellent, 10 out of 10. Like gaming, so fun. You've got No More Heroes, which was so fun, but it's more of a limited library, as you see. Xenoblade was a great game. I'm glad I played that on that. Twilight Princess, getting that at launch was so fun. I got that for Christmas. I got the Wii for Christmas, and that's a whole other story of getting surprised by my parents. They acted like they weren't able to get it. They actually did get it. They got me Twilight Princess. Oh, so much fun on Christmas morning playing that. And I have memories of playing Mario Kart back in the day with others. So there's some good memories there, but a lot of Wii stuff, like it's weaker. You could see, like, even though my GameCube collection is not huge, I have more fond memories of kind of more of the GameCube stuff than I do Wii, honestly. But I will say, Wii Music, pretty freaking fun. I don't see it because it's on the side here in the sleeves. And I've got Link's crossbow training here as well. The only thing I don't have Zelda-wise, English released only. I'm not getting all the weird Japanese spin-off games. But the only thing I don't have is for GameCube. You see right here, this Four Swords Adventure. I want the big box. I do have the connectors that it came with, but I must have threw the box out. Or that's what it was. I think my friend, I bought those connectors to trade Ruby and Sapphire. That's what it was. I bought those connectors, but my friend gave me this copy and he never had the big box. And I want the big box that went with Four Swords Adventure that had those connectors in it. But I do own I own all the other Zelda games, which you'll see. But that's what I'm trying to do with Metal Gear. They're my favorite franchises, Zelda and Metal Gear Solid, so I want to get them all. But that was the Wii. That was the start of the 7th gen. Well, not the start. The start is 360, which we'll talk about. But I have some rough memories of that 7th gen. Stuff started getting it started getting more mainstream in a bad way for that. But that is my Wii collection. And let's jump up to Xbox. So this is my Xbox section, and we are about to see one of the most expensive things in the collection, which, if you want to know more, there is a ginormous fun, years and years in the making story about how I got this Halo 2 that was graded, that I got graded. You can check that on my channel. I'll put that up here in the corner if you want to check that out. Very crazy story, very weird circumstances to get this, but was very happy. That's one of my crown jewels in my collection. Very funny story, weird stuff, twists and turns to get that. But I wanted to show that off along with the rest of the Halo series. I really, really enjoyed Halo a lot. Playing online, playing with other people co-op. I played with my cousin, just couch co-op, a lot of couch co-op just going on with that. And that's just some of my favorite memories on Xbox. I mean, of all of Xbox is Halo. For sure. And there's my Xbox 360 Slim. I own the original launch version of Xbox. It's the only one I sold out of hate because it kept red ringing. I kept sending it in to get fixed. So I ended up just, I think, pitching it when it broke the last time or selling it. And I got rid of the box too. I don't own that. I think now it's kind of been enough time. It's kind of grown on me. I would maybe want to get that again one day, but I'm not in a rush. And then these two little Halo looked really cool. I think it was for Halo 2, maybe, but I think that's McFarlane. I can't remember who makes that, but I love the visor look on that. The sniper rifle looks good. And then this actually has the old polygon look to Master Chief. Really, really dig that. So that's that first shelf of Xbox there. And this is the 360 section and combined the original Xbox. So this is the only time I kind of did that because it just didn't make sense. I don't own that much of Xbox. I really don't. And the box is so big, it would take up too much space. So this is the only place that I allow myself to cheat because my Xbox collection is not that big. And then I've got that stuff over there kind of in the retro section where it's played. So it's like, I think it's okay to move that over there, the one kind of thing. So it's the only place I allowed myself to cheat. I loved Fable, even though that was the first time I pre-ordered a game, was Fable 1 and Tales of Symphonia. Those both came out in the same time, and I pre-ordered both of those. Totally did not live up to the hype. I learned about Philip, what's his name, Monaloo, whatever, Peter Monaloo, and his lies. I learned to not like his lies after that. Never played. I didn't get Fable 2, skipped all the rest. That guy's a trip. Halo, of course, played, loved Halo, Halo 2, all that stuff. I have the original copy there. And then this is the other one I picked up from that show. This is the Metal Gear Solid 2 for Substance. I'm wanting all the Metal Gear games on all the systems, so got to get the Xbox One stuff next for Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes I'm looking for. Just trying to fill out the rest of that collection for Metal Gear. And Shenmue 2 is on there. That was excellent. I like that in some ways. It kind of fixes stuff from the first one. Still goofy games. Assassin's Creed was one of the first games I saw in HD when I got my HD television. I tested it with that game and really liked those games. Got the Burger King games, Big Bumpin', Sneak King, Pocket Bike Racer. Those are so good. A couple of years ago, well, it was when I was at my first house I bought with me and my wife. Sold a bunch of these, sold a bunch of 360 games. I had Orange Box, I had some other games I had Tomb Raider 2013, some other stuff on there. I sold a bunch because I was like, well, I can just get these on Windows, and that's where I'll just play them. So I liked exclusives for exclusives' sakes. Like, you're not getting Metroid Prime or Metroid Prime 2 or whatever. No, Metroid Prime 1's on Switch, but like, that's exclusive to that system. You know what I mean? So I got in that headspace and I started getting rid of these thinking they're like all computer, Microsoft, Xbox, whatever. So I got rid of a lot of that, which I don't regret. I kind of trimmed down this and I got stuff on PC I play now. I can go back and play that. But I kept like the exclusives. I kept like Gears of War. I kept Assassin's Creed. I was close to them. And there's no good way to play them. You have to play like Origin and connect all that crap. Same with Mass Effect. Skate 2, loved playing on the 360, so I kept that. And then also, Oblivion and Skyrim also on there, but I love the collector's edition. You get a little coin on there. This is when collector's editions were like new. Like you got the limited edition to BioShock. You didn't really get that as much in the 6th gen and prior. I mean, you did sometimes. Like if you look back at my PS2 collection, we got, that was really rare to get the American Wasteland. Sorry, that's so dark, but American Wasteland on PS2 was a limited edition with the sleeve on it. But Skyrim, awesome collector's edition on that. You get to see that with the dragon. And I have Bioshock. And this is like, these were actually showed up broke to a lot of people. And mine was the same way. It was broke in the thing because it's so fragile on the end of the drill. And I had to super glue this, but you can never tell, really. But a lot of people's broke. This is actually ceramic. This is so fragile. If this ever falls, it'll fall down and break my freaking flooring for sure, so I hope that never happens. But I think that looks amazing. I love that figure. It's just, I'm glad they did it. It's just one of the cooler limited edition figures they've ever done. That he is not from. I like to have the front, you know, the games they're from, but I put more Gordon Freeman there because I bought that when I was just collecting a bunch of figures, and he's just here with Microsoft Xbox type stuff. He's just chilling. There was not a good spot for him, but I wanted to keep him. And that is the 360. I loved playing online. I love the first half of the 360 is so much stronger than the Wii. It's so much stronger than the PlayStation. Just love the 360 era of games. A lot of good memories, but a lot of goofy stuff with the red ring and a lot of stuff to get mad about too. But that is the Xbox and Xbox 360. Next up is the 3DS. Same with the freaking DS and how Nintendo revolutionized the touchscreen. Getting to play games in 3D was so cool. Loved it. Loved the little games that came with it. You had the little cards, the AR cards you scanned, all that stuff. Felt really cool. I love that they just kept the dual screen concept. I think that worked out great. I will say the 3D does not work well until we get to the new Nintendo 3DS. It's cool as a gimmick, you're playing it and stuff, but to play it, you have to sit your face. They don't have a face tracking at that time. So it's not good. So you turn on as a novelty, you play the AR games with it on, you turn it on at certain segments of games that you think could be cool. And that was nice, but I kept it off for a lot of the time after that. It was only a novelty. Then we get to this. The Majora's Mask edition comes out. That's where I get the new Nintendo 3DS. And they added the face tracking to the camera. And it works awesome. So I do play at long lengths 3D for Majora's Mask and other games. I just pop in there by that time and stuff. It's like, these look great. This looks awesome now. And I'm able to keep 3D on for a long time. Like, it's tracking my face. It knows how to move the image. Loved it, loved it, loved it. So I changed what I did prior. I skipped out on all this stuff, but at this point in my time, so like I said, I'm looking at this and I'm reminiscing in different time periods. I bought the original, and then I was in college at this time, but by the time the next one comes out, the next model, I've got a big boy job, and that is the 3DS XL. The 3DS XL comes out, and I think the 2DS comes out somewhere in there, and I just buy it and let it sit on the shelf. It was during a Black Friday. I think it was after the XL. So I bought the XL, and I love that design on it. So I got them all up the front here. This was such a challenge to make fit, and this again comes down to your personal collection. I don't have a ton of 3DS, and I was able to make this all fit here. And it's mostly these consoles with these kind of on the side, sitting here. And also on the back, I want to talk about these, again, these shelves, and you just have to like put puzzles together and figure out what looks good and what fits with your collection, what you want to display. But I love this embossed like matte Triforce on it. Oh, it just looks incredible. If I can just kind of get a shot here, but loved that. Loved that. Loved Street Pass. We'd come into work and stuff, and I had other people that played games, and we'd always Street Pass with each other, get puzzle pieces, do all that, the fun Nintendo, I don't even know what it was called, Me stuff or whatever. I forgot what that was called. Find Me, that's what it was. Nintendo Find Me, MII. So I loved the freaking Majora's Mask. You know, I had to freaking get this too. Oh my gosh, Majora's Mask, and just beautiful design on there. So I got these, and then I had the 2DS. What did I buy recently? Very recently, I went to a yard sale, and I got this for 25 bucks. And I didn't know really what it was. I was like, oh yeah, it's the new 3DS, the 3DS of this. What I didn't realize is in America, when this came out, I didn't want a giant thing, like a giant, I was fine with this, but I was like, please give me, they announced the new Nintendo 3DS, and I was like, thank you, I can just not have to have an XL. I want a smaller system. And they were like, oh, Japan only, like, and at first it was just this system that came out in 2014, I believe. I could be wrong, my numbers could be wrong. And I had to get the XL. Then they came out with this a year later, and I was so mad. I was like, I already have this, and I just got mad and forgot all about this. But I wanted this for so long. Picked this up at a yard sale. Totally blanked on me till I got home. These are rare. These are expensive. But I wanted to complete the thing, and guess what I did? I just waited on eBay forever to someone sell the box only. And I bought the box only for like $50. But I paid $75 total for that. And I think this came with a bunch of games. I had a bunch of games with it too. So, just was really, really just happy with that. Because I totally forgot about it, and it's very expensive, and it clears out, it kind of completes this entire 3DS collection. This, I waited forever. I've tried on Marketplace getting deals, people dropping out on me, people whatever. This was so hard to finally just break down. I had to pay full price on eBay for it. I just had to pay retail price for it. But it's the 2DS XL. Which is a weird system. I was like, well, how many are we going to freaking do of these? We got the 2DS, whatever. But I'm happy I got it. It clears out the system. What's good on here? I really, really liked the Luigi's Mansion. The Dark Moon was really fun on here. They had other Professor Laytons. This was cool to see a Pokemon game in 3D. It was so huge for me, playing 2D all these years, and they finally broke down and gave in and made 3D Pokemon. I had a fun time with it. It's not the most amazing game. And then I played Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. I played Omega Ruby and finally got to absolutely like beat that game. And I remember getting to the same spot. I was like, where was that spot I got sick at? I wonder. And I started the game and got through and felt sick of the game and bored of it in the same exact spot. So it's near a volcano kind of thing. I can't really remember, but same spot. I was like, I don't care, but I did beat it. And I did end up liking the story by the end. And then, of course, these remakes of Ocarina of Time. So freaking fun, and Majora's Mask. And that Link Between Worlds. I remember freaking out that we had a sequel to a Zelda game. I thought that was so fun. And I remember freaking out at my work, me and my friends at that. And then getting a Smash Brothers mobile, played a lot of that. That was so fun. And then we got Triforce Heroes, which the gameplay did not look very good. They were in a weird spot between the Switch, like in between this 3DS and Switch era. That was not a good time for them, and I did not. That game sealed. This is only sealed A Link Between Worlds because this came with a digital copy. Yeah, a full game download. So I just played it through there and had a physical copy. And then this is actually sealed too. The Metroid, oh my gosh, Samus Returns, because I just beat the second one on Game Boy right when they announced it. I was like, well, not in the mood for that, and just have never got back to it. That's a quick thing too I want to talk about. You haven't seen a lot of sealed games that I have, like of these past ones, except for the one I got graded, the Halo. Starting to see these sealed games, and I open my games. I like to play them. I don't like to keep and collect and stuff. I'm going to also be a hypocrite about that later, you'll see. But for now, like, you'll think, oh, he is a good man for that. But I kept those sealed for those good reasons. Like, I didn't want to play that. Xenoblade, I just never got around to, and I liked the Wii version. And I was like, I'm not really in the mood. That's the thing, remasters and stuff, a lot stay sealed, you'll see in a second. Because I'm not really in the mood, and then I just never become in the mood to play those. But that is the 3DS section. Next up, we've got the PlayStation 3. Now, coming from the PS1 and the PS2, on this journey with the PlayStation, I loved my 360. That came out first. That was in 2005. And you have to remember, the Wii and the PS3 didn't come out until a year later. And by that time, I was pretty engrossed in the 360, really loving all the stuff through that that they had to offer. So coming off of playing PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, growing up with these, loving these pretty much the best, becoming really engrossed in the Sony, consoles and all this stuff. What happened was I just got this system last. After the Wii, after the 360, obviously. But I got the system last too because it was such an expensive system at the time, and they didn't have the games to back it up. And I went from this place of like so many games to a system that was hard to develop for with the cell architecture. They didn't have a lot of games. And when I first saw like Uncharted from Naughty Dog, I'm so used to Jack and Daxter, Crash Bandicoot, all this stuff, and I see this like Indiana Jones guy running around. I'm not interested. And then I also played, I saw Resistance, and I was like, well, I'm more interested in Resistance. Okay, whatever. And I saw people playing. I was like, oh, maybe it's time to get it. But then when Metal Gear Solid 4 got shown, I was like, okay, that's a system seller. I have to get it. Me and my family would always go to Tennessee on vacation. Me and my whole like immediate kind of family. And the stuff was pretty expensive for people at that time, and things were kind of getting rougher. So we decided not to go that year. And my parents were like, well, we're fine, but do you want something? Do you want us to get us you something or whatever instead of that vacation? Or we can't do all that now this year? And it was like PlayStation 3. I was like, okay. So I got that last. I went out just on a random whatever day in the summer, and we went out and got that. We got this from GameStop. And I picked up Resistance Fall of Man, and that was the only game I got with it. I wasn't interested in Uncharted at all. And the first, it's funny, the first half of that 360 gen, incredible, even with its problem with the red ring, just incredible memories. The first half of this PS3 gen sucked. Just not many games. You had that cell architecture that made problems for games like Oblivion was hard when they ported that. They just had a lot of games being ported with problems because it was hard to make third-party games for this because that cell architecture was so hard to port, so hard to port. But the second half, oh my gosh, so much fun, so many good games. And I didn't like Xbox in the last half, but I did love the PS3 in that last half of its life. So all that to be said, it's a weird system. I loved the look of it. People called it the George Foreman grill, and it does indeed look like a George Foreman grill, but it has the Spider-Man font on it. Just so interesting. I have right here something that happened to me. So I had to repurchase a console again. This is the same version model that I had, and I have the box over here of it. But what happened was I had this, and it got yellow ringed of death. You can't read any disc. So they had a thing going on right now. You can send it into repair, but they said, hey, you could pay $200 and get your original repaired, or you could pay like $50 or $100 to get a PlayStation 3 Slim instead, a brand new Slim. And I was like, okay. And I did the Slim because I just didn't have the money. I wanted to keep it because I knew I'd lose the backwards compatibility, but it had a bigger hard drive and all this stuff. And I was like, just give me that. And I lost my original PS3 that way. But that was just a great deal at the time when I didn't have any money. This was a great deal. So I had to repurchase this. I got this from, I think, a Facebook Marketplace. And you know what it was? It was on Thanksgiving. I saw it on Marketplace, reached out, and the guy still wanted to meet me before, I think it was in the evening or it was before he was meeting and before I was meeting my family, and I rushed out there and got that. I'm so glad I did. But a clean version of the same thing I have, so I have the box for it. But all that be said, let's talk about PS3 here. And Demon Souls I got pretty late, and then I really respected after playing it, but I hated it at first. Oh my gosh, it was so hard, but I couldn't let something beat me. And I couldn't let it beat me, and then here I am playing Elden Ring. Although all through I've played all the From Software Souls-like games. And we've got here Final Fantasy 13, very memorable, so gorgeous of a game. I do like that game, but every complaint about it is valid, and it is very linear, but the battle system and the rhythm to it, if you can get into that, it gets good. Remember I was talking about sealed games? These blew up in price when they said they were closing down the store. And this is Jak and Daxter, and I also have the Ratchet and Clank collection. But again, with the remasters, it's like I wanted them, and I was like, I might as well just get them, and I just had the money to just get them at the time. And I never played them, but these are sealed, and those ballooned in price once they said they were going to shut down the store. And I think they came back on that promise, so I think it's went down in price. But those are my sealed games, are these kind of remasters that I had, including this Metal Gear Solid. I took off the main wrap, but the main thing is still in the shrink wrap in here. But I try not to do that, but it happens sometimes. I'm not one of those collectors who's like, I just need everything sealed. But sometimes you just have a sealed game. Sometimes you don't get to it. The Metal Gear Solid HD collection was wonderful in here. I love the HD remasters of the Kingdom Hearts games. Those were so fun to return to. Little Big Planet, I have very fond memories too. These were great exclusives for the Little Big Planet games, but severely lacking compared to my PS2 library. Like if you look, like I have like this one little row and a lot of it's remasters, and then we've got a lot of, you know, newer IPs and great sequels and stuff. So it was a different mix, you know, of games. We did get The Last of Us at the very, very total end of the system, along with GTA, which was a third party. But, I mean, you get The Last of Us as an exclusive, and it was really good. Uncharted series, I didn't like it first when I saw that first game, but that second game was one of my favorite action games of all time. That third one is excellent as well. Zone of the Enders remaster, so a lot of remasters during this era. And then my parents, I didn't even ask for it, got me Rock Band for the PlayStation 3 on Christmas one year, and I was like, oh, I didn't even ask for this. And I didn't show it, but under the pool table is where I store it in a big duffel bag. And because it was so large and it took up so much space, over the years, it's just bounced between different people's houses. My house was too small. People kept it in their basement, people kept it in like closets for me, people kept it everywhere, and we just moved this thing around because we always played it during friend parties when we get all together for Christmases and stuff like that. We'd hang out, and eventually led to I got Rock Band 2, I got Rock Band 3. I just realized I don't have Rock Band 1. I thought I did, but yeah, I got all those. Oh, it was a Rock Band 2 bundle. That's what it was. That's why not. But I did. We did play a lot of Rock Band. So, and they got it for me for PlayStation 3. So we played that probably the most of any game on the system. Just a ton of that. I do to this day resent Square Enix for making this Kingdom Hearts Collector's Edition box is bigger because they put the art book in that, and this sticks out higher than everything else. It's so uneven, and it just bothers me so much. But again, with that Kingdom Hearts collection, I do love this plush is perfect of a Heartless, and he is just chilling, holding my PlayStation 3 controller. I got him chilling up there. But yeah, PlayStation 3, very weird console. My least favorite of any of that they made. But I have some good memories. Rock Band was good. This also, by the way, is sealed. I bought this from Amazon just the other day. I think it was like $5, if that. Maybe like $8. It was so cheap on sale, and I was like, I want to build a collection too of really bad games, and Sonic is one of those. So you'll see my other bad games coming up soon. But I wanted to make sure I had that in my collection because that game sucks. Beyond Two Souls was fun. I forgot to say that. That was a good exclusive. That was pretty fun. I think they've since ported it to PC. I could be wrong, but that was fun. Lots of remasters along here, as you see. And Ni no Kuni was fun. Okay, I did have fun with that. But like I said, that was second half. The second half stuff. And then Metal Gear Solid 4 is not on this shelf. You're about to see it elsewhere, but excellent, just fan service game. Just love that game. People say it's short. People say, oh, it doesn't have much gameplay as the other stuff. You're right. You're right. I'm never going to say you're wrong. But it scratched every itch for me as a fan for all these years for Metal Gear. So that was PlayStation 3. These controllers, I think is this the same one? No, I actually ended up throwing it away or keeping it over there, but Kingdom Hearts 2 had a battle. This freaking game had a new boss battle that wasn't in the original, and I got so mad I tossed it at my bed, and I was good at tossing stuff at my bed so it wouldn't break, and my phone in a case was in there, and it hit the hard freaking case, and it cracked and exploded my R2 like triggers out and stuff. And people don't know this, but if you take that thing apart, it is ungodly to put it back together. So I wasn't even going to try to repair it or get a new R2 button or try to fix stuff and whatever. It just was done. I didn't want to open it up because I think I had even opened one prior up and broke it because just from the contacts and stuff are so weird. It's hard to repair a PS3 controller. So the PSP. So we got the PSP chilling here. this is one of the most futuristic devices, along with the DS at the same time. You know, those two, this came out a little bit after, but it felt like, and I'm not sure anything since then has felt like such a technological jump and leap as the PSP and the DS, because they were handheld. They were just, I mean, gadget-wise, they're just so cool, you know. And I got that at launch. I don't think it was a midnight launch. I think it was another thing. I just showed up and got it. But that glossy piano black, and you have to compare that to the last thing that was produced handheld-wise, which was the GBA SP. I don't even think, I think DS was mine after. I can't remember. Or that even the DS came out, it kind of looked like a, SP. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't too far ahead in looks, but this looked futuristic. This looked like almost like, I almost want to compare it looking like now like a radio dash cam. You know what I mean? Or like a dash like radio player, stereo receiver player. Those nice sleek looks. It just looks so sleek. And I remember playing this, and I went to a clothing store with my mom, like we were going somewhere, and I sat down, and these kids just stared at me. Like, I passed with it, and they looked at the system, and they were like, they couldn't believe what they saw. And you got to remember, they had the UMDs. This was kind of like reminding me of a VCR player with these CDs, and you pop out the back. And my UMD player does not work on the system anymore. Only digital can be played through it. I mean, the screen is so wide. It's so beautiful. And you could play movies on this thing, and a big, big thing at the time when you got this, there's a sampler disc, they gave you Spider-Man 2, the entire movie, on PSP. And coming from the Game Boy SP and that era, and then DS is coming out, what a miracle. You know what I mean? Like, so cool to see that. And then the sampler disc had all these music videos. I think it had games too, but I learned my love for Coheed and Cambria came from this sampler disc. And a lot of people, I think there's 3 Day Grace on here, some other stuff on here, but so freaking cool to see music videos on this stuff. And this had a web browser on it. You get on the web. Oh, just like the leaps and bounds they made. Unbelievable. Unbelievable in the freaking PSP. So love the PSP for that fact, for the design, the initial shock of it. When it comes to the actual system library, that's all I got. And even that, I had to purchase more to round out stuff. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, I didn't play at the time. I was kind of done with... I was burnt by them making Chain of Memories, then they made Birth by Sleep, then 358. So when Birth by Sleep, when that came around, I was like, I just want to play Kingdom Hearts 3. I was so tired of the same game over and over again. So that's kind of a newer buy because I wanted all the Kingdom Hearts games. Medieval Resurrection, Daxter I had, Ratchet and Clank I had, and that was it. Oh, and Metal Gear Acid, because that was a launch title. I was like, oh shoot, we were launching with a Metal Gear game. And I had that. Skipped out on Peace Walker because I was like, I had played Acid, and I was like, I'm not playing another, like, not full story game, which it kind of is. I mean, it basically is. Peace Walker is kind of a full Metal Gear game that's kind of leading up to and giving a lot of stuff for that'll lead to Van and Pain, Ground Zeroes, and all that. But and Portable Ops, again, I was just collecting. I just had that. And then I just noticed these are out on alphabetical. Whoops. What are we going to do? And then Portable Ops, again, I did play that. I did beat Peace Walker. I beat all the Metal Gear games. I beat every single one. But Portable Ops is a weird one. I don't think it's even canon. You know, there's Portable Ops Plus, which is kind of essentially all that is it's almost like DLC. But that's all I had was like 1, 2, 3, 4 games for the PSP. And they were expensive at the time. At the time, it was like $40, I want to say. And it's like, I'm used to not paying that for GBA games or whatever else, but they were more exclusive games and they seemed more high end. But PSP was cool. It was neat. It just, I wish it would have got more support. You know, I wish it got a little hair more of support. Now, some people that, I mean, the Japanese import scene and all these Japanese kind of games that came in the system, if you're into all that, you're in heaven. I think people really like the PSP for that fact. But that was the PSP era of the, that'd be the 6th gen kind of stuff. Portables, I guess that, yeah, you include portables in the gen, so around the 6th gen era, that's what was going on with PSP, DS, and all that. But let's move on to the PS4. The PS4, so coming off the PS3, I think they really listened to their customers, they listened to people, and we got what I think is arguably the best system they ever did. Now, it's not my favorite, but if you held a gun to my head, I would agree with you. Well, not only because the gun on my head, maybe just hold your hand on my head. Don't try to kill me. And I would say, yes, I agree with you. Now get your hand off my head. The PlayStation 4 just is an absolute powerhouse of amazing exclusives. And you have to think at this time, the Xbox One is just bombing. They came out the gate and said you couldn't use used games. PS4 in that conference has that video, that classic video of them saying, here's how used games work on the PS4. And they just hand the game over in that commercial or whatever. Just totally annihilate them. And they never recovered. Whereas PlayStation went off with these amazing God of War, The Last Guardian, The Shadow of Colossus. We have some remasters. We have Uncharted 4. We've got Spider-Man. We got Detroit. We got Dreams. We have Death Stranding. We have now, I think these were just timed exclusives, but the Crash Bandicoot and the Spyro remakes, full remakes. We have Bloodborne. The list goes on. Horizon. Like, I could sit here all day. I'm just going to name every single game here. You know what I mean? And it is just an incredible gen that I think people are comparing to the PS5 now. Like, I want this now again. You know what I mean? The PSVR came out at this time. It's just unbelievable. And these are the games that I want. So this is, I think I even had more. And again, I sold stuff because some stuff was coming to PC. I think I had Red Dead Redemption 2 for this. I had some other stuff as well. But this makes up the bulk of it. I had a ton of collector's edition to this. I sold some other stuff because, again, it came to PC. And I was like, I'll just play it on PC. I like to have the exclusives for the consoles at this period in time. Stuff changes in the next gen, and we'll talk about that for me collecting-wise. But at this time, I'm like, oh, okay, like I'm getting exclusives. And then I started towards the second half of this gen. I'm like, well, I want to get stuff on Steam that's third-party. But the problem that happens also is they do have timed exclusives, and you have to get these games. Like, are you going to wait Red Dead for 3 years, 4 years, whatever it took to finally come to PC? You know what I mean? So, did that come to PC? I think it did. Red Dead came to PC, or am I losing my mind? So yeah, maybe it's Red Dead 1 is what I'm thinking didn't come to PC. I think that's what it is. I love that. And this Last Guardian, oh my gosh, I fell in love with this game, and just great collector's edition with this statue. The PSVR, with all of its problems, is still so comfortable to wear. I loved the Batman game. I loved Deracine from Software. That's a From Software game that they made. I loved the demo disc. I loved Job Simulator. All the demo disc stuff felt like old PS1 time. I felt like the PSVR was almost a reawakening of the PS1 era, where developers are kind of experimenting. There's no hard set rules yet with VR. Still kind of not. But lots of stuff being tried out. I did hate it was held back by these old PS3 motion controller. That sucks. That really sucked. And there were so many wires, and that held it back. But the experience I loved on the PSVR. And I think I have some great memories of the PSVR. So much. So really, really loved PSVR. Loved the PS4 as a system. Just excellent all the way. No complaints. Also, it's the coolest looking system that they ever did. It's kind of hard because I have it kind of on the side. But that angular look, like boom, 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 just very slick. You can kind of see it on the side a little bit too, but just I loved the look of the PS4 as well. So good. This Sony controller down here, Sony controller, Sony. This PlayStation 1 controller down here, model of the PS4 controller, the DualShock 4. It's this had a funny story because they did a 20th anniversary, I forgot what it was for, of the PS4, and it looked like a PS1, had that gray color scheme, and it looked like a PS1, but it was a PS4, had this controller with it, and I fell in love, and it was like Very limited. It was so limited, it was so hard to get, and it was like $600. Now, I had a big paying job then, but I was like, I don't know if I can scratch all that. Passed on it reluctantly. Then they announced separately you can get the headset that looked like the PS1, like color scheme, and then this sold separately, so you know I had to get it. So I never used it to this day. I think I just love that it looks like the PS1 controller. So I got that and the headset. And the headset I'm still using to this day when I stream. I had to replace the ear pads, but love the color scheme of that, and it still works great. So I had to replace. Oh, I had to replace the battery in it too, but it works great and it looks great. So love, 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 love this PS1 20th anniversary for that. And then down here, the most pitiful setup here is the Vita. And I hated the Vita when it came out because I was going to get a Vita. I was like, oh, that's good. It could be cool. Gravity Rush is looking good. That Tearaway game and all this stuff is coming out. There's an Uncharted game, but that Uncharted was not made by Naughty Dog. And I was like, I don't see enough stuff to buy the system. And I think it was when I was broke. Yeah, I did not have my big paying job at that time. The other thing that was going on was, and I just checked the box and they said it, I was like, oh, this might be cool. I want to like save, you want to save stuff. You want to have your memory card. The memory card was sold separately. It did not come with one. The PSP did come with one. And at least the PSP came with a memory stick duo, which was used in Sony's cameras at the time, digital cameras. This one was exclusive to the freaking Vita. It was proprietary and proprietary. Speak slow. They were expensive because it was the only thing using for it. The cards were so expensive for like a 4 gig. It was out of this world expensive, and it killed the Vita. It was a big part, along with no games, like no big exclusive games or whatever, like that kept pushing it for the American market, that killed it in America. Now in Japan, this thing flourished. It had a ton of Japanese games that people loved or whatever. And I do have friends that like the Vita. I think they're freaking crazy, but I'm still friends with them. But I eventually got this at that Arcade Legacy where I got the Donkey Kong Country stuff from. We've done podcasts there before, but I ended up getting there, had it on sale or whatever. I was like, well, this looks like a clean enough copy or whatever. Okay, let's do it. And I got it there. And I did play through Gravity Rush on there and used the touchpad in the back, used the motion. I think it used it as well. And it was fun. It was really fun on there. It had a memory card with it, is why, because I refused to get a memory card, and all my games are digital in there. I think it actually, the guy still had it on there, so I just played it like the previous owner. So I just played his previous copy of it. And I never played Tearaway. I did want to play Tearaway on it, even though I think the PS4 version is the definitive from what I hear. And that's from the makers of Little Big Planet. But not a lot that I was interested in. But I have played around with it, and I've heard people say, you should hack this thing and put emulators on it, and it's like the best emulator system, and the screen is the OLED. That was the thing, too. I wanted the first version because it was OLED, and then they cheaped out and did LED on the rest. But that OLED screen looks gorgeous. And for the time, 2012, seeing an OLED screen, it was like, yeah, that looks gorgeous. So Vita, very weird, but it feels great in the hand, and I did want it in my collection for the time. But so that is this shelf right here, spanning the 6th gen and the 7th gen. We got the Xbox up there, going all the way down to the 7th gen with the PlayStation 3. So next up, we'll go to more current era stuff. And I lied. We're actually going to look at this action figure shelf first. It's a Detolf, the second Detolf that I have in here. You might recognize it from the other game room. This has the wood grain, and they have since got rid of the wood grain, and you're getting just plain white, which I like the white, just the white better, but I got this wood grain one, so here we go. Right up top here, we have the Majora's Mask first 4 figures, yeah. And this thing was only $100. It's light up here. You can see the base kind of lighting up. The eyes kind of light up, and I'm gonna try to turn it dark there. You can kind of see. They were kind of shaking. I think it's staying solid now, but looks freaking great on the shelf. Love Majora's Mask. And now I can finally say something about this game room that's very ridiculous. I have something Majora's Mask related in every corner of this basement. I've got that. I've of course got this kind of stuff over here, but that's in the corner. I've got Majora's Mask over there on the N64 stuff that I showed earlier. And I've got that mask, or not the mask, sorry. Got that poster over there corner, and then by the popcorn machine over here, I've got the freaking mask with the picture frame. So Majora overlooks the entire basement. Thank you, Majora. Thank you, and your mask. One of the funniest collector's edition that I own is the Death Stranding baby. The moment they showed the game, I said the collector's edition is going to be the baby, as a joke. Like, oh, could you imagine? That's probably what they're going to do. That's crazy if they do it. They did it. I love this collector's edition. It came with the tape that I have here, still sealed, and then a little charm that's right here as well. Oh, the lights were going crazy. Ooh. But there's also, which cannot be shown even in a room this big, the suitcase. One of the same suitcase from the Death Stranding game I have out in my garage because the box is ungodly large. I still have the box. And the suitcase is in that box because it's too big to display anywhere. It is massive. There is no room for it at all. Sorry. Can't happen, Kojima. But I still have it. But the suitcase is really cool too. It had the game, all that stuff kind of inside of it. But Death Stranding, very weird game. Very weird game, but I'm glad I own it. And that collection edition is just classic. So freaking funny. And anybody that walks in and sees that, it always brings up conversation. So what I did here is I kind of split this into different themes. This first theme is Mario. So this has changed. I took some stuff out, moved some stuff around, put some stuff up. Now it's able to display in the shelf, which I like. The shelves with the games. But other stuff I wanted to give its own shelf for. So this is the Nintendo kind of section right here. Mario, pretty much Mario section. And funny thing is, so I keep great care of all my stuff, but I think this was even in the last Game Room Tour. I couldn't remember if it was doing this already. Let me get focus here. But you can see, let me actually open this up and everything's going to fall out of this one too. That'll be great, please. Right here, you can see on his nose that plastic that they used was more like, almost like a bathroom, like a kid's bath toy plastic, and it is like, it's like little spots everywhere. So it's kind of a bummer that they didn't just make that a harder rubber plastic or a harder different type of plastic, because that plastic will just disintegrate someday. It's going to be no-nose Yoshi at some point, whereas the other stuff just is holding together. But there's that, and then they started, so these are figure arts Marios, and I love these looks on these. I think these are the best. Again, these are the best ones they've done, just like that Power Ranger line. Thank you, Figure Arts. And they sold these little play sets separately, and I have, I believe, every single one of them. And some of them, some of the stuff I'm not using actively, they're in the different pipes or whatever back there. But they got a piranha plant, that looks great. But you can make him look like he's on Yoshi. He has like a little base that he sits on. The coins up here, I had to get these. So it looks like they're, in 2D running is what my goal was, kind of running 2D right here. So there's a little mushroom enemy and all this other stuff. Back here, when they used to do Nintendo Club Nintendo, and you had to have so many coins for this to get this, but I had definitely missed it by that point. It was one of the first big ones, I believe, that you could get, and my dad found this at Half Price Books and got this for me. So that was a great piece of the collection. And then this, Luigi's Mansion, I loved this little diorama, also Club Nintendo, very exclusive, and I wanted it, and I had enough points to get it. And I was like, do I get this? Do I get this? Whatever. And he hauled around, and they sold out. And I was like, crap. And I had to eventually just buy it on eBay. I eventually just had to get the thing off of eBay. So that was kind of a losing. Didn't win that one really well. But and these are two at the same time that Donkey Kong came out, and I usually used to keep these around the last game room together with the Donkey Kong. But these are just Toys R Us. I don't know if they had Toys R Us exclusives, but just these big Marios and Luigis. So I like having them kind of on the stand right here, just kind of guarding over Mario Land. Down here is the Pokemon section. So as I was crazy with Pokemon back in the day, I also collected the plushes again with the tags. I got the tags on all this stuff. I don't think Pikachu has a plush because I just wanted to play with him and I pretended, you know, I was in the anime, all that stuff. So, but the original fat looking Pikachu there, Snorlax back here as well, just chilling. But I like all these little Pokemon goofy looking figures and stuff. But and then I got these. These are just they sold Pokemon cards in that. I just like them. They're just the tins that kept the cards in there, but they look really good on a shelf. They also sell like $100 like Pokeball, but I was like, this tin looks really cool. It's not to size, not the scale, but it looks great on a shelf. So I just used these. Like these were just really cheap. The Great Ball and the Ultra Ball and the Pokeball are all there. Those are like the iconic ones for me personally. And then these are Tomy figures, and I have a lot of these. I saw something the other day I was really jealous of, and I was like, I can't get lost in this. I just can't do it. But what it was, I don't know if they sold it separately or what, but they had a frame that had little inserts, molds of each of these Pokemon, all 150, 151, whatever they did. And you could collect each of those, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna get lost in the sauce if I do that. So these were just the ones I got, and these are the ones I'm displaying. This came from a store called 151 in Columbus. No, it's not Columbus. It's in the Dayton area in Ohio, and they sold these. I think you can get these online as well, but I think they come from Japan. And I just wanted to get something cool, and you just open it up and put Snorlax in. You can put him on. He's just sleeping on a bridge, just chilling in a bridge, and they're called terrariums or something. I don't know. But they sold a bunch of stuff, but that was the cutest little thing I saw. And then this Blastoise is another Figuarts. Awesome. He is my favorite Pokemon is Blastoise. I, for some reason as a kid, named my Blastoise Max in Pokemon Blue, and it just stuck with me, and I have named all my blue water. I always start water, and I always name him Max. Every single Pokemon game I play since then. I just thought Max was a cool name for when I was 8 years old, so there's that. And then little Tomy of the Squirtle, Wartortle, and Blastoise there. And then they also did these. These are really weird. I don't know if it was a game or what, you could whatever, but it was these different marble type or just rolling kind of Pokemon type, and I think it was a whole game. I don't know. They did a lot of merchandise. They did so much merchandise. They made a gajillion dollars on all of us kids. But there's my Pokemon section. Next up is my anime section. I want to expand this, and I'll talk about that at the very end, what the plans and stuff are for stuff I want to change about the game room, but these are my favorite animes, favorite characters from those animes. We got Gurren Lagann over here. We got Yoko. We got to get Kamina, and Simone back here. And these are all Pop Parade, and they look excellent. Oh my gosh, and you can still just, I didn't pre-order these. These just came, these just were still in stock. We got Eren Yeager, younger Eren Yeager. He kind of changes as the show goes on. Attack on Titan. We got Gurren Lagann. We got the Lagann itself. I think that's what you call it. And then got Dragon Ball. And then I really love these, and I guess these have gone up in price too, but these are Kill la Kill. Ryuko and Setsuki, I think is her name. But I always have to hide those over when Mama and Papa comes. I gotta hide those. They're gonna be mad. But I loved these Figuarts Zero. So these are just statues, whereas Figuarts are more posable. And I got these in the 2010s, and I was collecting the Figuarts, but I ended up, these were so unbelievably cool. I was like, I'm going to sell these and just stick with these Figuarts Zeros. The other part is I have not kept up with Dragon Ball Z in forever, and there's new characters, there's whole other stuff going on, and I was like, these are just what look cool to me. Is Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta and Piccolo. Like, those are my most memorable characters. I don't need to get, and they have went so, I mean, you could get, there is so many Figuarts Dragon Ball figures that come out every year. I am glad. I mean, I love Dragon Ball, and for people that are into that, you need go for it. Like, there's so much fun stuff you're getting, but I just don't like it that much, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But they look awesome on a shelf. They look incredible. These things floating around the power. So freaking cool. And down here, it's kind of a blasphemy, but I have Zelda. My Zelda collection on the bottom shelf. What am I thinking? Thinking that I was running out of room and I just wanted to display all this stuff. But back there is a Dark Horse statue of Twilight Princess Link. I think my friend got that for me for my birthday. Thought that was really cool. The Breath of the Wild Collector's Edition, which is for some reason, I don't think people knew how life-changing Breath of the Wild was going to be to the entire industry. And I pre-ordered that, and I think they still had stuff going on even a couple days on. You could still like order it after it came out, because this was a launch title for the Switch. But people just really want this collector's edition. It jumped up in price big time. But I mean, you get the Sheikah Slate, you got the sword, great value for the money, and just looks amazing. My only issue, and if you have this, let me know if you have the same problem. My sword kind of is like leaning towards us right now, just a hair. And I've tried bending it, but I'm going to break it. You know what I mean? I'm too tight. Like, that is going to break someday. So I just kind of left it since then. Don't touch it. But nice detail on the flower coming out. Love Breath of the Wild. There's the Midna that came with the Twilight Princess Collector's Edition. That has since, you can buy that separate. I could be wrong, but I thought they put that separate. Could be wrong. That color screen Game & Watch, I never thought too much of that Game & Watch. I didn't get the Mario one, but that they had that on sale for like, I want to say $15, something recently, and I just grabbed that deal really quick and got that. So happy I got that. I have never opened it, but looks cool on a shelf. And I think it has a clock, and then you can play the original Zelda on it. This down here is another example like that Kirby where I love the Nindroids, and it's when it works for the chibi factor. This freaking Wind Waker, I mean, he was already kind of a chibi character in the game. Yeah, that looks awesome for a Nindroid. So that's an amazing Nindroid. The reason I got the Majora's Mask one is I just was hungry for a Figma of Zelda, or Link, I mean, from Majora's Mask, but that was not happening. So I was like, well, I'll just get that in the meantime. And then we got a Figma Link. I think that's Link to the Past or Link Between Worlds. They might have just, yeah, they did Link Between Worlds, because if you see over here, it came with a awesome accessory, and it's a little, you can hold it up to glass, which works perfect in this glass display. That is the, he's kind of off to the side here, but when he turns into Wall Link in the game. So awesome accessories with Figma you get too. But there is more amiibos you can see here. I love the way the Link's Awakening remake looks like, so glossy and looks like clay. Just amazing look. Really matches that art style when that game came out. Really was happy with that game. Ganon, that's Ganondorf from the Twilight Princess on Wii U Collector's Edition back there. But I love the Zelda stuff. I was not, my big goal, and you're about to see in about 2 seconds, my amiibo collection. My goal is to get all the Smash amiibo. That was my goal. But in recent years, I've not shied away from like, hey, there's a new, they're restocking these rare kind of Wind Waker Zeldas. You know, I mean, not the Smash Brothers Wind Waker Link, I mean, but these separately. And then this was a Metacom figure that came out recently, not too long ago, of the Minish Cap. So I'm trying to get every Link. And I think I've got just about every Link except for that 8-bit one that's over there, but he's chilling over there. And I'm at the point now where it's like, oh, let's get the rest of the Breath of the Wild ones. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of a sucker for Zelda amiibos now. But I'm not trying to get every single amiibo from every like Mario and all this other stuff. But I have a fixation with Zelda now. And then that's the coin I think that came with Breath of the Wild as well. But that's the little Zelda section. I wish he was higher, but I think I'm trying to change stuff and make it more cool soon. But we'll see. But that is the figure section. Let's move back to the games almost. So what I meant by almost here, this is the amiibo collection. The last time this was probably shown, this was not as big. I have since collected all the way up to the current and final release of Sora. Sora is not out as this video is going up. It will be going up, I believe, in 2024 is when that's finally releasing. So I need one freaking more, and that's where he'll sit. And I will probably make a video about these, but I've been collecting these from 2014, and I won't be done until 2024 next year. It took an entire decade to get all of these amiibos made. I think COVID kind of slowed some stuff down. Maybe that's why some of the stuff was slower. But I have a funny story with all of these. The reason I kind of wanted these, I was really drawn to these amiibos. I think it's cool you can get stuff in game, but to me they looked like in that original Melee, or not original game, but in Melee, you could collect the little trophies, the little people, and they looked just like this. And I was like, oh my gosh, I could make a pile of these. And that's what I did have a display on one of these DTOFs. I made a big pile of these Smash Brothers figures and was really, I loved the look of that. But once you get so deep, it's like, there's a lot of these. So what I did is I changed this and gave it its own shelf, and got these shelves from Amazon, of all places, these clear displays, and these kind of like, they're kind of these stair-stepped shelves, and people use these to display all types of stuff, but I got these, and they take up perfectly. If you have a Billy bookcase, it literally is going to take every single spot. I'm using the front, I'm using kind of in the middle, they're kind of chilling right here, and then there's two displays for, I wanted to show the box for the Wii U version and the Switch Ultimate version, as it's continued on, like all these new characters and stuff that are coming in on Switch Ultimate. And I just love the look. I love coming in and looking at these, because as it goes on, you can look at even this ARMS character here compared to, so that's more recent, compared to like first gen Link with yellow pee-pee coming down of his leg. You know what I mean? And these all look good. Even that one, you know, even Link, as weird as that is, they just, and look at, oh my gosh, Pyra and Mithra from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Like, they look excellent. Like, these just look unbelievable in a big giant group, the freaking Cloud figures. And what happened was I was collecting these. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get all these. And then they released this freaking Cloud and Bayonetta, these player 1 or player 2 versions. And I went, are they gonna do that for every one of them? And I gave up. I was like, I'm out. And I think a lot of people were with me, because this Corrin figure is not rare now, but that went up to one of the rare amiibos until just recently. Because people, I think, just get these, and then they just didn't make a lot of them, and then whatever. I left until they started freaking putting out King K. Rool, and then when I saw Banjo-Kazooie, I was like, I'm back in, because that is such a cool looking Banjo-Kazooie amiibo. You reeled me back in. They didn't do the player 2 stuff, and I was just happy to come back in. Got the Minecraft Steve. Yeah, I got back into these, and I'm glad I did. These look really cool. I'm glad they didn't do player 2 to all this other crap. And I am just one away. I'm one shy with Sora. So that takes up these two ginormous halves of this Billy bookcase from IKEA. And then this last part, the locked in part, I just have room for the Wii U, which the Wii U is a weird system. I really enjoyed the Wii U, but they did stupid thing after stupid thing after stupid thing. The marketing sucked. They called it the Wii U. People thought it was an accessory for the Wii. Such a stupid name. Up there with the Xbox One X S. What are we doing calling the Xbox One? Is that the Xbox original? What are these companies thinking? Like, so stupid. So, weird system. I hated that in the gamepad, the battery just kept dying. And then when I opened it up, I got a, oh, you can get a bigger pack. And I opened it up. It has room for a bigger pack, and they only give you a small one. It's stuff like that. It just kept stacking on the goofiness on there. But yeah, there's a small selection. I kind of compare this with the Dreamcast, of the wackiness of the system, and using the touchpad and the wacky games that came to it. I do have, I loved Captain Toad. That started out as a Super Mario 3D World kind of thing, which I loved that, playing that co-op here. And then that finally, they had a mini game in this, or a little mini stuff where you could like have Toad, and they branched it out into its own game. Toad got his own game, and it's fun. It is a fun game. And I think they made one for Switch, but never played that. I don't know if that's a sequel. I think it might be a port on that. Bayonetta 2 was exclusive because Nintendo published it. People got really mad, but it was like, you either don't get the game because no one's publishing, no one's giving the money, or you play it on Nintendo. So thank you, Nintendo, for doing that, saving that. Mario Kart 8 is excellent. It's very fun. They ported it over to Switch, and the only problem with that is they gave you everything. They didn't make you unlock everything. And I think it's people, they're like, hey, you came from Wii U, didn't you? And it's like, well, not everybody. Not everybody got to play this at all. Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, the soundtrack from the same, I think it's Kirkhope, I want to say. I could be wrong there, who made the original Donkey Kong Country soundtrack, came back for this. Ugh. There's points I stopped in this. I'm playing and I was like, this is just too good of a song. I have to like listen to this. So excellent soundtrack. Very, very worthy of the Donkey Kong Country name for that soundtrack. The new Super Mario, at this point, we've already got the Wii version. We had, the 3DS version had that gold coin. This is so tired that the new Super Mario Brothers Wonder has just come out at the time of filming this, and it totally poo-poos all over this. It totally shows like, wow, this was so soulless that they were doing these games. It just was so boring and so tired, and the Wonder has really ignited new life in it. This is the biggest bummer we've never got a port from, but I understand because it's so tied to this gamepad. I know why they didn't do it. This has so many fun games. There's a Ghost game. There's a Luigi's Ghost game or something, whatever, and that got so many plays with like friends coming over and people coming over. We loved playing that in a group setting. Really missed that didn't come to Switch. The Splatoon was really fun. I will say I kind of fell off after this. I thought this was a really cool game, but I just didn't really get into the multiplayer aspect of it as much. I played a little bit of it, but and I really enjoyed the main story of it and playing through it. But the second one, the controls with the Switch Joy cons and stuff, and those thumbsticks, I couldn't play it, so this was the only one I played, and it was fun. It was fun. I loved that. That was a good new IP on the Wii U. People kind of tend to forget that came out on there. This was the best way to play this game. Rayman Legends on there. On the gamepad, loved playing that couch co-op. That was so fun. So I had a good time with the Wii U, whereas everybody else kind of poo-pooing on it. And I had a good time. It did do a lot of stuff stupid. We did get Smash Brothers Wii U, which I thought was way better than Brawl, but I thought I had a good time with that one. We got Twilight Princess HD, Wind Waker HD, both on there. Those were good things for the system, but it was like, what's our original thing? They did not get a console exclusive Zelda. This is the only game console that they've made that didn't get an exclusive Zelda. Now I'm showing you Breath of the Wild, but that was a launch title for the Switch. It was cross-gen, cross-platform with both of those. And just such a weird predicament that we didn't get any new Zelda that whole time. And that was going to be the Wii U one, was Breath of the Wild, and it just took the whole gen. They just slept on that thing. But hey, they took in the amount of time they needed to. Wonderful 101 was fun. Xenoblade Chronicles X is so missed on the Switch. They have not ported that game, and that is so much fun. Loved Xenoblade Chronicles X, and Woolly World was fun to play with my wife. Multiplayer on that. And Mario Maker, I didn't play as much as I wanted to, but I got that back there. This is the collector's edition that came with that Wii U, and I love that they did the same thing for Switch. You got the controller. That's how I got the controllers, is always through these bundles. I love getting the bundle version. I don't want to go out and get this plain version. I want to wait and see, and usually it's when those new things launch, get this controller and stuff. So I got that. I also have, it comes with the adapter. I have the adapter somewhere in the accessories, but it's much cooler just to show this. The Wii U Pro controller on there, which just felt, I was mixed on this controller. It felt like a McDonald's toy, kind of cheapo a little bit. And then the weird Wii U that's very long. It's the longest console and not very wide. but weird, just all around, just a weirdo console. And that battery died all the time that I just kept that plugged in 24/7, the gamepad. But cool experiences, Dreamcast all the way of kind of a console, and kind of just burned bright and then died. Forgot to show. I do have Devil's Third. I think that's a little bit down in price, but that's still very rare. So rare that when I was seeing it talked about, it was making me and my friends laugh at work. And I was like, I'm going to go buy that game. I have to play that with friends. It's going to be fun with friends. It was fun with friends, but getting it was hard at launch. Only one GameStop within, my area, hour of my area got that. And I had to pre-order it when I went up for pre-order it to that GameStop. They were the only ones that had it, and I went there and picked it up. I don't even know if I pre-ordered. I think I just heard about it and found they were the only ones that had it. I could be wrong, though. But I did get that from that one weird GameStop that had that. Very funny game to play. But Wii U, weird system, good riddance, but had fun. Now we get to the current gen. It's funny because I have a lot of issues with I'm going to push this back so this looks better. Oh, shoot. I have a lot of issues with the Switch. The Switch to me, now hear me out, is the worst console, as I'm sitting here with this big collection, the worst console, hardware-wise, they've ever released. They cheaped out in so many ways. The cheapest dock, it scratched my freaking screen. The Joy-Con analog sticks feel like dirt. If you go more than 2 feet from the console, there was connection issues. I think they might have fixed that with newer models, possibly, but I don't think so because the way they did Bluetooth, the Joy-Con drift. I can go on for days with the issues this piece of crap has. All that said, the game library I like, and also the portability function is awesome. So it's like one of my favorite consoles, but it's one of the worst hardwares. It is the worst hardware-wise they've ever released. Absolutely abysmal. A slap in the face to consumers, how much they had to pay for it, and all the crap that they wouldn't fix. Just pissed me off a lot of this gen. So that's pissed me off. And then the second half of the gen, before we get into this, I've actually, it's fun to emulate. I do own these games, but it's fun to emulate these games as well because I cannot play a 720p game at less than 30 frames on my 4K television. I'm just not doing it. I think that's ridiculous. It's kind of long in the tooth, and I'm happy to hear that it's probably 2024 we'll get a successor to the Switch, and I can't wait to see what that is. I think they're going to keep with this kind of split handheld console, home console kind of thing, but we'll see where they kind of go from there. That'll be the time of this video goes up. I have no clue what that's going to be. Switch 2, Super Switch, whatever. But I'll show you what my collection is for the Switch. I've really liked the collector's edition stuff that's come out for the Switch. So let's start over here. This is one of the newer things I've got in my collection, along with the other a million little knickknacks I showed earlier for it. But Tears of the Kingdom. And these amiibos just came out of Zelda and Ganondorf, and then this launched with the game, the Tears of the Kingdom, the Link. But I love Tears of the Kingdom. Hated it at first. Really was against it. But really love this collector's edition. I think there's other like kind of stuff inside, like little pins, or I don't know what it was, little metal badge things. I don't know. But really like the box and really wanted to display that. Couldn't put the Breath of the Wild box, didn't have room, and I got it down there and whatever. So I did have this one. This one's of a newer thing, so wanted to show that off. This game rules. Nintendo freaking Switch Sports, Nintendo Switch Sports or whatever. Successor to Wii Sports. So fun to play. I've been playing that in group settings when friends come over and stuff. Lots of fun stuff to have. They took too long to make Golf come out. Is Golf even out yet? I think it is now, possibly, but that took too long. That wasn't at launch. That was kind of weird. I do have Tears of the Kingdom. This is the metal, the steelbook case, which looks awesome. Oh, it looks so cool. Love all that Tears of the Kingdom design. Kind of reminds me of it does remind me of Majora's Mask a lot. So I really have maybe that's another reason I have an affection for it. Got the Tears of the Kingdom, again, I went Tears of the Kingdom out. Got the controller. I also have the case back there in that ottoman. I have also the Skyward Sword, even though I hate Skyward Sword, I wanted to get the controllers for it. So I have that. These are both brand new, unopened, just for collector stuff. I'm just a sucker for Zelda. I'm not doing this for every game. I'm not doing this for whatever. It's like Zelda I'm really tied to, big time. And then I have the Metroid Dread Collector's Edition as well, and has a cool art book with it. I think that's what that came with. That's why it's so freaking long. And really dig that. And I think this came with the art book as well. Those are my favorite things to get with the collector's editions. And then I got the amiibos, Metroid Dread. I ended up thinking this game was not excellent, but fun. And it controlled extremely well. Not my favorite Metroid, but very cool little amiibos, little design to it, thing that was going on. But that Emmy stuff was like driving me freaking nuts by the end of it. It was just kind of wearing out its welcome. Not very fun. At times, I was not in the mood for it. Got the Bayonetta collection. So this is interesting. This is where I have totally become a hypocrite. I open my games, I do play them, and what happened with the Switch is that, so I did play Bayonetta 3, and I just played that straight from my Switch on there. But what happened, so then I was like, well, I got Bayonetta 1 and 2 are coming out, and they were like, it's going to be a limited release. And I was like, well, I like Bayonetta 1 and 2 a lot. And I got these sealed still. So this is where you're like, get your comments ready. You're just calling me out. But I also have Donkey Kong Country sealed. I also have Hyrule's Age of Calamity sealed. I've got the definitive edition of Hyrule Warriors. I don't think that's sealed. No, that's open, yeah. I got Luigi's Mansion sealed because, now listen to me, I'm not crazy. I like to own this stuff physical, but because I hate playing 720p in 2023, it's crazy. And these frame rates or whatever, I'm emulating. So I do own all this stuff, but I'm emulating these games as well. So if you see sealed stuff, I'm playing this still. I got Super Mario 3D All-Stars sealed as well. That went up in price. I grabbed that before all that stuff went crazy, but I did not buy it from Nintendo. I was like, do not make a game that you said, hey, we're only going to sell it for a little bit. It's like, why are you doing that? Why are you making scarcity? You know what I mean? I don't like that about Nintendo when they do that, but yeah. And then I bought two to make sure I got that edition or whatever. I bought and have a sealed copy of Tears of the Kingdom. So I went a little crazy. I have a sealed copy of Skyward Sword. I have a funny story on a podcast how I got a million copies of that for way cheaper than what I should have. And Link's Awakening I played. That was before emulator, whatever stuff took off to where I could play it as much. And I got a better computer that could emulate it. And yeah, that's a lot of that Switch stuff. Down here, this is pretty cool. I thought this was going to be more rare than it ended up being. And it is the Pikachu Instax. This hooks up with Pokemon Snap, which I don't even own. I never got that. Shoot. I was going to get that. Pokemon Snap for Switch. I'm going to play that soon. All the new Pokemon, there's so many new Pokemon, I just wasn't in a rush to get that. You know what I mean? So I just don't have that. But I do need Pokemon Snap because it's a new Pokemon Snap. There's the collector's edition to Link's Awakening. Loved Link's Awakening. Cool art book in there. This is Mario Kart Live. Love bugging the crap out of my dogs. My dogs go absolutely ballistic as I ride this around our basement. I was riding around upstairs. They went absolutely crazy, and then my dog pooped in the corner. They were so nervous. But love this. I do want to get the Luigi one. They had this on sale last year for Black Friday. Maybe I buy it this year. Maybe I'll get the Luigi one this year. I want to get both of them going and riding around and pissing both my dogs off. Bayonetta 3, the Masquerade Edition. It's funny. This game kind of disappointed me in ways. It wasn't amazing. It kind of looked like a PS2 game. That was when I really switched gears and was like, I have to start emulating. I can't deal with this. This looks like butt. But I did have fun. It was still ridiculous, and it did have some fun parts to it. But the graphics kind of was the first time it dragged down the experience. But I do have the Masquerade Edition, which has an art book and fun stuff, all that cool stuff in there. And then this I just got the other day. So I got this at launch, or I got Mario Odyssey. Yeah, that was a launch game. I got that at launch. And the other day they had a expo in Columbus, so I drove all the way up there, and Charles Martinet was there. And the reason I really wanted that is he just retired basically from being the Mario voice, which made me think is like, yeah, I want to get like a signature from him or see this guy and before he gets into his twilight years. So I took this up there. This is my original copy I got at launch. I had already opened it and all that stuff. And took this out of the sleeve and he signed it. It was funny. He was cracking me up. He put Super Zach, Superstar. He'll write like goofy stuff. He's writing goofy stuff for the people in line in front of me, like woohoo and yee, all the all of this stuff on there. But cool, Charles Martinet. It's all my only thing that's signed in my entire game collection, because and some people had Super Mario 64 and stuff, and I thought about bringing that, but I want like Miyamoto to sign like Super Mario 64 and stuff like that. But I felt good about like, hey, this is Charles Martinet's last game. Give him that. You know what I mean? Like that's definitely where he needs to be signing Mario Odyssey, because that's the last. That's not the last Mario game he voiced, but that's the last main line Mario game that he'll ever voice. So kind of crazy that happened. Down here is the Last of Us kind of display. I've got the Firefly edition, very exclusive. I think it was only in the PlayStation Store for Last of Us Part 1. Thought that was an amazing remake, or super remaster is what I would call that. It's got a lot of tweaks on that, so it's like in between of that, but really loved that remake. Last of Us Part 2, I do not enjoy, but I have it right there, the collector's edition. And this was the period towards the end of the PS4 and now going to the PS5, except this was the biggest version you could get of this. I stopped buying. I only got like the limited editions, which was like a still book, maybe a tiny art book or some extras, but not the big one. Like I don't need a million statues. I didn't need this statue or a backpack. I think this one came with a backpack and all of that. And I was like, I don't need all that. So I kind of, my waning years of special editions of like, and I'm running out of room. It's like, I can't do it anymore. This is my very limited small PS5 games. I even sold. I had like Returnal, which I didn't like, and I had the Super Monkey Ball game that's like, I'll just get that on PC. So these are kind of like my PS5 games, and I've kind of switched gears. I was going to get, like I said, the end of PS4 era, I was playing stuff on Steam and PC, and I switched gears because the PS5 controller is so fun to play with, and the triggers and the rumble, that I've switched gears, and now I'm getting everything, unless it's like a PC thing where our friends are playing. I'm getting almost 100% of all third-party games, like Elden Ring, all this stuff. I'm getting on PS5 because it plays great on there. It looks amazing. I don't have to like go through my PC and go through this whole setup and make sure, oh, we got to get this patch and wait for this to work for your system, right? And I'm done with that. I'm older gamer now. I'm in my 30s. I just want to boot up a system and play, and that's the PS5. And I love my PS5. I think they're slow in the games. I think COVID absolutely took the knees, dropped to the knees. Everyone couldn't freaking do nothing. And I'm giving a pass on that, but I like the PS4 stuff better as a whole, but we still got some life in it. And I hope that this is a longer gen. I'm not ready to move on that stuff. I don't even need a Pro right now. Please don't say we're even halfway through the gen at 2023. I hope it goes freaking for another 5 years. I don't care. I think there's still a lot of potential. But there's No More Heroes 3 back there. I liked the first 2 games. The second one I played more recently for the first time. I found it at a thrift store, and I was like, oh, I'm going to play that. So I got to play that for the first time. The Call of Duty, my parents got me. They wanted me to play that. Or my dad was really into Call of Duty with me growing up. We played that. Crisis Core remake, oh my gosh, that looks like an entirely different game. They totally gutted that thing, and it looks incredible for it just being a PSP game. Total gutted that and made that look great. Very weird game. Very goofy game. It's basically a hidden Kingdom Hearts game is what I want to call it. Elden Ring, of course, great. Final Fantasy 16, wouldn't recommend it. Whatever. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart was awesome. Miles Morales I didn't beat, but had fun with. And then guess what? To end this out, my collection currently, I have a sealed copy of Uncharted right here. Because I have to get those remasters. So I have to do them. Oh my gosh, I'm going to lose Astrobot. And then I have oh my gosh, I have a Astrobot Nindroid. Again, another Nindroid. I thought that was so fun. Astro bought for the PS5 was a freaking system seller almost. So amazing. And the Last of Us collection again, right there. And that closes off this section of the game room, the amiibo and current kind of games right here. This wall right here is what I get a lot of compliments over. I actually had an appraiser come over for the house, and they saw these boxes here and then in the cases, but they saw this big wall of them. They saw all this stuff, and she's like, "Man, my son plays these. I don't have anything with video games." He was like, "But those boxes are cool," which over a decade in the making, my family would make fun of me because where did I have all these boxes in my first game room? Because I had all these. I mean, I had the ones at the time. I didn't have PS5, of course. But when I was in that room, my small first game room of my parents, or just my regular room, not a game room, where did all these boxes go? I had them in 14 or 15 different boxes at my grandparents' garage. They had a big garage, and they let me store all this stuff because some of it was in the garage, and then I just kept buying, and it outgrew my parents' garage to where they had a lot of stuff in there. They didn't have room for it. My grandparents let me keep all that stuff, and they would make fun. Every family party, they'd look at it, or we would come over and like make fun. I wasn't married to my wife at the time, and they'd make fun of me like, where is all this going to go in your new house? Like, how are you going to store all this? And I still wasn't able to even get all this stuff out still when I moved into my other house because I still didn't have room until now. It still took all that time, and I got to display these. That lady said that people have seen it since then. They're like, the boxes are pretty cool, but they made fun of me because I had boxes full of boxes is what they would make fun of me for. But I had to keep all this stuff on there. So at the top, we'll just get to these boxes finally. I just thought that was funny. It took so many years to get a payoff. People are like, okay, those are cool. At the top are some of my least favorite boxes. No, the PS5. Sleek, looks cool. I just don't like this era of graphic design, and it's kind of a bummer because you look at something like, I will say that and I'll look at the GameCube, but at least there was that logo and there was more stuff going on. There was more, fun to it. And when you look at these retro boxes and even the Game Boy Advance, there's just a sense of fun to it. There's fun going on. The Xbox one even over there is just fun. It just explodes. It just looks like you want to play it. And this is just like PlayStation 5, but you know what I mean? And even the Wii has a touch of it. It's that era. That's when it was starting of minimalism and all this other stuff, which is cool at times. But and this did look really cool for the era, but I don't think it's aged well where all the retro boxes have. There's the PS2 Slim. I got that recently for the first time. The 360 Slim that I bought after 8 million of my Xboxes. Oh, that's what it is. I traded that old Xbox into GameStop, and they had a great deal. Like, you trade the old Xbox in and put $40 and got that. So that's what I did. Great deal at the time. There's my PlayStation 3 box I kept, even though I sold the system, had to rebuy it. The Wii U, this is the digital deluxe, the deluxe set, the 32 gig. They also came out with that white one, which was only 2 gigs, like way too less, and it came with Nintendo Land. So I got that at launch, pre-ordered that. Xbox One X that I got from Travis, who's on the podcast. I bought that a couple years ago from him because I was like, well, I want this. I'll check it out. I got it to play old Xbox and 360 games. Basically, there was nothing on there. There's no exclusives I was looking forward to, and most of the stuff's on PC anyways. There's the PS4 I got at launch. Love the PS4. You can see at the top there was a number because I got this at Best Buy's midnight launch. And that was one of the best launches I ever had because they had an event going on while we were waiting in line. So we were live streaming it in line and watching it on our phones and like, oh, Uncharted 4 is freaking coming out. Oh, shoot, this is coming out. And even though there wasn't a lot at launch yet, it was like we were like making the right choice. So that was such a fun idea to do that at midnight. Down here, some Switch stuff. There's the Switch original launch box, the launch edition, or the first version. There's my GameCube, and I just moved this kind of stuff around to fit that Xbox One. This was out in the garage at first, but I was like, I'll give it a freaking space on the shelf and move my Xbox One over there to the retro area. There's my GameCube I got for our Christmas. Got the classic, got the Zelda edition, the collector's edition with it. There's the Tears of the Kingdom, brand new. And then this is kind of consoles, but I wanted to fill out the space, and that's why I have the controller right here. And I don't have a room for it, but that's N64 controller for the Switch. I hate the N64 controller so much, and I think it's such a weird controller that I had to get this. So that's why I had to get the Switch version of it, and it's unopened. It just makes me laugh. So stupid I had to buy it. I have my poster I had in the last game room, the Metal Gear Solid 2 that was hanging up, and I just have it kind of in the corner right now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I don't know if I want to hang it because some stuff might be changing soon over here, but that's where that's at for now. And the last bit of the game room. This is a section that takes up my Metal Gear figures, Final Fantasy VII Remake figures, and some other Final Fantasy VII figures, and Evangelion. And some of this has been shown, some of this has not been seen this way, and some of this is kind of new as well, as with a lot of stuff in this game video or game tour video. So up here, we'll start from the top, is my Metal Gear Solid 5 figures. I have all of these figures. I made them all Metal Gear Solid 5 up here. We got Phantom Pain, we have the Collector's Edition hand up here. We have Ground Zeroes kind of hiding in the back. I'm going to be doing something different soon. I'll talk at the very end what the plan is, but I do like this for now. Man on Fire, Little Psycho Mantis, I think he has a different name. I forgot now. I think it's... I forgot what it was. Yeah, I love all these figures. I love how these came out. I fell in love with Players Kai with these because these looked so good. We have Quiet. We've got the different versions of Snake, the Ground Zero Snake, Punish Snake, all this stuff. Love, 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 love. Metal Gear Solid 5 with its issues is great, and I love those figures. Down here is some more Players Kai Metal Gear figures. These have become extremely rare. The Cyborg Ninja and this Snake, Metal Gear, and Meryl right here. But I had to have these when I saw these. I was like, oh my gosh, finally some very cool detail at the time, early 2010s, mid 2010s of Snake. So got these and really like these. This is a Figma of Metal Gear Solid 2 Snake that I liked. I just have to have everything Metal Gear. And I love this Ninjaroid with the PlayStation 1 head. Couldn't pass that up. These are Metacom. So we have Old Snake, we've got Raiden, and we've got Vamp, all from Metal Gear Solid 4. Love those. I think there's one other figure I didn't get, which was a soldier or whatever from Metal Gear Solid 4. Didn't really care to get that one. Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden, Metal Gear Solid 4, or maybe Rising Raiden. I don't think it's Metal Gear Solid 4 Raiden. At the time, this is so funny. Bought these figures, I think they were like $60 to $65 at the time. I can't remember. Bought those. Then they made Solidus. When they made Solidus, he was $100. And just like with Super Metroid, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm paying $100 for an action figure. I have since paid on multiple occasions every month for these figures more than $100. Right here, I just have this Metal Gear Solid 4 limited edition. Went to the midnight launch for that. Sorry, there's a glare on it. Back there's my original copy that I played with my dad of Metal Gear Solid. He played through that. So memorable of a game, and that's why I want to give its own space. Like, I need to move the games kind of over here because these are different. They're on a different level. And then I recently bought this. I had a loose copy from a flea market that I had forever ago. Had sold that, and then recently bought this very, very clean copy of the Game Boy Color version of Metal Gear Solid. And it's a weird spin-off game, but pretty rare, pretty pricey, but happy to have that in the collection as well as I'm trying to get all these Metal Gear games. But like I said, paid $100 then, thought I was crazy in 2014, whenever that was. Now, I'm paying more than $100 almost every month, every other month for these stupid things. These are the Final Fantasy VII Remake figures. Check out my channel. I'll put one link to my most recent one as the time of filming. Won't have to go into all these because I do extremely detailed looks at these, but these are what they look like on my shelf right now. I don't have to go super into these. Again, this is what I'm currently doing, is reviewing all these figures, but on a shelf, really happy with these. And these down here are the mystery, oh my gosh, what are those called? I've been talking for hours on this video. whatever, they were just kind of random bags or whatever. You could get these, and I ordered them, and I didn't know if it was going to be like a whole thing of random ones or whatever, and they just came in as a box, as a whole like store display kind of thing. And you opened them up, and this is the chaser for that. And I didn't even know it. I just opened up, I was like, oh, cool. I got all of them that I had ordered. And I didn't know that one, you could also get like a duplicate. But I'm happy to get Cloud in the dress, but love the polygon look. I just had to have these. I think I paid $80 for them all. Maybe 70, maybe something like that. There is the Shinra little card that came when you pre-ordered the game. My friend Zach gave me that to me. Shouts out Zach. And there is my deluxe edition, and then down here are all like the dresses down here. Love the Cloud dress figure. I think that has propped up Square Enix's profits for the next 30 years. Just an awesome figure. And that is the newest one I just reviewed on the channel. That is the newest one I'll have in the corner here, or had in the corner. That's the Shinra Soldier right here. But I will change stuff around, but this whole thing is going to be just Final Fantasy VII Remake figures, because so many are coming out, so many big ones are coming out that take up so much space that I'm going to make this its own Final Fantasy VII Remake area. But as of right now, there's not, all those are out, so I can still fit some in these. These are my Evangelion figures. There is one new one. These are the same I had from last time. I just found out he fell down, Unit 0 back there. But I've shown these off in my last game room tour. It's pretty much the same here. Probably better look at them now. This was pretty rare. It was Japan only. I had to order from some guy on eBay, and he gave me like some sauce and some stuff in it. He was like, as an added extra, he gave me like some candy or some other stuff. Seasoning, that's what it was. He was like, you should try this on different foods or whatever. And he put that in the box. Very nice seller. But lucky to have that, because that didn't even show up in Evangelion, the final movie. This is my new edition. I got Asuka, Pop Parade. Again, Pop Parade is doing it right. Oh my gosh, just amazing looking Asuka right there. And I've got pre-ordered the Rey with the long hair, which I'll put down in here as well. Or I might put these by my PC. I might take this one out and just have this be Evangelions, or the Eva units. But that is my Eva. These are all Revoltex. Just love the look of these. So I kept them all Revoltex here, but this was my very first figure coming back into collecting, was this one. Because before I just had cool action figures or video game action figures, and I kind of stopped for years, forever. And this kind of drew me back in. This was the first one. And I loved this one, and I just went crazy from there. And it's been crazy ever since. There is more, because that just kind of fits in there perfectly. And then I have this big room down here so you can see Jesse on the bike, and Yuffie, and I think it's Sodon down there, Barrett, and Shinra. He's a Shinra guy. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. People are going to shoot me. But that's all these down here. And guess what? That is the game room. So, future plans. I am trying to make this all Final Fantasy VII right here. This will only be Final Fantasy VII Remake figures from the top to bottom. So that includes, I'll put the Final Fantasy VII game in there. I'll have stuff from Rebirth. They're going to make new figures. I know there's going to be new characters and new stuff, so I'll have that in there. Just tons of stuff just for Final Fantasy, I think, because it's just going to take up so much room. There's just so many of them. And what I want to do is take this out and have 2 new Detolfs, or have a new glass type of long shelf that goes all along here. I'll try to fit these somewhere, and then on those Detolfs, I'm going to take that Zelda. I'll have that Majora's Mask, all the Zeldas in here. I'll move the Metal Gear stuff in here and have the games for Metal Gear and Zelda. That's my hope, is to put some new Detolfs in here and fit those in here. But right now, it's just kind of a console wall. I still really like that, and I think I'll still keep getting these till I'm filled out, till these are bursting at the seams and breaking my lock. Then I'll switch out. But that is the game room. Again, this was a dream to get this down here. It took weeks and weeks to take my collection and to fit it into this setup. And I'm just very, very, very happy with it. I'm very fortunate. and blessed to get to do this. It took, again, 30 years to get to this point. It took 30 years for you guys to even see this stuff displayed. It's stuff I had to keep away in closets and hold off and say, hey, someday I hope to display this. Someday I hope to display these boxes. Someday I hope to show freaking Mario. Someday I hope to put my Pokemon cards in on the wall and frame them. And now it's here. If you're trying to collect, if you're just now starting to collect, I hope this is inspiration to you. It's like, hey, like, go look back at my first video. It's so small. I am squished in my room. I do everything in the room because I'm in my parents' house. We did not have a big house at all growing up. But I still took good care of my stuff. My parents kind of pushed me to do that. They were kind of helpful in that. And then I just had OCD of just keeping stuff intact and in good condition. And now I get to really enjoy it. It took a long time, and I'm really just happy with it. Very pleased with it. So if you could, this video destroyed my voice because I've talked for hours and hours at a time. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Let me know what your favorite part is. What was something that really stood out to you? What's something in your collection you really like? What's something you think is really cool and unique? I hope you guys have enjoyed that. The new action figures I got to talk about, all these new boxes I got to actually show instead of just being the spine only. Oh, I love that I finally got to show this stuff and flip some of these game boxes over and enjoy this stuff. So yeah, when I come down here, I think I'll end on this. When I come down here, I see Donkey Kong. I see that Sega. I see these boxes over here. You know, I see my Game Boys. The thing with collecting to me, and maybe people don't think of it this way and are doing it subconsciously, but when I come down in here, I see this stuff. For me, I'm going back in time. These are time capsules. I know how I was feeling at the time. I know what, grade I was when I was playing that. I know the friends I had at the time. I know what experiences I was going through in life. So when I'm surrounded by this stuff, it's like I get to walk up and I look at this stuff often and I just smile because I just kind of like am reminiscing and remember all this stuff. And it's like I had to, when I was organizing, I wanted it to go in order. So this goes top to bottom in order. So top to bottom, we're going this generation, and like you get to see my path playing games and in this collection and in this involved in gaming and stuff as a hobby. And I love it. I love that I got, great support from family that was really buying a lot of these games. And then, I got to have so many memories playing through all these games with friends and all this stuff. So it's a celebration to games. It's a celebration to my favorite, one of my favorite hobby, I think, is video games. I do want to say at the very, not to go too in the weeds, but you can see my PS5 collection kind of like not that big, you know what I mean? And it's not like I'm not playing them. I do have some digital on PS5, but stuff's kind of going digital. And I don't know if the PS6, I don't know if the next Switch is going to have physical game. Maybe the next Switch will, but I don't think the PS6 will. And we're kind of losing out on physical. And I'm going to miss that. But this doesn't make me want to like run out and sell my system or just get emulators, just play these. It's like I hold these physical things to memories. And all these time capsules are on these shelves and they just make me smile. And this is my collection. Very unique to me, and I love it. And I know people have much bigger collections than this. I know people have much smaller collections than this. And then I also had a extremely much smaller collection in closets hidden away in bins because I didn't have the room. And I hope this is just encouragement. If that's you going like, oh, I'm just going to get rid of my games because they're just in storage bins, hold out. You might get space someday. Things will change. Things move on and you could get more space if you really care about that stuff, which I did. And I'm glad I waited. It was very delayed satisfaction, but I enjoy coming down here, plopping down, playing on that big screen, and it was a dream come true. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the journey. If you want to watch those older videos and kind of see where my collection went and newer stuff I got to show you guys, stuff that was put away that you get to see in this video. Hope you guys have enjoyed. Please like the video if you enjoyed it. My voice is gone because of it. And also feel free to subscribe. I think I'm gonna do more collection videos. I think there's more stuff to talk about. I can go on for ages on some of this stuff and zoning in on certain memories I have. So I might start to do that soon now that I got this game room tour video out. And check us out, DweeBros, on Twitch, and check us out on TikTok. We're starting to post some stuff on TikTok on there as well. That is DweeBros, same name as this YouTube channel. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys next time. And now watch this full like 360 spin. Nice.